A very good evening to all of you. I'm Janani Saptharishi, and this is my first live video. I'm associated with Unacademy, and I will be starting from the very first chapter of Class 12 NCERT, that is Reproduction in Organism. So basically, reproduction topic has four contents as per NCERT. One is the reproduction in organism, then followed by the sexual reproduction in flowering plants, followed by human reproduction, and after that we have a topic known as reproductive health. So, from this chapter, from the need perspective, we can surely expect at least 1 to 2 questions for sure. This reproduction in organism is a very small topic. We can definitely cover in 2 to 3 lectures maximum, along with all the objective question discussions. So, let's begin. So in this video, I will be discussing with you what is reproduction. So basically, how an organism will be defined as a living, and why is it necessary for an organism to reproduce and create its uh, own clones or own offsprings to basically to maintain the life cycle. And I will also be discussing what is the difference between sexual reproduction and asexual reproduction in this video in detail. And then we will look into the modes of reproduction of the asexual part. That would include many things like binary fission, fragmentation, budding, and we'll look into all these processes in detail. So let us start with the introduction. I hope I'm audible and visible. Okay, hello Ravi sir, hello Bharat. So basically, species are thriving in the earth from millions of years. Okay, and we can see that we take it anything like humans, plants, we are surviving from so many years in earth. How is it possible? If we ever think of that, how is the continuity maintained? That comes through reproduction. So basically, reproduction is a fundamental characteristics of a human living organism, not a human, a living organism. So what is it? That it is not a defining property. By that, I mean that even if an organism doesn't reproduce or is sterile, like a mule, or let us take an easier example, a couple with who, because of some issues, cannot reproduce, they are still termed as livings. So basically, this is not a defining characteristic, but it is a fundamental characteristic of a human being, or sorry, of an organism. That is because through reproduction, we can achieve continuity. So basically, what we need to remember is that, just a moment. This can be achieved through reproduction, and this is what makes it a fundamental characteristic of a living. Okay. Reproduction becomes a vital process without which species cannot survive for long periods. So, see, basically, two things we need to remember here is that habitat and the physiological conditions. These two will assure that an organism, how the way it reproduces. See, I told you in the beginning that we will be discussing about asexual and sexual. That means there are two types. The reproduction is divided into two broad categories, that is asexual and sexual. So, what are the things that every organism has a different way to reproduce? So, what affects it or what makes it to reproduce in different methods or different categories. That is the habitat. By habitat, I mean that it's surrounding, like terrestrial. It may be aquatic. In aquatic also, it can be fresh water. It can be salt water. In sea water, in however aquatic condition or the terrestrial, the habitat it is thriving on. And physiological simply means its internal body atmosphere. Okay, moving forward, each individual leaves its progeny. By progeny, I mean its offspring by asexual or sexual means. So this is an mode of asexual reproduction, that is just splitting into two, and sexual reproduction has the involvement of gametes, an ovary and a sperm. Hello, Akil Shetty, Sumi, Kushneet Singh, Bharat, Nitesh, Arijit Dede. Hello, everyone. Shriraj, thank you so much for joining. It's my first lecture. Please do like and subscribe the channel, like my video. It will really motivate me. So, according to the NCERT, in the very first page, the very first thing we will notice is this information about Panchan Maheshwari. He is a pioneer of Indian botany. Panchan Maheshwari is one of the most renowned Indian botanists, and he works. The only point we need to remember here is that he worked with the plant embryos. Okay, what he did was he popularized the use of all the embryological characteristics in taxonomy, and he emphasized that the need of initiation for artificial culture of these immature embryos. Okay, so this point is very important according to the NEET point of view. And of course, you need to remember who was Panchan Maheshwari and his work towards the botany. Okay, so he also worked on test tube fertilization and intra-ovarian pollination. We will learn the fertilization and intra-ovarian pollination in the second chapter in detail. And he was honored with the fellowship of the Royal Society of the London and the FRS, okay, and Indian National Science Academy, and several other institutions and have uh, okay have been have been able to recognize his work, and it is really very appreciated by all these institutes. This is some information about me. Let me introduce to you to Unacademy and all the benefits. So, Unacademy is India's largest learning platform. I am grateful for being associated with this academy. What you'll get is you'll get live classes, live tests, quizzes. You'll get structured courses in which the entire syllabus coverage is offered. So, in such a situation, you can just sit at your home, get all the access to all the materials for any exam you wish to prepare for. Okay, you'll have live classes every day, and you can choose which educator you're comfortable with at your ease, and you will be on board with the top educators. So this syllabus, it will offer you complete syllabus coverage. That means if you're preparing for NEET, you'll get physics, chemistry, biology, complete notes, lectures, and everything sitting at home. And it is very user friendly. All you have to do is go to the Play Store and download the Unacademy app and get a subscription. Okay. Once you do that, you for more information, what you can do is download the Telegram app and please type this URL. This is mentioned in the description box and click join. So these are the different courses. I recommend you the most the 12-month course. See, since to prepare like for an examination like NEET, you need at least a year to get through. So especially those who are in class 11, I would really encourage you all to take the 12-month course. For the students in 12, you have other options also. And please use my referral code, that is my name, Janani. You will get a 10% discount. And also, you will get all the access to all my lectures, notes, quizzes, and everything when you use this code. Moving forward, what is reproduction? Now let us define reproduction and see what are its types. Let me just have a view. Shreya Tiwari, thank you. Thank you, Aman, Nikita, Shriraj, thank you so much. So, every organism lives for a certain period. Uh, we follow a life cycle of birth followed by death. No one is immortal here. And these are the lifespans. Okay, so as soon as an organism is born till its death. So, what is a lifespan? As soon as the organism is born till its death is the lifespan. All right, moving forward. Lifespans are not correlated with their size. This is a very important point to remember. See, now just take an example. Humans, the average lifetime is basically given as 121 years in the NCERT, but it is not so. Humans generally, the lifespan we can estimate it between 80 to 100 years. And yes, and tortoise, though it is very much smaller in size as compared to the humans, it can survive for 200 to 300 years. And even some plants, they survive more than the human. That is because lifespans are not correlated with the size of the organism. Okay. So, what is meant by lifespan? I have already told that the time since we are born till the death, the period from birth to the natural death. Okay, so please remember that the term natural is very important here. That the natural death is the one that will define the lifespan of an organism. These are some lifespans of various organisms which we have to remember according to the need point of view. So I request you all to note these down. Banyan tree lives for more than 300 years. There is Wolfia, which lives for 2 weeks. Royal ferns, they again can live up to 100 plus years. So basically, all the trees and the plants, they often live more than 100 or 75 years. The moss plant, moss is a very small plant. It lives for a few weeks. Carrot, again 1 year. Pinus again lives for a very long time, that is 300 plus years. Apart from that, I wanted to note down some other uh, organism lifespan, which is very important according to the NEET 2021 portion. Banana tree, 2 years. Rice plant, 3 to 7 months. Rose, 5 plus years. And even some else also I need you all to note it down, which are not in the PPT, is elephant lives up to 60 to 90 years. A dog will live up to 20. Butterfly only lives up to 1 to 2 weeks. And therefore, even we can see that always while studying a life cycle of an organism, things like butterfly and are very preferred since it has a shorter lifespan. Crow, 15 years again. Cow is 20 to 25. A parrot lives up to 140 years. Parrot has been asked many times in the previous year papers. Okay, thank you, Revati. Um, Horse again lives up to 62 to 65. Fruit fly again lives up to 2 weeks. A very important model for studying the pathway. Rice again for 3 to 7 months. I told you tortoise for longer times 200 plus years, and banyan tree for 200 to 300. Okay. So again, this is an example that it does not depends on the size. So a mango tree has a much shorter lifespan compared to a peepal tree. See, though both the trees are almost very similar in size, but their lifespan differs so greatly in number. That is because nothing is lifespan is not correlated with size. Another important point, I told you that lifespan is birth from the period of death. And I also mentioned that none of us are immortal. Now, a very interesting fact which we'll see is that no individual is immortal except single celled organisms. Why so? Let us take an example. If this is an amoeba, this will split into two daughter cells. Okay? They undergo binary fission and they will split into two daughter cells. Okay. Now these daughter cells will again split into two. And since it is asexual reproduction, what happens is the entire genetic content, okay, present here is transferred here and here. So 100% of the genetic content moves into this and 100% will again move into this. This will make it exactly similar as the parent. So since all the genetic material is flowing from one generation to another, we can never term it as a dead, or we'll always say that it is the same organism that is multiplying because of the retention of all the genetic content as it is. The offspring grows, will mature. So basically we follow a life cycle. We are born, we grow, okay, then we attain a reproductive age where all the reproductive organisms are developed, and then we reproduce, and then we move into old age or the senescence phase in more biological terms, and then we die. So this is a complete life cycle. Out of that, what happens is in the reproductive state, we produce new offsprings. So that is why we say that reproduction enables continuity, generation after generation. So for defining reproduction in the complete biological terms, and also the definition, very important in point of view for the boards, is this: the expected answer for the definition of reproduction is it is defined as a biological process of self perpetuation. Okay, it is because it basically procreates into a new progeny. That is why it is self perpetuation. One organism will procreate into other and it will give rise to young ones, that is its offsprings. There are two types of reproduction: asexual and sexual. So first let us look into asexual reproduction. So an offspring here is produced by a single parent. See, and this parent will form another offspring without the involvement of gamete formation. Please don't get confused by this, that though because I mentioned single parent, that gametes are not formed. It is not such. Gametes are formed in asexual reproduction, but there will be no fusion of gametes. So that because there is no fusion, that is why it is termed as asexual reproduction. One of the exceptions, or I would say a type of asexual reproduction where the gametes are formed, but still it undergoes asexual mode. If gametes are formed, it is expected to undergo sexual reproduction, but it does not. It is in parthenogenesis, okay, of honeybee. I'm taking an example of honeybee. Parthenogenesis is being observed in many amphids, honeybees, insects, etc. We will discuss about the honeybee. Yes. So this is how the cell division occurs. Basically, as I told you, the example of amoeba. What happens is, see, this entire cell will get divided into two daughter cells. So the entire DNA will be passed on to this and this. So it is morphologically and genetically very same as the parent. That is why these are termed as clones. Again, very important from the NEET point of view. Okay. Parthenogenesis. All we need to know about the parthenogenesis, that there is the queen bee. Okay, queen bee. The only work of the queen bee is to reproduce and keep undergoing the sexual activity and producing new offsprings. And there are the workers who are sterile, and the only work of the workers is to get food and the other materials required for the survival. And then there are the drones. So the drones basically are the ones that prove to be an example of the parthenogenesis. Let's see what's written here. Both haploid and diploid individuals work. Okay, so what it is that the queen is diploid, it has two N. Okay, then we have the worker, which is again 2N, but the drone is N. Okay, so what happens is both sexual reproduction and parthenogenesis take place in the honeybee. Fertilized eggs will give rise to queen and workers. Since fertilized eggs give rise to the queen and the workers, that is why they contain 2N and 2N, because it is formed from the fertilized eggs. By this process of sexual reproduction, what will happen, is that they gave rise to the 2N part. Now, what happens is that the unfertilized eggs, that is the N, will develop again into N. Okay, that is only possible when it asexually reproduces, and that produces the drones. And that is why honeybee is taken as a very important example of parthenogenesis, because these drones are haploid, and it is developed from a haploid into a haploid, and this life cycles continues in the bees. Moving forward, what is sexual reproduction now? Now we have seen asexual reproduction. Now what is different? First, we need to know that why has the environment favored sexual reproduction if there was already a very easy, asexual reproduction happens very rapidly. Okay, it is very comfortable, but why the environment changed itself or evolved itself, and what caused the sexual reproduction? Okay, so to begin with, what happens is that in asexual reproduction, uh, the en- see, asexual reproduction multiplies exponentially. So all the food, all the materials are exhausted very soon. But it is not the case in that of a sexual reproduction. And in an asexual reproduction, what will happen is that one cell will divide into two. But in sexual reproduction, two cells will favor the development of one. This is the basic difference. All right. And what we have observed to pass the years is that even adaptability and evolution is because of sexual reproduction. See, now we humans, if we reproduced uh, See, if we had not evolved, that means if we are not being able to reproduce sexually, what would have happened is that we all would have looked at very similar, no, exactly similar to each other. So one fault in the DNA will lead to damage in the entire system. So what happens in sexual part is that it is like the uh, the best is taken and the DNA damage is stopped. That is what favors the sexual reproduction. Now, what will happen in the case of humans? We can see that we have evolved from the apes to the modern man. Our brain has developed. We have undergone so many changes externally as well as internally. This is all possible only through variation, and variation is only possible through sexual reproduction. And that is why the environment favored sexual reproduction more than the asexual ones. Gametic fusion happens. That is a male part, the sperm and the ovary fuse together for the sexual reproduction. Another term I want to clear is that Asexual reproduction will undergo mitosis, that is the basic cell division. Okay. Again, the amoeba will, the contents will split into two. So basically, yes, there will be an increase in the content. There will be cytokinesis. It will split into two. Asexual mitosis. But in the case of sexual reproduction, it will undergo meiosis. This is a very important term, and also in asexual reproduction, throughout all the steps, there is the involvement of two N gametes. But in sexual reproduction, there is an involvement of haploid, that is the N gametes. But the final offspring which we have will have the diploid gamete. Okay. Let us see some few MCQs, and I also want to check the chat section. Thank you, Ravi sir. Thank you, Priyanshi. Thank you, Raj. Thank you, Agdas. Hello, Agdas. Hello, Narmada. Thank you. Please like the video and also let me know if there is any doubts through the chat section. I'll respond to them. Lifespan is not correlated with shape, size, or complexity, followed by number of organisms, habitat. I have explained this term in the very beginning that lifespan does not depend on the size or the complexity of the organism. We took the example of banyan tree and mango, and even the difference between a tortoise and a human. Okay. Many people also get confused with the term habitat. Okay. So, habitat, yes, it will make an effect on the lifespan. How? I said that habitat generally causes effect in the mode of the reproduction or the uh, or how it follows the steps of reproduction. How lifespan can be correlated with the habitat? See, often you when we take the examples of wild animals in the wild, that means I open in the forest, it will die early. Okay, this is because it can be affected due to some diseases or predation, hunting. These all these factors are exposed to it, and it will die very early. So we cannot predict its exact lifespan. Now, what happens is when it is in a zoo, we can completely monitor the entire lifespan. So here, an habitat has played a role in the lifespan of the organism. Okay, number of organism definitely play a role. In asexual, even it produces so many offsprings, but its lifespan is very short. Okay, shape also plays because shape is associated with the physiological characters, and hence it will play a role in the role in the contribution towards the lifespan of an organism. Which one of the following has the shortest lifespan comparatively? Banyan tree, royal fern, banana tree, and moss plant. Okay, so it is moss plant. Lifespan of rice is 1 year, 3 to 7 months, 300 years, few weeks. And it was mentioned in the previous slide, it is 3 to 7 weeks. Moving forward, fusion of gametes occurs in sexual reproduction, asexual, both asexual and sexual, vegetative. Fusion occurs in only in sexual reproduction. What happens in asexual is that one organism, so in sexual, there will be a male and a female which will fuse to produce a gamete. Okay? And in asexual, yes, so this happens in the sexual one. And in asexual, and one single parent will give rise into two. So fusion occurs in only section. Okay, so now let's see what is asexual reproduction in detail. A single parent is capable of producing offsprings that we have seen, okay, and it produces exact copies of their parents. That is, I mentioned clones, okay. They are morphologically and genetically very similar to their parent. That is why the term clones. Plants produced vegetatively or asexually are called clones. So reproduction in organism is common among the single-celled organisms. Okay, sorry, it is common among the single-cell organism, that is the asexual reproduction. But it is not that asexual reproduction only happens in the single cell. There are many multicellular organisms that will also undergo asexual. Some of the examples are hydra, sponges. Okay? These are the examples of the multicellular organisms that will undergo asexual reproduction. And what is somatic reproduction? Asexual reproduction by formation of fission or budding. Basically, somatic, the terms refers to mitosis. Okay, and that is why we say that the asexual reproduction by the formation of fission or budding, where mitosis is happening, that is related to somatic reproduction. Okay, now we will discuss what is fission, budding, sporulation, fragmentation, regeneration, and vegetative reproduction in detail. And these are the main types of the asexual reproduction. What happens in binary fission? Okay, so basically, fission means division. Okay, binary fission, in this process, what happens is that the entire cellular content of an organism is divided into two halves. So each half forms an independent daughter organism. Again, the best example of this is amoeba. So many single-celled organisms are reproduced by binary fissions. It occurs in monorins, protists. Okay, and yes, there are types of binary fission. There are three types. Okay, one is the longitudinal binary fission. Another is the transverse binary fission. So, what is happening here? Let us see. The cellular content, it will first double itself. Okay, then there will be a process of cytokinesis, and then it will split into two cells. This is the process of binary fission, where it will split into two equal halves. Now, in case of euglena, what happens is that it will divide longitudinally. Okay, so yes, so this is an euglena and it will divide like this, and therefore this is termed as the longitudinal binary fission. Transverse is anything going in this way, and this is observed in paramecium. And another important point is that yes, there is one more type, that is oblique binary fission. What happens here is that this organism will divide somewhat in an oblique fashion like this, okay, and this is seen in planaria. The next type is budding. Budding is usually seen in yeast, it is observed in hydra. These are the best examples for budding. And with each of this process, we need to remember all its examples. So what happens in a yeast is that, and first an organism will uh, cos and protuberance. Okay. Now, what I mean by that is, first, this organism will undergo mitosis, okay, and it will develop a small, protruding structure like this here attached to itself. Okay, so it will divide, and a structure like this is formed, and after some time, it will break open. That it will fragment out of the cell. So what happens is that this later bud will get separated and it will mature into a new yeast. So this is how budding occurs in yeast. Similarly, in hydra, what happens is that this is a hydra. Okay. What happens is that it will produce a structure like this, which will be arising from the parent organism, and after some time, it will fragment, break open, and now this part will form a complete organism in itself. Now, this is why it is called as budding. Spores. Now, what happens here is the members of the fungi and the simple plants such as algae reproduce through the asexual reproductive structures called as spores. Now, these spores are very much adaptable to the unfavorable conditions. Okay, they have the speciality to survive in the unfavorable conditions. And the most commonly produced structures are conidia, sporangiospores, and zoospores. Now, what happens in the zoospores is that these are motile, they are flagellated spores and are produced by mitosis. Now, these parent cell wall will break and then get liberated in the water. Now, once these zoospores are motile, that means they can, now these zoospores, they bear the ability to move from one place to the another. That is, they are motile. And since they are flagellated, these flagella help them to cause movement. And what happens is that the parent cell wall will break and the zoospores are liberated in water. Chlamydomonas are the best example. The protoplast of cell divides into 18 to 16 zoospores. Just 1 second. I want to move to the sporangiospore slide. So sporangiospores, now they are commonly produced by the bread mold and they are non-motile. Okay, they will have no flagella or any such part that will favor their locomotion or their movement. That is why they are termed as non-motile. The spores are produced in the sporangia, okay, and these sporangiospores are asexual endospores. Endospores means anything that is produced externally, and the example is rhizophus. We can commonly observe them in bread okay, in stale red. And this diagram clearly shows how the spores look, okay. And these are the sporangiospores. It has spores inside. So what happens? So moving forward to conidia. So what happens here is that these spores are produced in the tips of a special hyphal branches, okay, called as conidiophores. What happens here is that these conidia contain these asexual endospores. Yes. This is an example of conidiophore. Okay. Now this part will have the all the asexual, sorry, the spores. A second. Yes. And this is the example of the sporangia. Okay. And this will be produced at the tips of the special hyphal branches. Okay. And now in birophytes and petridophytes, what happens is that these spores that are produced are haploid in nature. And on germination, they will. So, first, what the spores are produced are haploid in nature. And on germination, they will produce a gamete that is necessary. That will happen only on germination. Okay, and that is required to complete the life cycle. Let us start with vegetative reproduction. Hello Aditya, hello Avinash, hello Ayushi, thank you. Okay. So vegetative reproduction is a very common type which we observe, and it is also practiced artificially. Okay. And it does not involve meiosis. Since it is asexual, it will not undergo meiosis. Okay. New plants or individual are produced from the vegetative parts. So basically, what is the difference between budding and the vegetative reproduction is that, see, budding will form one cell and it will cause that it will have a protruding structure. Okay, now that this has happened through mitosis. Now that will grow and it will eventually cut off. Here also similar thing happens, but the difference is that budding will happen in organisms such as yeast and hydra, but whereas this is related to angiosperms. When I say the word vegetative, it is referred to angiosperms. That means any plant you take, okay, a plant basically has, see, it has roots, it has stem, okay, it has leaves, okay, and in this plants, when we'll have that, okay, so what will happen is that a root will start producing a new vegetative part and it will get cut off from the roots. It can be the stem. So what generate from the roots is basically the tubers of potato. That are the parts of the roots. So that is how it reproduces vegetatively from a part. So a part of an organism, that is either the root, stem or the leaves, they contribute to make or help with the growth or the reproduction of a completely entire plant. So, newly formed individuals are genetically identical to the parent plant. Since it is asexual reproduction, there will be no variation, and in all these processes, whatever we have seen, all these will be genetically very identical to the parent plant. It is the common method of reproduction in flowering plants. So, the natural methods of vegetative reproduction. Okay, somatic part of the plant. Okay, that is the part undergoing mitosis. Whenever the word somatic comes, it is associated to mitosis. Okay, so this will detach from the mother one and it will go and uh, start its own, and it will start growing by itself. It develops into a new independent part of plant under a suitable environmental condition, and this is called as fragmentation. Some plants have specialized structure for reproduction via fragmentation. So what happens is the gemma in the liverworts, they are the ones that will, they are the specialized structure that is specially used when they have to reproduce in a vegetative fashion. And what happens is that the detachable somatic part, okay, it will functions in the vegetative propagation, and this is called the vegetative propagule. Okay. What is meant by fragmentation? Fragmentation is Fragmentation is basically another type of asexual reproduction. What happens is that the cloning of the organism, it will basically split into fragments. So, uh, okay, in case of tapeworms, what happens is that head, body, and the tail. Okay, these will fragment. Okay, and now this head, body, and the tail, they individually can develop into a new organism. So this head will eventually form its body and its tail. Now this body will eventually give rise to its head and tail. So any part uh, can lead to the generation of the other ones. Okay. The vegetative propagules, as I said, we have tubers of potato, rhizosome of banana and ginger, bulb. So basically, tubers is the part of the root, rhizome of the banana and the ginger, bulb. Bulb again is the part of the root, but the difference is that the bulb is the one where the food can be stored. Onion, garlic, these all terms we have learned in the morphology chapter of class 11. Runners are nothing but that run parallelly on the ground. The roots, okay, in oxalis and grass we observe runners. Offsets are found in Ecornia and Pistia. Stolons are formed in Nerium, rose, and jasmine. Bulbils are formed, okay, in aerial stems, that is the stems that grow above the ground in Dioscorea and agave. Bulbils are found and reproductive leaves. So in birophyllum, it is the leaf that will give rise to another plant itself. That is, it will form a small a small vegetative part of the new organism. It will detach and it will completely form into a new plant. The best example here we can see is that when you cut a rose stem and it is again placed into another pot, it will completely grow. So these are the types of, these are the artificially, we can say that how we have inculcated these vegetative propagation technique. So these are again called clones because they are genetically and morphologically similar. So whenever the term clones is referred, we need to remember that it is genetically and morphologically very similar to the parent. Now, here is an exception of Ecornia that is known as the water hyacinth. What happens is that this aquatic plant is commonly called the terror of Bengal. Now, why that happens is that whenever these plants grow, what happens is that they consume all the oxygen, and water hyacinth is one of the most invasive weeds we have seen. Okay, it is generally grown in standing water. Okay, and the common name, this is again a very common question with the NEET perspective. Water Econia is known as the terror of Bengal. It drains oxygen, as I said, okay, which will lead to the death of the fishes. And you may find it interesting to know that this plant was introduced in India because of this beautiful flowers and shapes, okay, and the shape of its leaves. And this later proved to be a terror. And another thing, its disadvantage, what we should call it, is that since it is a type of vegetative propagation, the rate of it, okay, by that I mean that in a very short period, it can reproduce in a very high rate. and that means it can cause a widespread. Okay, and that is what is a disadvantage, because it will consume the oxygen in the river as fast as that. Okay, so potato, tuber, rhizome of the ginger. Okay, this is the rhizome which develops from the internode, bulb of the onion. It is also observed in garlic, form of the colocasia, runners, that is these grasses are the best example of runners. Water hyacinth, but like this, it is very attractive. It has broad leaves. It is blue purple in color. But what, and it will reproduce. We can see it reproducing vegetatively like this here. So this is an example of stolon from the crown, and new stolon is grown. Okay, and this stolon will completely form roots here. It will start a new plant in itself. And after some time, when it is capable of withstanding itself, it will fragment. This is again an example of pistia. It's an offset form. Again, ecornia is an offset form. Okay, suckers, chrysanthemum, pineapples. These are the yes, leaf buds and birophyllum. These are the example of suckers. So from the main stem, and and another root is formed. Adventitious root is formed, and this part here that connects it is the sucker. See, this is the tap root here, and this is the adventitious root here, and in between this structure is the bulbil of agave. The plant having the shortest lifespan among the following: banyan, peepal, banana, rose is banana. Select the incorrect match. Asexual reproduction, somatic, sexual reproduction, fusion of gametes. That is again right. Asexual somatic is also right. Vegetative reproduction, rhizome, clones morphologically and genetically dissimilar. So it is option 4, since clones are the exact copy of their mothers. Okay, is my sound not clear? Cell division itself, a mode of reproduction. Protista, all fungi, Monera. Okay, so the second option, Monera, fungi, higher plants. Protista and Monera, Protista only. The answer is Protista and Monera. Cell division is itself, that means asexual reproduction, and more precisely, we mean that cell division itself refers to fission. Okay, that is why it is Protista and Monera. The site of origin of the new plantlets in potato, sugarcane, and banana are, we remember in potato, we small structures, that one was tubers, and that was the nodes. Nodes means the point from which it can be cut off and it will develop into a new organism from the root part. Sexual reproduction in detail we will cover in the next segment. That will mostly be tomorrow at 11:30. Before that, I want to introduce and clear some of the terms related to lifespans. Okay, lifespans. This I gave a gist of it in the beginning. What happens here is that there is first average lifespan, maximum lifespan, and then we have life expectancy. So what happens here is that the average lifespan is just the amount of years and species is expected, or the average lifespan any particular species can survive is its average lifespan. Like humans can survive anywhere between 80 to 120 years. So if we take its average, it comes around 100. Now the maximum lifespan is that the maximum amount, or the number of age that a species will definitely, not definitely, can survive. Okay, it is not definite, that it is not mandatory that a species has to attain this age, but this is the maximum it can survive. That is the maximum lifespan. Okay, and life expectancy. So many times we get confused between the average lifespan and the life expectancy. So what happens in life expectancy, that it is dependent on the average lifespan. So we basically predict that suppose a tortoise, it can live up to 100 years. Now how did we predict that? That is predicted with the help of average lifespan. All right. So that is the main difference. Average lifespan does not depend on life expectancy, but life expectancy does depend on average lifespan. Okay. So let me discuss some another very important factors about reproduction. What happens is that okay, so an organism will basically replace itself by reproduction. So a parent will develop into offspring and replace itself during senescence. Okay, and these individuals are removed from the population and they are constantly replaced, and it will introduce variation, but variation is the characteristics of sexual reproduction. Okay, and then we discussed about asexual and the sexual reproduction. So asexual is the one which will undergo mitosis, and the sexual is the one which will undergo meiosis. So what happens in the asexual reproduction is that an organism breaks into this like, yes, so what it is formed is clones. So in asexual ones, exact similar copies, it will keep dividing. Okay, then we moved on to binary fission. Fission is basically the division between, that is a fission like completely into two, and that is will be in fission basically dividing, binary fission dividing into two. All right. So then we discussed binary fission, that is longitudinal. If the plane is like this, it is longitudinal. If it is transverse, it is like this, and if it is oblique, it is like this. So here an important point is that amoeba. Amoeba is the one that can irregularly divide. Sorry. So amoeba can divide irregularly. Why? Because it can either undergo longitudinal, or it can undergo transverse, or even oblique. So basically divide this. So it can go this like this, divide in half. And another term I want to now discuss is the process of multiple fission. What happens here is that what we see normally, an asexual organism, first its genetic content will expand. Okay, that means first, so replication of the nucleus, mitosis will take place, then cytokinesis. Okay, this is what we see. It will split, that is cytokinesis will occur. What we see in multiple fusion is that there will be a cyst formation. Okay? So it forms a cyst. What happens is that since the cyst is formed, it cannot divide by cytokinesis. There will be many such nucleus formed. Okay, this will mature. Okay, and now what will happen in the time of division? Each of this nucleus will take along with it a small amount of its content of the cytoplasm. What happens is that then once they break out, these all will break out as the individual organisms, okay, with their own content of the cytoplasm. This is a form of uh, multiple. This is multiple fission. It comes under the fission category only. I have discussed longitudinally transverse in the previous part. This is the second type, that is the multiple fission. Then we saw budding in detail. Another set of questions that we missed here. Clones are morphologically similar, genetically similar, both characters. We have studied this n number of times today. Asexual reproduction by budding occurs in euglena, paramecium, yeast, bacteria. It is yeast. Yeast is the one that will cause budding. That means a new organism will, it will start developing, and some point later it will detach itself. In which process parent organism divides into two halves: core, budding, binary fission, vegetative reproduction. So see, here a very important term is that in budding, what happens is it is not equally divided. It is not necessary. But in binary fission, what happens is that both the both the daughter cells are divided. The contents of the cell are divided equally. That means exactly in the center. It will form two equal parts. It is not compulsory that it will divide equally in the process of budding. Zoospores are produced by fern, Rhizopus, Penicillium, Chlamydomonas. Zoospores we saw are motile and they have flagella, which is produced by Chlamydomonas. Okay. We have discussed vegetative reproduction. Now the next topic will be sexual reproduction. Okay, and in that we will discuss what is sexual reproduction, what is gametogenesis, and what are the different which are organisms undergo sexual reproduction, how syngamy and fertilization takes place, how two gametes can fuse, and we'll also discuss some questions among it on that topic. And yes, so it will most probably tomorrow. So please do join and don't forget to subscribe the channel. Hello everyone, welcome back. I hope I'm audible and clear. So, in yesterday's segment, we discussed in detail about what is reproduction, how it is essential for an organism to reproduce, that is, to maintain the continuity. Then we discussed what is the difference between asexual and sexual reproduction, and we also highlighted the point of why there was a need for the environment to select or prefer sexual reproduction. And we even then we moved forward to discuss asexual reproduction in detail, and in that we saw uh, different types of it. That is fission. Under fission, we saw binary fission and its types, budding, followed by fragmentation, regeneration, and in the last we covered vegetative propagation. So now this is today's lecture will also be a continuation from the first chapter of the NCERT, that is reproduction in organism. So basically reproduction, the topic, it has 4 chapters in it. Out of that, this is the first one. It is very important first to get cleared with the syllabus. Hello, Vishruti. Thank you. Uh, Moving forward. So, let me start by introducing Unacademy. Unacademy is undoubtedly India's largest learning platforms. Let me tell you some advantages about it. What you'll get in Unacademy, you'll get live classes every day. You'll get live tests, quizzes, all the structured courses. So these structured courses have complete syllabus coverage. That means, I mean that if you're subscribing for preparing for your NEET examinations, you'll get physics, chemistry, biology, you'll get all the classes, study material, test, everything. And you can enroll Unacademy for all the competitive exams. We have the best materials and unlimited access to all the information. So you are on board with the top educators and you can learn at your comfort and your ease. In such a pandemic situation, what else do you need? You can sit at home, relax back and get prepared for any exam you wish. So we have a very comprehensive syllabus which offers all these subjects. All you have to do is go to the Play Store, download the Unacademy app and get a subscription. And for more information, you have to download the Telegram app and copy this URL. All this information and the URL are given in the description box below. And then once you type it, just click on join. You can use my code Janani. I'm not sure if it's visible. Okay. So if you use the code Janani, you will get an additional 10% off and you can avail all my live lectures, all the test series, and everything. So, these are the subscription packages which you can get. I will recommend you most the 12 months one because for an examination like NEET, you'll at least need 12 months in hand to prepare thoroughly for it. And also, it is very economical. Okay. So, till yesterday, we saw, as I discussed, asexual reproduction and its types. Now, we'll be moving forward to the sexual reproduction. Yes. So, sexual reproduction. Yesterday we discussed why is the need to reproduce sexually. So, basically, what happens in asexual reproduction, we saw that what all the offsprings are produced, they are exactly very similar to their parent, like genetically, morphologically, everything is clones. So, what happens is these the other reason is that they reproduce asexually. So, in case of a damage in the parent organism, even the offsprings are affected due to it. So, what happens in sexual reproduction is first thing it reduces DNA damage. Okay, it has the ability to select the best characteristics and pass it on. Moreover, what the scientist George C. Williams actually correlated lottery system. Okay, let me write it. He termed the term lottery system for explaining asexual and sexual reproduction. So, in asexual reproduction, just imagine that all you have n number of tickets, like many tickets of the same lottery number. Okay, but in the sexual one, you will get you will get a choice, that is you'll have all of different number. So you, if there is not one, you can rely on the other, so you have many better chances in sexual reproduction. And the main important thing is that it has a genetic advantage. Let us look how. Yes. Asexual reproduction, gametes can be formed in asexual reproduction, but they are never fused. Sexual reproduction causes the gametes to fuse and form a zygote. So this is a example of human reproduction here, where the egg has 23 chromosomes, sperm has 23, and they both fertilize into the zygote, which is diploid, means 23 from the mother. The child acquires 23 chromosomes from the mother and 23 from the father. So it has 50% of mother's DNA and 50% that of the father. So there is a mix, genetic mix, and hence uh, all all the organisms who reproduce sexually, we can see different characteristics in them. This is what leads to variation. So, similarly, there is an example of this flower. So, even flowers undergo pollination, which is a process of sexual reproduction. Two fusion of gametes can be produced by same individual or different individuals. So it can be both uniparental as well as biparental. So there are many primitive organisms where we see that in one organism both are present, the male reproductive and the female reproductive. Okay, generally they are termed as hermaphrodites. Okay. So, but we can see except many hermaphrodites who prevent asexual reproduction and prefer sexual ones. So, what happens is, though they have both the male and the female in one organism itself, so they have the male gamete and the female ones. But let us take an example of earthworm. It will have both male and female. Okay, but what happens is both of them are generated or are activated like these two will mature in different times. So what happens when there is a maturation of male, there will be no maturation of the female. So it has to deposit when the male is matured, it has to deposit its sperm into the other organism. Okay, though it has the female here, but at that point it is not present. So it will interchange the materials and at last it will be under sexual reproduction only. Offsprings are not identical to the parents because there is a mixing up of two types of genetic material. It involves meiosis and syngamy. So meiosis is very necessary for sexual reproduction because yes. So in meiosis, what happens is we have the crossing over of the chromosomes and the exchange of genetic material. Okay, we'll discuss about it in detail and we'll learn about even meiosis 1 and 2. Okay, so definitely sexual reproduction is slow because it requires more energy. It is a complex process. So it requires a lot more energy. It takes more time than the asexual ones. And also multiplication is not so rapid. Like a single bacteria can produce in minutes, they can produce so many clones. But it is not such, in a case of the sexual one. Some MCQs which you can answer for sure. Formation and fusion of gametes occur in sexual reproduction. Offsprings are not identical in sexual reproduction because variation is caused. Okay. So what is variation? Variation is basically referred to as a genetic advantage. Okay. So what happens is these variations are basically, it just means that the offspring which is produced is somewhat different from the parent because there is mixing up of the material. And what happens is that this variation can sometimes lead to mutation. So the best example I can give is that of the human. So right from we started from Stone Age, and our brain has developed, our physiological structures are developed from being called the monkey man. Now we are a much developed version. That is all because there was a gradual variation and mutation caused, and that is why we could adapt ourselves. And there also comes selective adaptability. There are many species who have undergone variation and have adapted themselves in the environment. So, phases in the life cycle. So, life cycle, yesterday we had discussed, that is the time from birth until the natural death. Okay, and in between, what all steps they have to undergo, or the checkpoints, that is the phases in the life cycle. Thank you, Akil. Hello, Nikita, Elizabeth, Ayushi, Dia. Yes, by offspring, I mean that the child or the individual developed after reproduction. Phases in life cycle. So, it basically has a juvenile phase, which refers to growth, reproductive phase, in which we can see maturation of the reproductive organs, followed by the senescent phase. So, senescent phase, in easier terms, we can refer to it as old age. Okay, when we lose the capability to reproduce and proceed towards death. Now, let us discuss each of these phases in detail. Juvenile phase or the vegetative ones. So what happens in this phase is that organism will show growth so that it can attain certain maturity to perform the sexual reproduction. So what happens is, like, if we plant a seed today, during it will not flower in the very next day. First you'll see a small cotyledon coming up, then we can see that it grows further, it grows, there are few leaves formed. So these are all the juvenile phase or the vegetative phase. Okay, so vegetative in terms of angiosperms, what happens is it develops into a sapling. Okay, so it shows growth. Similarly, when a child is born, it first it is like a baby moving to the toddler, then it approaches the reproductive age, and followed by the adult. Okay, so the very beginning, we can say that the juvenile phase for a human can be up to from the birth to up to 10 to 11 years. That is the time mainly which is dedicated to growth. It is of variable duration for different organisms. Okay, so a plant may have a juvenile phase or the growth phase for a very short period of time, whereas humans take time. So every organism has different time. So every organism has different durations. Reproductive phase. What happens in the reproductive phase is that all the reproductive organism will develop and mature. So in case of plants, what happens is flowers will be formed. So flowers is basically a reproductive organ in the plants which will promote pollination. Pollination is basically transfer of pollen grains from the anther to the stigma. Okay, so what happens is once these flowers are produced and successful pollination takes place, then it can start with the fruiting part. Similarly, in humans, we undergo the reproductive phase around, we can say, summarize it into 13 to 18 years, and that is the time up till we undergo fertilization, reproduction phase will continue. So in higher plants during this phase, there is formation of reproductive structures like flowers, as I mentioned. So this is a flower, okay. So here we can see the stigma, okay. There is the ovule here, which is the female part, okay. We have sepals, then there is the stigma here. There will be pollen grains here, okay. So this is how we'll discuss it about. This is the next unit is all about the reproduction in plants. So there we'll look into all the details, and this is the anther here, okay. All right. So now let's see that what is its significance. So the motto of this phase is basically to produce the offspring. Okay. Now this phase is what will assure the continuity of the generation. Okay. So, which may be dissimilar or similar to the parental generation. This phase has variable durations for different organisms. So, all the phases, be it the juvenile phase or the reproductive phase, all these phases vary from one organism to another. So, humans, there is one, for plants, there is one, for maybe for other animals like a monkey or anything, it will be very different from another species. Based upon the flowering and the fruiting pattern, there are two types of flowering plants. Now, constructing ourselves to the angiosperm part itself, when we look at the flowering plants, okay, so there are two types of flowering plants. One is the monocarpic, and second is the polycarpic. Let us see what are those. Monocarpic plants. So what happens is they are the plants which flower only once in their lifetime. Okay, and they will produce some fruits and die. So okay, and they are all annuals, and biennial plants are monocarpic. So wheat, rice, maize, they are the annual. This is very important from the NEET point of view. It is more of like a memory based part. You need to remember all these examples, and I'll try to make it as easy as possible. So let us see what are these annual and the biennial plants. So what happens is that, what is an annual plant? Annual plant is a plant that completes the life cycle, that is, from the germination, that is, the production of the seed, okay, till it dies, it will get completed in 1 year. And since it is monocarpic, that means it will flower in once in 1 year. So these examples are wheat and rice, maize. Okay, moving to biennial plant. Okay, so in biennial, like radish and carrot, what happens is first in the first year they flower. Okay, in biennial plants, the first year they will flower. Okay, they will flower, and all the ovule, stigma, and everything is prepared. Then they'll undergo pollination. And in the second year, biennial means two. So it is going to take 2 years. So in the second year, they are going to fruit. That means they are going to produce some fruit. Like it will, in case of radish, it will produce a radish and carrot. So relating it to the term monocarpic, just imagine that if you have sown carrot seeds, okay, so in 2 years, it will, the number of plants, okay, so it will fruit only once. Now, once you remove your first harvest, you can expect that it will again keep on, fruiting, and you'll keep on getting the vegetables from the same seed. Biennial plant is a flowering plant that completes 2 years to complete its biological life cycle. So these are the annual plants. Annual, again, that flower and fruit once in 1 year. So its complete life cycle, that is from the time of birth to its fruiting time and death, is 1 year. So we have wheat, maize, and rice. Okay. This is wheat, this is maize, and this is maize and this is rice. Moving forward, uh, these are the examples of biennial. First, we saw that we had carrot and radish. Okay, please remember that beetroot and cabbage are also biennial plants. Biennial, it will take 2 years to complete the flowering, followed by the fruiting. Perennial plants. Okay, now what happens is these perennial plants are also monocarpic. Certain bamboo species flowers after 50 to 100 years. So 50 to 100 years, and if I tell you the exact age, it takes 57 years to flower. Okay, and agave is again which takes 10 to 30 years at least to flower. Just a moment. I did not tell you what are perennial plants. So what happens is that perennial plants are basically which can, you know, throughout its lifetime, it will take a lot of years, like 50, 100, and so there is not a time limit, like it will do it in 1 year or 2 year. It takes long time, but it will fruit only once. Hence, it is monocarpic. So bamboo and the agave, not all perennial plants are monocarpic. So bamboo and agave are the two ones which are monocarpic. And these two you have to remember from the objective point of view. Now coming to another very important and interesting part is about Strobilanthes kunthinia. It is also called as Neela Kuranji. Okay, it is because it is somewhat blue purple in color. That is why Neela. Okay, and what happens is the best part about this, and the most important, what you have to remember is that it will flower only once in 12 years. Okay, it last time flowered during September to October 2006. This is according to NCERT. Okay, but it flowered again in 2018, and that is why even Munnar and some regions of Tamil Nadu were among the top visited or the top tourist places in the year 2018. It was because these areas are covered in the valleys with Nirankunji, and this makes it very appealing. Okay, so these are converted large hilly tracts of Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu into blue stretches that are attracted large number of tourists. Moving to polycarpic plants. Okay, so my course timings till now, I will be going live till in this week morning 11:30, followed by at night at 9:30 p.m. So tonight we are going to have a discussion about all the important objective questions and the previous year questions that are asked from this very topic, reproduction in organism. And I expect you all to join back tonight. It will be a complete revision, and also you can cover all the important questions related to this topic in just 1.5 hour max. What are polycarpic plants? So, polycarpic are perennial plants, okay, which after reaching maturity, like first it will flower. Flowering is the term for reaching maturity, okay, and then they will flower repeatedly at intervals. So, polycarpic plants, it is not that it will flower only once in their lifetime, it can flower more than once. So, mostly these plants under polycarpic are perennial, that is mango, apple, jackfruit, grape, and oranges. Okay. Few exception, again I'm highlighting that under polycarpic, which we need to remember is bamboo and agave, because they flower only once in their lifetime and they take approximately 10 to 13 days of agave and more than 15 case of bamboos. Okay, so a very few perennial plants bear flowers throughout the year. Okay, so the example is China rose or the shoe flower. So the period between two flowering phases, so since perennial plants can flower n number of times in their lifetimes, so it takes breaks. Like if it has flowered today, then it will prepare itself, and after some time, it flowers again. So the gap between these two phases of flowering, okay, it is known as the interflowering period. Inter means in between the flowering period. It is not the juvenile phase, but it is a part of the mature phase. What we need to remember is, see, juvenile phase is developed into a sapling. It grew as it produced cotyledons, and it has grown and it has started budding. It has, and once flowered, it has reached the reproductive phase. So once it will fruit, and till the time okay, so this is the first fruiting. Okay, it will take time, prepare itself, and it will undergo second fruiting. But this period will not be considered under the juvenile phase. Okay, the growth of the plant, like the necessary one, is done. So this interflowering period is also classified under the mature phase. The reproductive phase is variable duration in different organisms. Yes, of course. In plants, hormones are responsible for the sexual reproduction. So, what happens is that these hormones and certain environment factors regulate the reproductive process and the flowering during the plant, during the growth of the plant, and they are associated with many expressions. So now let us come to event in sexual reproduction. So what are now we have seen that based on the angiosperms, this is on a more broader perspective. So there are events like gamete formation and yes. So gamete formation, how it is transferred, how it is fertilized, they are all now the events of the sexual reproduction. Once they attain maturity, all the sexually reproducing organisms exhibit events and possess that they have a remarkable fundamental similarity. So, yes, each organism will have a different period, okay, like to for reproduction or the for all the phases like juvenile, reproductive, we have discussed that. And some organism undergo asexual, some undergo sexual. But all the events here, that is, all the steps under the sexual reproduction, is very fundamentally similar to one another, because basically we are dependent on the male and the female gamete, and all mostly show similar characteristics. Even though the structures associated with sexual reproduction are indeed very different. Yes, we'll look into that point in detail. But for an overview, we can just take any example. Like similarly, for plant, the structure of the reproduction is the flower, whereas for humans, it is not the case. Humans generally undergoes fertilization. Once the with this for of the sperm and the ovum in the uterus, and all these structures and processes are very different from that of the flower. These sequential events may be grouped into three distinct stages. What are those three distinct stages? Basically, first is the pre-fertilization events. So this is the time when it will prepare the body, or the organism will prepare itself for the following fertilization. Then comes the fertilization events, followed by post fertilization. Fertilization will involve the fusion, And post fertilization will be that how this embryo, once it is fused, it will be termed as embryo, and how this embryo is maturing and growing in the uh, parent organism. So pre-fertilization events, these are the events in the sexual reproduction which occur prior to the process of fertilization. From the name itself, it is evident the two main pre-fertilization events are. This is again very important. See, you'll get at least one question related to all the monocarpic and polycarpic plants. One question will definitely come from asexual reproduction, and one is definitely expected from these processes of this sexual reproduction. So basically, 3 to 4 questions definitely we can expect. So yes, so the first is gametogenesis. So here gamete means refers to what we obtain from the mother and the father respectively, and genesis means its formation of how it is formed. Gamete is the haploid structures, okay, and then we have the transfer of gametes. Once these gametes are formed, it is very important that both the gametes from the mother and the father meet, so that then only they can transfer and fuse together and start the fertilization process. Gametogenesis, process of formation of gametes of male as well as female. So see, what gametogenesis is a broader term. Okay, it is for matlab, for the male also it is termed as gametogenesis, and the process of making gametes for the female is also gametogenesis. But if we look individually, male will undergo spermatogenesis and the female will undergo oogenesis. All right. So first category of gametes. Again, category of gametes is very important under the NEET point of view. Isogametes. So iso, the word iso itself, when you break it, it means similar. So what happens in isogametes is that they are morphologically means externally, they are similar. That means they are similar looking. Okay. They are known as isogametes or homogametes. Homogametes, again, homo is again a term used for similar. So the examples are cladophora. Okay, see, here we can observe that both the male and the female look very much alike. Okay, they are so similar to each other morphologically, but not genetically. Okay, one is male and the other is female, so they are only morphologically, that is, it is similar looking, but genetically it is not. Okay, hence they are termed as isogametes. Heterogametes, hetero means different. So when this fusion of gametes are morphologically distinct, they are termed as heterogametes. So it is the feature majority of the majority of sexually reproducing organisms. So fucus, funaria, uh, cycas, homo sapiens, and angiosperms like wheat, mango, all will produce heterogametes. Okay, so see, in case of humans, the female gamete, okay, this is not humans, so it is, okay, I'll just draw. For the humans, the female gamete ova will look something like this, and the male looks something like this. So they are morphologically that very similar, very different. Okay, morphologically they are very different and distinct, and hence the term hetero. So the male is called as anthrozoid, okay, and this or the sperm. Anther refers to the male part of the plants or the flower, and in the female one, it is either known termed as egg or the ovum. So this is an example of the gametes of the male and the female for the humans. So this is for the male and this is for the female. The third chapter is entirely regarding the human reproduction, where we study all the reproductive parts and everything in detail, all the processes, right from how an child is born until, you know, sorry, from how it is fertilized till how it is born. So, yes, sexuality in organism. One is the homothallic, monoecious, and bisexual. So, what we need to remember is homothallic, okay? Homothallic means it is generally referred to either a algae, okay, or a fungus, because they are the ones who produce, who not produce, who possess thallus, okay. And homothallic means that in a single thallus they will have the male and the female reproductive part. In monoecious, it is mostly referred to an organism or a plant in which, in a single organism, again it will bear a male reproductive and a female reproductive. And bisexual is mainly referred for flowers. So, in a single flower, we can expect it to. So, in a single flower, we can expect them to have male and the female parts. That is bisexual. Okay, this is an illustration for the monoecious, and thallic will refer only to the algae or the fungus. So, somewhat they mean the same. So, so the male and the reproductive structures are produced in the same thallus of uh, of some fungi on the same plant. So the examples are chara, and that is an algae, so that is homothallic, maize, cucurbittis, and coconuts. These are the examples of angiosperms. The examples of the angiosperms are very important. Maize, cucurbittis, coconut. They are very important. Cucurbittis means cucumber. See. So this is how in a single plant there is oogonium, that is the female reproductive, okay, and we can see the antheridium. This is the oogonium here, okay, and we can see the antheridium. This is the male sex organ. It will have the pollen, okay. This is the male. So in a single flower or a plant, it bears both the female and the male. So another example is maize, which we already saw here. Okay. Then we have, this is the example of chara. Okay. Coming to heterothallic. Okay. Again, thallic will refer to algae or fungus. Dioecious will refer to an organism, and unisexual will mostly refer to a flower. Male and the female reproductive structures are produced on a separate thallus, that means on different fungi. In homothallic, a single fungi, and in a single thallus, there will be both the male and the female. Now, in this heterothallic, there are two different thallus, okay, where in one there will be male and one there will be female. And on in case of plants, so if I consider the term dioecious, it is something like this. So in one plant there is male, and in one there is female. So with the help of pollination or something like that, they both can interchange their genetic material. So the examples are Marcantia, Pyrophyte, papaya, very important, date palm, very important in terms of angiosperms. Okay, and this is Marcantius in terms of the heterothallus ones. Okay, all right. So you need to remember all these examples. Generally, we try to neglect the examples, but mostly from this unit, all the questions asked are from the examples only. So this is a female and this is the male. So we can see that there is two different plants for the female and the male. This is an example of the papaya tree in the case of angiosperm. Thank you, Rabjo. Thank you. Female and the male, again, this is the case of Arcantia. It is a form of algae fungus. So it will be referred to heterothalli. Moving forward, a unisexual male flower is called a staminate flower. Male flower, unisexual, staminate. This is the term. Okay? Unisexual female flower is known as pistillate. See, stamens is basically one of the male reproductive organs for the flower. So hence staminate will be referred to male, pistil will be referred to female. Cell division during the gamete formation. So gametes are always haploid in nature. By haploid I mean that they will always have N, okay, the half of the genetic material from the zygote. So gametes is N and 2N is the zygote. Okay, so what happens is two gametes have to fuse N plus N, and that will result into 2N, that is the zygote. A haploid parent produces the gametes by mitotic division. If parent is haploid, it definitely has to undergo mitotic division because the gamete has to be haploid. And if an organism is diploid, it has to undergo meiosis. What happens is that if an organism doesn't undergo meiosis if it is diploid, what happens is that then there will be doubling of all the information in the chromosomes, and that will create a problem later. Meiosis is refers to as reductional division since it from 2N it is reduced to N. So the information or the chromosomal content is reduced to half. In this organism, specialized cells such as meiocyte or gamete mother cell undergo meiosis. At the end of the meiosis, only one set of chromosome gets incorporated into each gamete. So there are two gametes, male and a female one. So one set, see, since from 2N, okay, mother from mother it will contribute N, and from father to N will be N. So from here you get one set, and from here you get one set, and this in whole will form a new organism. So 50%, 50%. This is a process of the meiosis, and very easy diagram representing meiosis 1 and 2. Now you must have learned all the steps in meiosis 1, okay, the prophase, which has again 5 steps in it in your class 11. So let me just revise the most important phases, that is definitely the prophase, okay, in the interphase, okay. So first what happens is that in the interphase, basically it will just start, the chromosome will start thickening, and all those things will happen. It will form two, you can see these two structure chromosome here, the blue and the red ones are ready for the crossing over. So what happens in the, you must have learned this in 11th. Okay, in the Pachetian phase, what happens is that it will undergo crossing over of two chromosomes. Okay, what will happen here is that I'm showing a step somewhat which happens in between this and how such a mixing up has occurred. Okay, so what happens in this phase is that it will undergo crossing over like this. Okay, so these are two non-sister chromatids, these two, okay, and they arrange themselves in such a manner that crossing over takes place. Okay, here we can see this is called the point in which the crossing over takes place is the chiasmata. These are few concepts from the 11th. I just want to revise it again so that you understand the process well. And in the later stage, what will happen is that one chromosome will acquire one chromosome will acquire now as the chiasmata is formed now this will start rippling. So once it starts rippling, what will happen is one chromosome will get this part, okay, and another one will get this. So mixing up basically takes place, and see such a structure we can see in this phase. So this is how it occurs. And now such homologous chromosomes are formed. This is what happens in the sexual reproduction, that is the meiosis. Okay, in the meiosis this is the speciality, and this is how the crossing over will take place and genetic recombination takes place. Now the parent material here is mixed up. The mother and the father one, what all they have contributed is completely mixed up here, so that the offspring which it generates generally has generally has features from both the mother and the father. Now they will produce daughter nuclei, then they will undergo meiosis 2. Meiosis 2 is completely similar to mitosis. Okay, meiosis is the reductional division, and mitosis is just basically the normal cell division which we have observed. And hence, then these daughter nuclei will be produced. If you have any doubts, you can put it up in the chat section. I'll make sure that it is cleared and discussed. Moving forward, now the gametes have been formed. Okay, what is the next step? The next step is that these gametes have to be transferred from one organism to the another. So after the formation of the male and the female gametes, what happens is that these gametes must be compatible, okay, and they have to be physically brought together to facilitate fertilization or to undergo syngamy. Okay, so syngamy and fertilization basically both are the same, but syngamy is the process of the fusion. Okay, and fertilization is basically what leads to syngamy. So that is just the difference between these two terms. Otherwise, they are completely same. So what happens here is that in few fungi and algae, both the types of gametes, okay, both type of gametes are motile. By motile, I mean that they will have some structures like flagella or something like that, by which they can move from one place to another. In heterogametic condition, the female gamete is not motile. Okay, heterogametic means when the image which we saw when we have one large egg and this male reproductive was comparatively very small in size, like even in the case of humans, egg and sperm. Why the difference in size? This is because the female, okay, is non-motile. Okay, Since this female is non-motile, the male, so it is larger in size, okay, and the male one has to, acquire some structures like flagella or something to go and reach the female part. Male is motile. This is the reason also why a female is generally, we'll see that an organism will produce only one egg. Okay, single egg is produced, but there are many sperms or there are many male gametes that are produced, large in number. That is because they are the ones that have to go and they have to transfer themselves. That is, they have to, you know, complete the locomotion and they have to move from there to the female and then start the fertilization process. So what happens is that in this process of locomotion or the movement, most of the male gametes die due to various reasons, and that is why we need a large number so that out of such at least some can fuse with the female. So there is a need of medium through which the male gametes move. Most in organisms which thrive, in oceans and seas, of course, the medium will be water. This movement of the water will also help in the reproduction. That is, it will help the male gametes to reach the females. In algae, bryophytes, petridophytes, the water is the medium. A large number of male gametes, however, fail to reach the female gametes. Okay, so this is why we have a large number of male gametes and a small number of female. This is again very important according to the board exam also and the NEET point of view. Okay, so this is the representation of how it is moved from one organism to the male moves from to the female. Okay. All right. So to compensate this loss of male gametes during the transport, the number of male gametes is several thousand times more than the female gametes. In seed plants, pollen grains are the male gametes and ovule has the egg. Pollen grains, there are many pollens that are produced, but ovule that has the egg is only one. Again, these 2 points are very important and you need to memorize this. It can be asked for as a reasoning question, even as a statement question for objectives, or even just like a normal uh, question where the statement can be stated as such that is it which of the following is correct, and you need to know such points in detail to answer those. So the phase in the organism's life cycle is juvenile phase, metaphase, mitotic phase, meiotic phase. So life cycle, we saw different phases. So the answer has to be juvenile phase. We saw 3 phases under life cycle: juvenile phase, reproductive phase, and the senescence phase. Juvenile is the first one where mostly growth is promoted. Reproductive organs develop and mature in this phase. What is it? It definitely has to be the reproductive phase, which is followed after the juvenile phase. Examples of an annual plant is a very important question: radish, sugar beet, wheat, mango. The answer is wheat. Wheat is an annual plant. It is monocarpic. That means it will flower only once in its lifetime, and it is an annual plant. That means in 1 year it will flower only once. Homogametes are produced by Funaria, Cladophora, Chara, and Zemes. So just remember the green similar structure we saw. Homo means similar. It is also referred as isogametes. Where we saw it? Cladophora. Okay. So thank you. That will be the end of the lecture. But before that, one other point I want to discuss is the post-fertilization events. Okay. So what happens in the post-fertilization events is that, okay, so fertilization we saw. Fertilization is just the syngamy, that is the male and the female will fuse together and form an zygote. What happens after that? The post-fertilization event, what we have to know is that basically the organisms will either be oviparous, okay, either it will be viviparous or it can be ovoviviparous. What is the difference? What happens in oviparous is that they lay eggs. Okay, so they have a calcareous structure. That means the egg has a calcium covered coating under. Okay, so these lay eggs, and in these eggs, this outer covering is for the incubation of the young one, and it will help it to grow and mature in the egg itself. And once the organism is ready, this egg will break open, and the any bird or whatever the organism is, it is born. So the example, just a moment. Yes. So please write down the examples for oviparous is sharks, skates, bony fishes, frog, lizard. Okay, these are the ones that lay eggs. So out of this frog, it actually goes a process like a copulation, but it is actually termed as pseudo copulation. So the female will lay eggs and the male will go and fertilize it. In viviparous, it is mostly seen in mammals, and all the organisms are developed completely inside the womb of the mother or inside the mother. So it has a process where the mother prepares its uterus for this process, and then the organism is matured inside the mother's womb itself. So the mammals like humans are the best example, can be the best example for this. Okay, and even some viviparous have all the mammals, whatever we see, like whale, etc., can be under the viviparous ones. Yes. Now coming to the ovoviviparous. Like I said, now these eggs are incubated. They have eggs, okay, and these eggs are incubated inside the mother's oviduct or uterus. In viviparous, there is no formation of egg. Okay, in viviparous. Viviparous, there is no egg. But in ovoviviparous, we see that there is a formation of egg and it is developing inside the oviduct or the uterus itself. That is ovoviviparous. Okay. And in viviparous and ovoviviparous, and also in oviparous, all the nutrition that this embryo gets is from the external source. By external, in case of viviparous, it can be the placenta of the mother, and in the oviparous, it can be through the leather shell or the calcium shell, and all the external environment, it will be attaining its nutrition. So the embryo always gets nutrition from either the mother, like the external environment. So that is the end of this chapter. Um, Tonight at 9:30, please be on time. We will have a complete discussion about all the objective questions related to it. We will be solving around 100 plus objective questions for this very chapter, and it will be very important from the NEET point of view. And also, once you have do subscribe the channel, please go like my video. It is really motivating. Yesterday was my first class. This is my second. I hope you liked it. You learned something new. Please do like share, subscribe, hit the bell icon. Hello everyone. I hope I'm audible and also you can see the entire screen. Hello Bharat, how are you? ओके सो हम सुबह भी मिले थे तो और कल रात को भी हम मिले थे। ठीक है, तो कल रात हमने पढ़ा था टाइप्स ऑफ रिप्रोडक्शन, रिप्रोडक्शन क्या होती है। देन और उसके बाद पढ़ा था एसेक्सुअल, सेक्सुअल। देन वी स्टडीड व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन इट। ठीक है, फिर यस, एंड दोनों टाइप्स को हमने पूरा कवर किया था। एक सेकंड मैं ओके। So, in asexual type, we studied binary fission, fragmentation, regeneration, and all the processes. Okay, now coming to sexual reproduction, we studied why it is preferred, what are its characteristics, and everything. And we even studied how in sexual reproduction there are different plants like and even different organisms like monoecious, dioecious, even how the hermaphrodites behave, followed by the monocarpic and the polycarpic plants with many examples. So basically in this video, we will be discussing more than 100 objective questions. So the more you solve questions, the better your concepts will be. तो केवल इस एक वीडियो में हम 100 के ऊपर क्वेश्चंस करेंगे एंड इससे पूरी रिवीजन भी हो जाएगी। ठीक है, एंड अब तक तो ये तो फर्स्ट चैप्टर है, अब तक तो आई एम श्योर बहुत लोगों ने चैप्टर पढ़ भी लिया होगा, तो जिन्हें सिर्फ रिवीजन चाहिए वो भी इस वीडियो को अच्छी तरह देख सकते हैं। Let me start by introducing myself. I'm Janani Saptharishi. I'm currently doing my biotechnology. I'm in my third year. So, Unacademy is undoubtedly India's largest learning platform. So, what you'll get in Unacademy? आपको सब कुछ मिल जाएगा यहाँ पे। You'll get live classes, structured courses. By that I mean full syllabus coverage. So if you're opting for NEET, you'll get physics, chemistry, biology, entire syllabus of 11th and 12th. Along with this, you will get live test, quizzes. Sorry, just a moment. Yes. So you'll get live test, quizzes, and unlimited access to all the content. So, live classes happen on a daily basis, and you can join the class of any educator as per your ease and comfort. अब इस लॉकडाउन में और क्या ही चाहिए। ठीक है, so you are on board with the top educators, and it is during this time it is highly recommendable and it is very user friendly. So all you have to do is go to the Play Store, download the Unacademy app and get its subscription. Once that's done, from the Telegram app, download it and type the following URL. This will be given in the description box below. So type the URL and click on the join button. So, yes, you can use the code Janani. By using the code Janani, you can avail a 10% discount. Okay, and I will be teaching class 12 biology on YouTube as well as these special classes. And these, okay, so these are the fee structures. So what I would recommend is if you are in 11th standard, I will highly recommend you the 12-month course, because for an exam like NEET, you at least need 1 year. Okay. And if you just are interested for a crash course, there are plenty of them. You can choose any of the above. So let us start. I can see 36 people have joined. Please do like the video, keep commenting. It really motivates me also. Yes, hello Bharat, good to hear. Hello Arjun, how are you? And yes, subscribe, like, and share the link as much as possible. We'll start with the MCQs from asexual reproduction, that is the very first topic of this unit itself. Many single-celled organisms reproduce by fragmentation, spore formation, budding, बाइनरी फिजन. तो कई बार ऐसा होता है कि हम सिंगल सेल सुन के ही ऐसा एज्यूम कर लेते हैं, हमारे दिमाग में सबसे पहले यही आता है कि एसेक्सुअल रिप्रोडक्शन ही होता है. एंड फिर देखो, एसेक्सुअल रिप्रोडक्शन में इतने सारे टाइप्स होते हैं. तो एसेक्सुअल सबसे पहली बात जो याद रखनी है ये है कि एसेक्सुअल रिप्रोडक्शन मल्टी सेल्यूलर में भी बहुत कॉमन है. ठीक है, ऐसे बहुत ऑर्गेनिजम्स है जो मल्टी सेल्यूलर ऑर्गेन्स जो एसेक्सुअली रिप्रोड्यूस करते हैं. ठीक है, तो सिंगल सेल मतलब जो बहुत प्रिमिटिव है एंड इट इज वेरी बेसिक. सो बेसिकली द सेल विच विल जस्ट split into two. This we have observed in binary fission, binary splitting into two. So the answer is binary fission. Let's move to the next question. Asexual reproduction in protists and monorans. So this is very much linked to the previous questions. Previous question: fragmentation, gamete formation, binary fission, spore formation. Okay, so let us start. Protist monorans are single-celled organisms. Single cell will undergo binary fission. Okay, so these are the types. It is the same topic, but see how many types of question can be formed. And let me tell you, these are memory based questions. So first we'll solve memory based questions, then we'll move to assertion and reasoning questions. That is also very common in the AIMS exam, and followed by we'll even solve the match the following question, which is again very common and a bit confusing sometimes. Moving forward, the examples of Protista and Monera respectively. As I told you in this chapter, there are plenty of examples. I highly recommend you to draw a table and learn. So the options are Euglena and Rhizophorus, bacteria and Euglena, Rhizopus, bacteria, yeast and bacteria. Yes. So the answer is yeast and bacteria. Yeast belong to Protista, and even in the 11th standard, in the very first chapter, we have learned about Monera and Protista. From there also we can relate and solve these questions. Hello, Mr. KZ. Hello. Fungal cell wall is made up of, okay, cutin, chitin, lignin, suberin. So the cell wall here I'm referring to, okay. So the cell wall of the fungus is very much different from that of an animal or an plant cell. We have studied this even in 11th, even again in 12th in this chapter itself. The answer is chitin, okay. Now, conidia are produced by Chlamydomonas, Rhizophus, Penicillium, Mucor. So basically, conidia, we have seen the entire, the diagram. It forms conidiophores and it is present in the tips. The right answer is penicillium. These are all memory-based questions. You should be able to solve these questions within 30 to 45 seconds. And I would say for assertion and reasoning, you can take a bit more time, around 1 minute. But memory-based questions should be solved within 30 seconds. Here we may take more time since I'm discussing the answer along with it. But while solving, it should take less than, I would say, 40 seconds or 30 to 45 seconds. Non-motile alpenospores are produced in an enclosure in Rhizopus, Chlamydomonas, Euglena, Penicillium. It is non-motile. That means non-motile. By that I mean they do not possess a flagella. First thing. And non-motile, the name itself says that it cannot move. Since there is no flagella, it will not move. So the only organism here that is non-motile is Rhizopus. In birophytes and petridophytes, the spores genetically N, 2N, 3N, 4N. Okay, so if we solve this question by elimination, 3N and 4N तो हो ही नहीं सकता, ठीक है? The answer is N because spore is also type of the gamete which they form, birophytes and petridophytes. Okay, and it is very much resistant in unfavorable conditions. Moving forward, vegetative propagule of liverworts are zoospores, fragment of thallus, gemme, option 2 as well as 3. So the answer is yes, fragments of thallus and gemme. So since it is algae fungi, any algae fungi organism, it will always be related to thallus, and we observe gemma formation also, and hence it is 2 and 3. Hello Akhil Shetty, hello Nikita, hello. All right. Birophyllum is multiplied vegetatively by stem branch, leaves, roots, rhizome. So, birophyllum we have seen vegetatively. Okay, vegetatively means what happens is a plant, okay, any plant, when any of the parts like root or the leaves, stems, they will form a protrusion and they will give rise to a new plant. So, a part of one plant giving rise to a completely new plant. It is a type of asexual reproduction only, and for birophyllum, it is done with the help of leaves. Terror of Bengal is a very important question. We had discussed complete 2 to 3 slides about this, along with its disadvantages and why the terror word is called. Okay. Pistia, water hyacinth, agave, aloe. So the answer is water hyacinth. This is a very common question, and it is called terror because, first of all, it grows by vegetative propagation. ठीक है? तो बिकॉज ये वेजिटेटिव प्रोपोगेशन से ग्रो होता है, तो क्या होता है कि बहुत जल्दी अपने आप को मल्टीप्लाई या रिप्रोड्यूस कर सकता है, ठीक है? एंड क्या होता है, जब जैसे ही ये प्लांट रिप्रोड्यूस होता है वाटर में, it will decrease the oxygen content in the water. Hence, the name terror is used. In majority of algae, spores are produced by budding, mitosis, meiosis, amitosis. So the answer is mitosis. See, in the previous question we discussed that the spore always has N. Okay, it is haploid in nature. So the only the even budding is a haploid, will give to an haploid offspring, but here other two are definitely not, and mitosis is a very apt for algae since it is a higher level organism, and when mitosis will always give rise to N gametes. Change the color. Now, these were the questions from asexual reproduction. Now, let's move to sexual reproduction. Till then, let me check the comments. Hello, Cooking with Sumi. Looks like Sumi has a cooking channel. Very talented students here. Plants produced asexually or vegetatively are called clones, pure line, inbred line, hybrid. See, hybrid तो हो ही नहीं सकता, okay, because in asexual reproduction there is no mixing, And we had again and again used the term genetically and morphologically similar. That is very much associated with clones. Male and female gamete formation is called. Another very easy question, ये तो सबको ही आ जाना चाहिए. Sporogenesis, parthenogenesis, gametogenesis, gamete transfer. The name itself is self-explanatory, gametogenesis. Gamete refers to the gametes of the male and the female. Genesis means the process of forming them. Flowers produced once in 12 years is. We discussed this in the morning lecture. Those who are there will surely remember this name, and again very important from the NEET point of view. Okay, let me see the options. Agave, bamboo, strobilanthus, yucca. The answer is strobilanthus. It grows in the foothills of Tamil Nadu, Coimbatore, Munnar, Kerala. Okay, so it has a very pretty blue in color, but it flowers only once in 12 years. So in NCERT, it is given that the last it flowered was 2006. Sorry, yes. But recently it has also flowered in 2018. Okay, so Akhil is saying these questions help in remembering definitions too, ma'am. Yes, sure. Yes, Akhil, it's option 3, right. Moving forward. Which of the following plants is not annual? First of all, let's remember what is an annual plant. Rice, wheat, maize, bamboo. So an annual plant is that will flower only once in a lifetime because it is a monocarpic, and annual refers to the term that it will flower once in a year. Okay, so rice, wheat, maize, bamboo. Okay, it says that which of the following is not an annual plant. Yes. See, that's why you should read the question again. Okay, so not an annual plant is definitely bamboo. Rice, wheat, maize are the best examples for the annual plant. They flower once in a year, and bamboo flowers once in 56 years. These are monocarpic, okay, and bamboo is polycarpic. So rice, wheat, maize, monocarpic, flower once in year. Bamboo flowers once in 56 years, hence making it polycarp. External fertilization occurs in algae, fungi, bryophyte, petridophyte. External means outside the organism, body of the organism. That occurs in algae. Fungi, bryophyte, petridophyte all have their own sexual organs in themselves. Algae is the only one which uses water as the means of external fertilization. Medium required for external fertilization is wind, water, animals, insects. Medium required for external fertilization is water. But see, in case of plants, we can see that even insects can be a part of the fertilization. But since the word external is used, it will be water. Gametophyte phase starts with gamete, spore, zygote, embryo. So there's a whole life cycle, okay, in NCERT as well, which we have to learn. And the start of the gametophyte is the spore. So there are two phases in this, and this is a very important question again from the NEET point of view. And you have to practice such kind of questions from the cycles Okay. Moving forward, bamboo flowers generally after 12 years, 10 to 30 years, 50 to 100 years, 20 to 40 years. I just discussed it. It's a type of perennial type. And the answer for is 56 years. That means 50 to 100 years. Which of the following is not a heterogamy? तो हेटेरोगैमेट तो आज ही हमने ये सब पढ़ा है. तो आइसोगैमेट वो होते हैं जो वेरी सिमिलर लुकिंग टू ईच अदर. हेटेरोगैमेट नाम से ही पता चलता है, हेटेरो डिफरेंट, आइसो सिमिलर. ओके, so which of the following is heterogamete? Funaria. Okay, it's not a heterogamete. All right, sorry. Okay, which of the following is not a heterogamete? Hetero means not similar. Okay. Planaria, trees, cycas, cladophora. So yes, cladophora looks exactly the same, somewhat like this. It is generally green in color. I've drawn it with blue. Okay, and the answer is cladophora. Others all, they generally have an ova which looks very much different than the male part, that is the sperm. But these cladophora have isogamy. Unisexual condition in the fungi. Yes, it is for Nikita. Very good. Keep answering. And do not forget to please like the video. The more the likes, I'll get more motivated. Okay. So, unisexual condition in the fungi is called dioecious, heterothallic, monoecious, homothallic. So, first of all, see, here we can see dioecious is a bisexual condition, eliminated. Hetero, again the word itself says it has two different things or the not same one. Okay, so this is eliminated. Monoecious and homothallic both means literally mean the same. But since here the word fungi is used, that is why whenever the word fungi is used, we will relate it to thalli. Because these thallus, either they have both the female and the male inside it, or they are heterothallic. So here unisexual is mentioned and fungi. So the answer is homothallic. I hope you understood this. These are few points that you should remember, and it will really make it very easy. You somewhat get almost these repeated questions, and when you solve so many questions, it is very easy for you to answer things quickly. Yes. Okay. All right. If any doubts, please let me know in the chat section. I will clear it. Haploid parent produces gametes by. Haploid, by the term I mean half, that is n number. Okay, it will produce gametes by meiosis, amitosis, mitosis, reductional division. So here what we can see is reductional division and meiosis is the same. The answer is mitosis. Okay, what happens is, see, when the parent itself is haploid, okay, so how can the organism be 2n? Okay, yes, it is true that it has to take one from the mother and one from the father, but see, we produce similar kind of offsprings. Okay, it cannot be that your parent has a different set of chromosome and the offspring has a different set of chromosome. That is not possible. And also another hint which we can get is the meiosis and reductional division simply mean the same thing. So the only valid option left is mitosis. The plant body in Monera is haploid, डिप्लॉयड, ट्रिप्लॉयड, पॉलीप्लॉयड। ओके, तो अखिल वापस सुन लो। हैप्लॉयड का मतलब बता रही हूँ। हैप्लॉयड मतलब जिसके पास सिर्फ केवल n गैमेट्स हो और 2n नहीं हो। ओके, 2n मतलब डिप्लॉयड, n मतलब हैप्लॉयड। Monera. Monera is single celled. Okay, it is a very primitive form and hence it is haploid in nature. In diploid organisms, specialized cell undergoing meiosis are called diploid organism. That means having the 2n gametes. Specialized cell undergoing meiosis are meiocytes, mitocyte, gametes, zygote. The answer is gamete. Sorry, meiocytes. Meiocytes refer to the specialized cell which will undergo meiosis. Okay. See, gametes are basically the haploid form. Okay, this is eliminated. Zygote is diploid. Okay, but it is formed by the process of fusion of these gametes. Okay, and zygote will never undergo meiosis. Alright, so it is the meiocytes that undergo meiosis. Self explanatory by the name itself. Okay, very good, Akhil. At the end of meiosis, only one set of chromosome is incorporated into end of the meiosis. Okay, zygote, embryo, endosperm, gamete. So meiosis, we had discussed meiosis. There are first it will go undergo meiosis one, where the chromosome, both the chromosome overlap each other. They exchange the genetic material, and then what happens is they undergo meiosis two. Meiosis two is nothing but mitosis itself. So the end product is the gamete. Water is not essential for the movement of gamete in algae, bryophyta, petridophyta, angiosperms. See, angiosperms refers to plants. Plants do not live in water. Matlab, see, those plants which are have like there are underwater plants, I know, and these are all actually the terms for it. Algae, bryophyta, petridophyta, we can all find these in water, but angiosperms we can never find in water. Okay, angiosperms means any plant or tree, whatever you see on the land is the angiosperms. In seed, plants carrier of male gametes are pollen grains, stamens, water, wind. Very obvious question. The word carrier will itself tell you that it is pollen grains. Pollen grains is the one that will be transferred from the anther to the stigma for reproduction or for fruiting. Product of syngamy is syngamy, very much similar to fertilization. It means fusion of the male and the female gamete. So once the male and the female gamete is fused, what is formed? Zygote, embryo, endosperm, perisperm. पेरिस्पर्म एंड एंडोस्पर्म तो नहीं हो सकता. सिनगैमी होता है सिर्फ सेक्सुअल रिप्रोडक्शन में गैमीट फ्यूजन को, तो वो होता है जाइगोट. एंड एम्ब्रियो इज नॉट एन आंसर बिकॉज when it is formed and the zygote develops in the mother's womb or even in the egg, then it is called embryo, the young one. Okay, that is known as embryo. Just after the fusion, what is formed is the zygote, and zygote will develop into the embryo. In algae and fungi with haplontic life cycle, gametes are formed by mitosis, meiosis, reductional division 2 and 3. See, meiosis and reduction division is the same. Moreover, the term gametes is highlighted. So, okay, and gametes is always half the number. Okay, it is n. So the only term left is mitosis, which mitosis will always give rise to gametes, because gametes are always N. It see, it is haploid, it is N, and therefore mitosis. Every sexually reproducing organism begins life cycle as a single cell called embryo, zygote, endosperm, propagule. Just now I discussed that single cell it is. So that means after the fusion. Okay. Now some people get confused that zygote तो mother and father के gamete से maternal and paternal gamete से बना है, and but see, single cell, by that I mean it has fused into one cell. That is what is the zygote. Okay, both the materials fusing into one, hence it is zygote. Embryo, again as I told you, propagule तो हो नहीं सकता, propagule तो asexual reproduction में आता है. एंडोस्पर्म में तो ये तो एंजियोस्पर्म से रिलेटेड है. ठीक है. Zygote develops into embryo by mitosis, meiosis, amitosis, asexual reproduction. Zygote will develop into embryo by mitosis. See, because the zygote is 2n and the so what happens is n number from the mother and n number from the father. These both will contribute in the making of the zygote. Okay, and then it will develop into the embryo. Hence, this genetic material is retained, and mitosis is the most correct, appropriate answer for this. Fruit wall is called pericarp, testa, tegmen, mericarp. This is an all 11th standard question, so you should be very familiar with this. Fruit wall is called as pericarp, the outer covering of the fruit. Pollination in dioecious plant is. Hello Vaishnavi Rajput. Hello. Okay. For what, Vaishnavi, you are asking why? Xenogamy, hypnogamy, pleistogamy, autogamy. So since dioecious plants is mentioned, okay, dioecious means male and female. Okay, in different plants there it is present. Okay, so male अलग plant में है, female अलग plant में, ठीक है, and फिर ये दोनों pollinate करते हैं. Okay, so ये autogamy तो हो ही नहीं सकता, because autogamy means in the single plant itself. So xenogamy is the best example for pollination in dioecious plant. Dioecious means male and reproductive parts are they are basically two different plants. One will bear the male and one will bear the female, and generally cross pollination occurs between them. Sometimes fruits are formed without fertilization, called parthenogenesis, parthenocarpy, polyembryony, apomixis. So without fertilization, okay, and more importantly, see, even parthenogenesis is the one that is formed without fertilization. Many people get confused. See, parthenogenesis is related to an organism, because the term carp is used here. It will refer to a flower or a fruit, and that is why parthenocarpy. So similarly, parthenogenesis is the ones that we have studied with the example of honeybee. What happens is, see, without the N ones will give rise to the N. Okay, it is a rare case, that is the drone bee. This is parthenocarpy. Okay. Male sex organ in a flower is pistil, gynoecium, stamen, pedicel. Male, again it is specified, okay, and sex organ, that is stamen. It is the one which will also help in pollination. That is why it is known as the sex organ. The embryo sac formation is preceded by mitosis, Equational division, amitosis, meiosis. The answer is meiosis. Embryo sac division, if you all have forgotten, we will discuss it in detail in the coming chapter. That is, I will be starting from tomorrow, sexual reproduction in flowering parts. In that, all these concepts which I am saying that we have covered in that, we'll be touching upon it and it will be clear. Pollen grain germinates on style, ovary, stigma, ovule. So pollen grain is basically a part of the male one. So here from this we get a hint that it has to germinate. Okay, it's a male part. So and hence it will germinate in the stigma. Product of syngamy develops into, again a very similar type of question we solved. Syngamy, fusion of gametes, it will lead to zygote and it will develop into embryo. See, since the word develop here is used, if it was like a question, product of syngamy forms dash, it is zygote. Product of syngamy, okay, here zygote is formed. Now zygote develops into an embryo. I hope this is very clear. Product of triple fusion develops into, another very easy and very important topic, triple fusion. PN, embryo, endosperm, perisperm. The answer is endosperm. Which one provides the nourishment to the developing embryo? Endosperm, perisperm, nucellus, tapetum. The answer is endosperm. Endosperm is the region which will always provide the nourishment to the developing embryo. Hello, Mantesh Mahajan. Hello, how are you? Yes, Vaishnavi, you are right. Yes, Partheno Karpi also, you are right. Very good. Fine. The dominant phase in the life cycle of angiosperms is diplophase, haplophase, in dicots, diplophase, and monocots, haplophase. See, the dominant means the more, which is, dominating itself and which is more prominent. It is the diplophase. Initial cell of a sporophyte is very easy. Initial cell I have mentioned. So initial cell of the sporophyte cycle. Please don't mark it as spore. Okay. The initial cell is the zygote. Zoospores and chlamydomonas are. Zoospores, you remember we had discussed, it's motile, it has a flagella, that is what is called the zoospores. Meiospores, swarm spores, non-motile spores, this is the eliminated aplanospores. Since I'm using the word zoospores, it is most related to the swarm spores, which is especially found in chlamydomonas. This is a vital link that ensures continuity of species between sexually reproducing organisms of one generation and the next generation. Gametes, spore mother cell, zygote, all of these. The answer is zygote. See, gametes it cannot be, because there are many, we have seen examples that, a parent may form gametes but not undergo sexual reproduction. So once there is no sexual reproduction, then or asexual reproduction, any reproduction, then there is the point of continuity itself is not valid. Okay, it cannot continue its generation. So gametes is gone, and all of these, the option is also eliminated. Coming to the spore mother cell. Spore mother cell in no way will lead to further reproduction of the organism. Okay, so the only part that is, the point that is very much important here, it is a line taken as it is from NCERT. All right, you need to remember this, very important. The answer is zygote, because again and again I'm repeating the same thing. It is the fusion formed from the fusion of gametes. In plants with this type of life cycle, zygote divides by meiosis. Diplontic, haplodiplontic, diplobiontic, haplontic. So the answer here, see, I highlighted term is meiosis. Okay, so meiosis will occur in the haplontic cycle. Okay. See, if the cycle part is not clear, it won't be completely clear because in previous videos also we have not gone into the details of these. Okay, so some questions you may find difficult here, especially with the haplodiplontic cycles and all this stuff. So tomorrow, both the lectures, the morning and the evening one, I will take it only on the sexual reproduction in the flowering plants. In that, everything would be clear. ओके सो प्लांट्स में कौन सा रिप्रोडक्शन होता है? तो प्लांट्स जनरली अगर हम बात करें एंजियोस्पर्म्स की, तो क्या होता है कि पहले वो फ्लावर करते हैं, फिर वो फ्रूट करते हैं, एंड ये होता है पॉलिनेशन की मदद से. ठीक है, तो ये दोनों ही फॉलो करते हैं, ए सेक्शुअल हो या सेक्शुअल. तो ए सेक्शुअल मैं इसीलिए कह रही हूँ क्योंकि देखिए, अगर एक ही प्लांट में कभी कभी सेल्फ पॉलिनेशन भी होता है. सेल्फ पॉलिनेशन मतलब का उसी पार्ट में जैसे एक प्लांट के दो फ्लावर्स है. ठीक है, तो एक फ्लावर का पोलन ग्रेन दूसरे इसको फेवर कर रहा है रिप्रोडक्शन के लिए. तो ये ए सेक्शुअल हुआ क्योंकि एक ही प्लांट में जब भी वो हो रहा है, मतलब उसका जेनेटिक कंटेंट पूरा का पूरा सेम है. ठीक है, तो ये हुआ ए सेक्शुअल. एंड अगर क्रॉस पॉलिनेशन हो रहा है, मतलब एक प्लांट से दूसरे प्लांट में जा रहा है, तो डेफिनेटली जेनेटिक मिक्सिंग अप हो रहा है. तो ये हुआ सेक्शुअल रिप्रोडक्शन. तो ये दोनों टाइप से होता है. I hope, Mahesh, your doubt is clear. Bryophytes exhibit external fertilization, internal fertilization, both one and two, one or two. One or two का तो option हो ही नहीं सकता. The answer is internal fertilization. We have seen that bryophytes, what happens is they possess both. They possess the sexual organisms inside them, and they are capable of fertilizing it inside their body itself, and hence internal fertilization. Okay, embryo sac is to ovule as dash is to anther, stamen, filament, pollen grain, androecium. Just look at the question. Embryo sac, ovule, the female. Okay. So similarly, there should be and anther is male. So the word that will connect it. So embryo sac in the ovule, and whatever the term most, you have to find the term most relevant in the male part, that is to the anther, which is somewhat similar to the embryo sac, that is the pollen grain. Okay, the pollen grain is the one which will help in reproduction. It will move from the anther to the stigma. Okay, moving forward. The term clone cannot be applied to offspring formed by sexual reproduction because we are seeing the definition of clones. It should be very easy for you. Okay, clones means morphologically and genetically similar. So let me see the options. Offspring do not possess exact copies of the parent DNA. Okay, DNA of only one parent is copied and passed to the offspring. No, the DNA of the parent and the offsprings are completely different. No, it cannot be different. If it is different, then clone cannot be formed. Okay, sorry. Offsprings are formed at different times. Okay, so the see different time का तो लेना देना कुछ यहाँ पे क्वेश्चन से है नहीं. ठीक है, different तो हो नहीं सकता. And DNA of only one parent is not passed. For any reproduction, we need a parent. Okay, and if there are two parent, even if undergoes sorry, one parent, if it is passed and into the offspring, again it does not match with the word clone. The exact answer is that offspring do not possess the exact copies of the uh, parental DNA. ठीक है? आगे और बहुत टाइप के ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं मंतेश, वेट करो, वी हैव 120 क्वेश्चंस. ठीक है? Clear cut vegetative, reproductive, and the senescent phases shown in annuals, biennials, perennial, none of these. So vegetative ये तो phases है, ठीक है? तो vegetative, reproductive, vegetative refers to the juvenile phase, मतलब growth phase, फिर आता है reproductive phase, फिर आता है senescent phase. ये शो होता है पेरिनियल में, ये नहीं शो होता है पेरिनियल में. ठीक है? बिकॉज व्हाट हैपेंस इज perennial plants take so much time to reproduce. Like the example is bamboo. Bamboo literally takes 56 years to reproduce. All right. So that is why it may happen that it can die, or the later senescence phase is not shown enough. Okay. So annuals में जैसे 1 year का होता है, तो 1 year में वो vegetate grow भी कर जाता है, reproduce भी हो जाता है, and then the senescence, that is the old age or death also happens. यस मंतेश, और राइट, सेक्सुअल रिप्रोडक्शन में दोनों ही करते हैं. उस ऑप्शन में कैन नॉट पूछा था, इसीलिए उसको एलिमिनेट करना था. ठीक है? एंड यस, इस देखो, ये सिर्फ फर्स्ट रिप्रोडक्शन ऑर्गेनिज्म के बारे में हम डिस्कस करें. इसमें बहुत सारा बॉटनी का प्लांट्स है, जनरली इन्हीं एग्जांपल्स को लेके क्वेश्चन बनाए जाते हैं. अदर देन द प्लांटिंग, वी ओनली व्हाट इज लेफ्ट इज asexual and sexual reproduction. For I guess he told me that it is more about plant. Yes, I do agree. And the later human reproduction will be covered in the later weeks. Okay, this I'm doing it for the chapter 1 NCERT. Specialized branch bearing the female sex organ in Marcantia is called archegoniophore, anthridiophore, sporangiophore, none of these. Female sex organ. Female sex organ means the archegoniophore. Clearly, okay. Sporangiophore तो हो नहीं सकता, anthridiophore refers to the male sex organ. Okay, so the only option left is archegoniophore. Yes, Mantesh, you are right. Very good. It is the bamboo one. Reproductive spores produced on specialized sporangiospores or the conidiospores in penicillium are zoospores, conidia, sporangia, basidocarp. From the name itself, conidiospores will refer to conidia. It is, you have seen the diagram it had produced. In the tips of it, there are many spores coming out. That is the conidiospore. Cell division is a self mode of reproduction in. I want all of you to try this. Very important, and a very important question, and it is a different type of question. So yes, you have to find the most appropriate option. Cell division itself. See, cell division mode of reproduction. इससे क्या होता है, मतलब cell division मतलब ये रेफर करता है माइटोसिस. तो इन चारों में से कौन से है जो सिर्फ माइटोसिस से होते हैं? वायरस तो हो ही नहीं सकता. ठीक है? फिर बचते हैं प्रोटिस्ट, यूग्लिना, मोनेरिन्स. एंड माइटोसिस अभी किस में देखा जाता है? एसेक्सुअल रिप्रोडक्शन में. So now just relate it that what all causes asexual reproduction, and the answer is yes, we eliminated one. All these three undergo asexual reproduction. It is 1, 2 and 3. So asexual reproduction में क्या होता है कि उससे माइटोसिस से होता है. So what happens is it is whatever the offspring is, it is always haploid in nature. Okay, there is no fusion of gametes. No fusion of gametes. And hence, whatever the offspring is formed, it is completely similar morphologically and genetically to the parent. There is no variation, no fusion. Okay, I hope it is clear now. Asexual spores formed in bread mold are motile, non-motile, zoospores, both 2 and 3. I'm referring to the asexual spores, okay, found in the bread mold. It is rhizophus. I'll just tell you the answer, and rhizophus is non-motile. In birophytes, spores produced are dash in nature which germinate to produce dash. So in birophytes, they produce haploid spores definitely, and in nature which germinate to produce B. And these haploid spores will germinate and produce gametophytes. Okay, thank you Vaishnavi for responding. Oogonium and antheridium are sex organ found in Marcantia, Rhizopus, Cara, males. Oogonium, female, antheridium, the male. They are found in Cara. Alright. Gametes of Cladophora are biflagellate with unequal flagella, isogametes, equal flagella. Okay, so first of all, let us remember where did we see Cladophora. Okay, again I'm showing you. Cladophora is which looks somewhat like this. Okay, so basically here also you have to select whatever is right, and appropriately you have to select the option 1, 2, 3 or 4. Okay, so the answer is just a moment. Yes. So we had seen that cladophora looks something like this. Okay. Answer is 1. See, it has flagella I've drawn here. It is a form of isogametes. Iso means similar looking. Okay. So both the male and the male and the female gametes are very much or completely similar. They have flagella, I've drawn here, and they have two biflaginate isogametes हो गया. तो अभी अगर isogametes है तो मतलब flagella भी equal होगा, because I'm saying isogametes means similar. So because they are similar, they will have equal flagella. So this is wrong, बिकॉज आइसोगैमेट में तो कुछ अनइक्वल या डिसिमिलर हो ही नहीं सकता. ठीक है, तो दिस थ्री आर दी राइट आंसर्स. Haploid plant body is not visible in gymnosperms, birophytes, fungi, algae. I am referring to the term haploid, and that is not visible in gymnosperms. Okay. Water is the medium for gamete transfer in algae, pyrophytes, petridophytes, all of these. I'm again stressing on the point water. Water means it basically refers to all the plants that will grow underwater or any organism, and it will use water. See, you need to have gamete transfer. What happens is male is formed in one organism. The male gamete is produced by one organism and the female is produced by one another. अभी इन दोनों को मिलाना तो है ना, तो क्या होता है कि it is always the male that will come or travel to the female gamete. So who causes this transfer? It is the water. And in this question, algae, birophytes, petridophytes, all of this is found in water, and hence all of the fourth one is the appropriate one. Fertilization in papaya plant is another very important question. It is a memory based question, but I hope this is clear. I taught it in the morning. External, as the plant is dioecious. Internal, between two gametes form antheridium and archegonium. Internal, between different individuals of the opposite sex, between two motile gametes. It is internal between two individuals of the opposite sex. What happens is papaya में कैसा था कि जो गैमेट मेल प्रोड्यूस करता है उसका एक अलग ट्री होता है, एंड फीमेल का जो फीमेल प्रोड्यूस करता है उसका अलग ट्री होता है. तो इसमें हुआ ऑपोजिट सेक्स, बट ये इंटरनली फर्टिलाइज होता है. ठीक है, बट डिफरेंट इंडिविजुअल हो गया. आई होप दिस इज क्लियर. what happens is the male, this thing will come to the female, and then inside the female itself it will get fertilized. So internal, and because two different individual. Yes, Vaishnavi, you're very right. It is option 3. Monoecious flowering plant is Cocos, Carica, Cladophora, Chara. ओके, सो क्लैडोफोरा तो नहीं हो सकता है, बट फ्लावरिंग प्लांट नहीं है वो, ठीक है, एंड वो आइसोगैमीट है. तो मोनोशियस टर्म मीन्स एक सिंगल, in a single flowering plant. See, Cara, Cladophora, these are not flowering plants. So ये option ऐसे ही चला जाता है. But let me explain what is monoecious. Monoecious means in a single plant, it will bear the male as well as the female reproductive organs. Okay, clear? Dioecious liverwort is Cara, papaya, maize, marcantia. Dioecious means one plant will have one sexual organ, that is, one will have male, one will have female, that is dioecious. Now, a liverwort here, very important. Liverwort refers to the fungi, and that is marcantia. All right. Conidia are produced by Penicillium, Chlamydomonas, Rhizophus, and Petrus. So the answer is Penicillium. Penicillium will always produce conidia through conidiospores. It is very basic, and you have learned it in 11th also. Strobilanthus kunthinia plant flowers only once after dash. See how many questions are asked related to this flower, that is Strobilanthus kunthinia. It is a very important term, even from the board exam point of view and from the NEET point of view. Okay, so what this flower only once after 12 years with blue color petals. See, the entire stretch I again told you of the southern valleys are covered with these blue flowers, blue purple color. Okay, and that is why the most appropriate is fourth option. Which of the following statement about Panchan Maheshwari? We've discussed the session while discussing about the pioneer of Indian botany. He has, he's so renowned, and even when you open your NCERT, this is you can see an article about Panchan Maheshwari, a small paragraph in the very first page itself. So I think I've given the hint. Eminent taxologist working on extra ovarian pollination, landmark research on tissue culture, emphasis on artificial culture of mature embryos. So basically, Panchan Maheshwari has worked on the plant embryos, and he has contributed a lot to the tissue culture, plant tissue culture methods, and he is one of the most renowned botanist from that India has produced. Choose the correct statement. Budding in yeast is a form of sexual reproduction. No, it is not. Budding is a very common type of asexual. Unequal division of yeast cell produces buds internally. Chains of buds form asexual reproductive structures in yeast. Progeny formed by bud do not morphologically resemble the parents in all possible ways. It cannot be possible. The fourth option is not possible because I already told that it is asexual, and asexual means it has to be morphologically and genetically similar. So the correct statement is that chains of buds are formed. See, I'll just represent you. Budding is somewhat like this. This is my yeast cell. What will happen is that a bud will form here. Okay, mitosis will happen. This will cause mitosis here, and once this is developed enough, it will fragment, and we can see that from here another bud will be formed. It will form chains of budding, but in the end everything will fragment off. Okay, so there are more than 120 questions here. It is 1 hour. In another half an hour we should be able to complete the session. Asexual spores remain enclosed in a sporangium until dehiscence in Rhizophus, Penicillium, Petridophytes, that is ferns 1 and 3. See, asexual spores. That means Rhizophus found in the bread mold, that is correct. It is a type of spore. It is asexual in nature also. And the other option is Petridophytes, that is the ferns. Sac fungus in Penicillium is similar to Rhizophus in all except mode of nutrition, cell wall composition, ploidy of hyphae, production of spores. The correct answer is production of spores. So sac fungus like Penicillium is similar to Rhizophus. Like see, Rhizophus has the ability of producing spores, but Penicillium and all Penicillium produces conidia. Okay, that is the difference. Both are fungus, so here see both are fungus, so the mode of nutrition and cell wall composition now has to be same. So the only thing that is different is the production of spores. Find the incorrect statement. Okay, incorrect. Fragmentation is commonly seen in mushrooms, molds, conidial algae, riverworts. Let's see the next. Most algae and fungi switch to sexual reproduction during adverse conditions. Spore is the initial cell wall of the gametophyte generation. The vegetative propagules in Pistia are terrestrial of offsets. This is a wrong statement. Okay, the vegetative propagule of Pistia are not terrestrial offsets. All right. Find the incorrect statement regarding fucus, rockweed, which is also very commonly called. Gametes are formed by meiosis, diplobiotic life cycle, brown algae with dominant diplophase, external fertilization in seawater. Again, incorrect statement, that is diplontic life cycle. Fucus does not undergo diplobiotic life cycle. See, gametes are formed by meiosis. Yes, of course. Brown algae fucus is very commonly known as the brown algae, and it has dominant diplophase. Okay, and since it lives in water, it has to survive in पहले पढ़ चुके हैं. Yes, right. The motile spores among the following are A. Planospores, A. Sporangiospores, zoospores, conidiospores. Please remember, zoospores are the ones that have flagella and hence they are motile. Chromosome number in meiocyte of a plant, chromosome number in the gamete B are formed in 1:1 ratio. Find out A, B plants. I want you all to give this a try. So A is potato rice. So see, meiocyte, I'm sure you'll be knowing that, of A plant. Okay. And the chromosome number in B. They are both have the same composition, 1:1 ratio. Maize and rice, apple and onion, rice and potato. The right answer to it is rice and potato. Okay, clear? The male gametes of rice plant have 12 chromosomes in their nucleus. The chromosome number with the female gamete, zygote, and the cells of these seedling will be respectively. Hello, Deepak Megwal. Yes, you are right. It is zoospores. Very good, Vaishnavi. Let me explain this question now. See, it is given male gametes have 12, okay, in their nucleus. The chromosome number in the female gamete, मेल में 12 है तो फीमेल में भी 12 ही होगा. क्रोमोसोम नंबर तो चेंज नहीं होगा. ठीक है, तो 12 आ गया हमारे पास. फिर आया जाइगोट. जाइगोट मतलब फ्यूजन के साथ बनता है. ठीक है, तो जाइगोट मतलब एन फ्यूज टुगेदर. that will give to 24. Matlab 12 from here, 12 from here. So this also we got as 24. Now, zygote of the cells हो गया. Cells of the seedling. Seedling is nothing but what will develop from the zygote. ये zygote है, ये develop होगा और seedling बनेगा. ठीक है, तो सीडलिंग में भी 24 ही होगा क्योंकि अभी एक बार हो गया ना फ्यूजन, तो इसके बाद से सब माइटोसिस ही होगा. माइटोसिस मींस इट विल रिटेन द नंबर. ओके, सो इट इज 12, 24, 24. Okay, the number of chromosome in the shoot tip of the cells of a maize plant is 20. Okay, shoot tip of the maize plant. The number of chromosomes in microspore mother cells of the same plant will be. Let me see if you can answer this. The answer is very easy. It is 20. See, अगर chromosomes में 20 है, so the number of chromosomes in microspore mother cells will also be the same, because it's the same plant, it is the same cells, it has to be the same number, that is 20. The ratio of gametophytes and sporophytes in Carica papaya is 2:1, 1:2, 1:1, 3:2. So the ratio of the gametophytes and the sporophytes is always the same, and hence it is 1:1. Vegetative propagules of higher plants are runner, stolon, stem tuber, bulb, bulbil, reproductive leaves. Okay. So vegetative propagules, I hope you remember this term. It is a type of, it comes under the type of asexual reproduction. And the correct answer to this, it is referred to as higher plants. So like, let me give an example, a hint also, that stem tuber commonly found in potato, bulb found in onion, garlic. So the answer is everything here actually. Runner is a grass, okay. Bulb, onion, potato, stem tuber refers to, bulb is onion and garlic, stem tuber is potato, and so on. So everything here is right. Heterosporous condition. ठीक है वैष्णवी, तुम चली जाओ, कल सुबह आ जाना फिर क्लास में. 11:30 को होगा, 1 आवर का ही होगा वो. एंड कल रात को वापस हम सेक्सुअल रिप्रोडक्शन इन फ्लावरिंग प्लांट्स पढ़ेंगे. ठीक है, तो heterosporous condition is found in all members of the following plant groups: angiosperms, gymnosperms, petridophytes, birophytes. Okay, heterosporous means different type of spores. Male and the female are very different from each other. So where are these formed? Angiosperm, gymnosperm, petridophytes, birophytes. Since okay, so I've told you what is heterosporous, and it is very common in angiosperms. That means all the plants, whatever we can see, and gymnosperms, of course. Gymnosperms always have a heterosporous heterogametes. Okay, thank you so much, Vaishnavi. Which plants show clear-cut vegetative and reproductive phases? Okay, annuals, biennials, perennials. See, phases, again let me tell you: vegetative, reproductive, senescence. Vegetative मतलब juvenile यानी कि growth phase. Reproductive जहाँ पे reproductive organs mature होते हैं. तो ये हमें किस में देखने नहीं मिलता. Similar question very much we have solved. It is annuals and biennials will show vegetative reproductive phase clearly. So what happens in annuals is that in 1 year it will flower, means it will grow, then it will flower, it will fruit, and it will die. Okay, this sorry, okay, it will die. Okay, this is in the case of annual ones. It will take 1 complete year. In biennial, what happens is it will take, see, this is 1 year, don't get confused. It will take 2 years. What happens in biennial is that in the first year it will fruit. So in first year it will flower in the first year. In first year it will flower, and in the second year it will fruit. Okay, but in perennials it takes very long. Okay, and hence it does not show clear-cut face. Gametophytes of angiosperms are dimorphic, independent, free-living, reduced. Okay, so the answer to this is gametophytes. I have mentioned gametophytes मतलब dimorphic तो पक्का होंगे. Okay, and it is also reduced. See, gametes are always in N haploid condition, and haploid condition refers to reduced condition. Heterogametes are produced by Funaria, Petrus, Cycus. So heterogametes means two different. Okay, again I'm repeating. So it is found in Funaria, Petrus, Cycus. All the three are heterogametes. All right, let's move forward. I guess more there will be 20 questions around, and we should cover it very fast. Dioecious plants among the following are Markentia, date palm, papaya. Dioecious, again, male and female gametes from different plants. So it will be all. Markentia is also dioecious, date palm again, and papaya. So we have discussed now only. Okay, monoecious plants among the following: Cara, Zimes, coconut. It is again the option all the three. Cara is monoecious, Zimes is monoecious, coconut, and if we have seen even cucumber is monoecious. Okay, so this is how by solving questions we also get to revise all the examples. Haploid plant body is found in several organisms belonging to haploid, okay, Monera, fungi, algae, birophytes, petridophytes. This should be really easy for you. Okay, till now you should be very familiar. We have discussed n number of times what is haploid and what is diploid. So, okay. So the answer is again all of the above. All of them are haploid plant bodies. In angiospermic plant body, haploid cells are formed in anther, female gametophyte, leaf, root. The correct answer is see again the mention of haploid cells. Haploid cells will be only found in the anther and the female gametophyte. Gametophyte term आ गया मतलब haploid तो है ही. And anther is the male reproductive plant and it will form the male gamete. That is why it will also contain haploid cells. Dioecious plants among the following are cucurbita, date palm, coconut, papaya. For this, the answer is 2 and 4. That is date palm and papaya. Cucurbita and coconut are very prominent examples of monoecious plants. Select the correct combination. Agave americana, century plant flowering after 50 to 100 years. No, agave फ्लावर होता है 10 to 30 years के अंदर. Strobilanthes निरलकुंजी फ्लावर्स once in 12 years. यस हमने बहुत बार डिस्कस किया, यही है, ये करेक्ट है. वाटर हायसिंथ को टेरर ऑफ बंगाल भी कहते हैं. टेरर ऑफ बंगाल इसीलिए कहते हैं क्योंकि वो ऑक्सीजन को ड्रेन कर देता है. So 2 is correct, 3 is correct. Bambusa flowers after 10 to 30 years is not correct. It takes 50 to 100 years. So see, the agave and the bamboo के जो लाइफ स्पैन है उसको इंटरचेंज कर दिया है इस क्वेश्चन में, तो आपको कंफ्यूज नहीं होना है बिल्कुल. Sequence of events in sexual reproduction is fertilization, post-fertilization, pre-fertilization. So the sequence of events is first there will be pre-fertilization, followed by fertilization, then the post-fertilization. Very easy. Select the correct statement. Development of an embryo from an unfertilized female is called parthenogenesis. In all seed plants, motile male gametes are carried into the female gamete by pollen tubes. Okay. In this, the correct statement from here only I can see that the first statement is very much correct. Development of an embryo from an unfertilized female is called parthenogenesis. You can see this in the case of honeybees. Select the wrong pair. Cladophora, isogametes, liverwort, gemme, penicillium, conidia. The answer is wrong pair. Cycles में homogametes नहीं होता है बिल्कुल. Incorrect statement. Zygote is the first form gametophytic stage in sexually reproducing organism. Zygote is always diploid in nature. Zygote is formed in sexually reproducing organism. Zygote is first formed sporophyte stage in sexually reproducing organism. So हमें incorrect center choose करना है. So zygote is first formed when the gametocytic is not right. Zygote is not formed first in the gametophytic stage. That too in sexually reproducing organisms. Arrange the following plants in the ascending order with respect to their lifespan. Dicot tree with prop roots, aquatic plant and smallest angiosperm, plants with conical tuber roots. So, and we can see herbaceous plants with rhizosome and seedless berries due to natural parthenocarpy. Here, the answer is you have to following the ascending order of their lifespans. ठीक है, तो कोनिकल, ओके, तो डाइकॉट ट्री, डाइकॉट बोल दिया तो इसका तो ज्यादा ही होगा, सबसे ज्यादा इसी का होगा, तो ये एंड में आ गया. ठीक है. प्लांट विथ कोनिकल ट्यूबरस रूट्स, herbaceous plant with rhizome and seedless berries due to parthenocarpy. Okay, and yes, so see here, पहले सबसे पहले तो ascending में आना है, तो ये तो लास्ट हो ही गया हमारा. ठीक है, so one is last. And what we can see is aquatic plants with the small and smallest angiosperm. This, from this we can see that, see, since it is aquatic, moreover the term smallest angiosperm is given. Okay, so it is this which will have a very short lifespan. Okay, hence first will be option 2, followed by it will be the one with the tuberous roots. Again, it is the asexual reproduction ones. Okay, so asexual reproduction, it has to, asexual reproduction generally have a smaller lifespan. So therefore it is 3. And the one from parthenocarpy, yes, due to natural parthenocarpy, plant with ribose and seedless berries. Okay, they are all a part of angiosperms only, not dicots but angiosperms, and they also live for a fair period of time. So this should be the correct order. Well, okay, now coming to the assertion reasoning questions. Vegetative reproduction is also a type of asexual reproduction. Two parents are not involved in the formation of vegetative propagules. Now, what you have to do is you have to read both these statements, and you have to make an assertion of it is true or correct or incorrect, and you even have to state whether it is the correct explanation or the wrong. Okay, so vegetative reproduction is a type of asexual, very much correct. And since two parents are not involved in the formation of vegetative propagules, it is asexual reproduction. It is the exact explanation for the first statement. In majority of terrestrial plants like bryophytes, petridophytes, gymnosperms, internal fertilization occurs. In these plants, syngamy occurs inside the body. See, it, yes, both the statements are true. We have discussed previously only that both these statements, and syngamy occurs inside the body, definitely. So the reason is correct, assertion has to be correct, and yes, since it occurs inside the body, there is internal fertilization. So it is option 1. Gametes of cladophora are homogametes. In cladophora, the two fusing gametes are so similar in appearance. Homogametes है तो similar looking ही है, तो इसका आंसर भी है A. Each of the cells of the embryo sac is haploid. The embryo sac formation is preceded by meiosis. Very much true. Meiosis होता है, इसीलिए reductional division है, इसलिए haploid आता है. ठीक है. I'm going a bit fast because it gets very tiresome, and I wanted to complete the entire unit in the form of an MCQ. So I hope this helps, and this will definitely, it will clear all the pointers in your mind. Markantia and papaya are dioecious plants. what happens is in Markantia and papaya, male and female are developed on the same plant. No, it is dioecious, means it has to be on different plant bodies. Okay, it cannot be on the same plant. Hence, but this statement is true that Markantia or papaya are dioecious. So we'll go with the option 3. A is true, but the reason is false. Kara is a monoecious plant. In Kara, male and female are developed on the same plant. Very much correct. It is the correct explanation also. Same plant we mentioned where, monoecious we mentioned where. It is option 1. In rockweed we saw brown algae, fucus. The life cycle is diplontic. In life cycle of rockweed, gametes are the only haploid structure. Yes, again, very much correct, both of them, and the explanation is also there. Vivipary is found in mangroves. In mangroves, the seeds germinate while still attached to the mother plant. Okay. So vivipary is basically when vivipary is anything mostly found in mammals. In plants also. What happens is whatever is the offspring, it will the zygote and the embryo will develop in the mother itself. That is called as the term viviparous, and hence it is the option 1. It is the both are correct and it is the correct explanation. Moving forward, in bisexual self-fertilization plants, bees transfer pollen grains to the stigma very easily. Okay, just let me check. All right. Sorry. Yes. Anthers and stigma are located close to each other in the flowering plants. Okay. So we have seen that in bisexual self-fertilization P, what happens is that, yes. So bisexual means the male and the female is in one plant itself. So what happens is that in P, there is a closed structure. Okay. So, and it has both the gametes. So it is forced to reproduce. It's forced to cause self-pollination and cause the fruiting or the reproduction. So this is completely true. Anthers and stigma are located close to each other. See, अभी bisexual है तो वो close ही होगा, इसीलिए तो वैसे reproduce हो रहा है. So that is the correct assertion and the reason with the explanation. In most aquatic organisms, such as majority of algae, external fertilization occurs. Okay, in this organism, syngamy occurs in water. Exactly, very true, and also the exact explanation. Reproduction is a biological process in which organisms give rise to young ones similar to itself. Completely correct statement. Reproduction increases population and maintains continuity of species. Yes, reproduction of fundamental characteristics, and it is performed to maintain continuity. Fertilization in angiosperm is called double fertilization. In angiosperms, two polar nuclei are fused together to form a secondary nucleus, and secondary male gamete, yes, the secondary male gamete fuses with the secondary nucleus. So again, in this, it is both are true, okay? But the second statement, that is, see, these two polar nuclei fuse to form secondary nucleus, it is very correct, but it is not an explanation for in relation with the double fertilization. All right, so hence it is option B. There is no natural death in single-celled organism. We had mentioned upon single-celled organisms are immortal because the entire genetic material from the mother to the plant cell are carried forward generations after generations. Each individual parent cell divides into two by cell division, which is a mode of sexual reproduction. No, see, cell division है तो sexual reproduction तो हो ही नहीं सकता. So it is option 3. Water hyacinth is an invasive weed. Yes, terror of Bengal. Correct statement. It is propagated vegetatively at a phenomenal rate. That means at a high rate, okay, by offsets of 2 internode length. Both the statements are correct, but it is not, sorry, it is propagated at the phenomenal rate. The offsets of the two, no, see, it is propagated by, at a very high rate, it undergoes vegetatively, but the following statement that offsets of the 2 internode length, this is not true. All right. So hence it is option 3. Life cycle in angiosperms is diplohaplontic. Dominant sporophyte stages produces haploid spores via meiosis and few independent gametophytes. Okay, so this is again, the first statement here is completely right. Life cycles in angiosperms is diplohaplontic, we know it, but dominant sporophyte stage produces haploid spores via meiosis and few, it is completely incorrect. Okay, so it is option 3. Study the following. It is a type of match the following question. Pinus, moss, rose, and rice. Okay, let us try and solve it. Okay, from the NCERT and even I had discussed, we have all seen the lifespan of rose and we remember it very correctly, 5+ years. And rice again is, rice is a monocarpic plant, along with it is an annual plant. Okay, so it should be around somewhere around 1 year. क्या तो 1 ईयर के आसपास यहाँ पे जो ऑप्शन है वो है 3 to 7 months. तो ये दोनों हो गया. मॉस का तो लाइसेंस बहुत कम होता है, तो मॉस इज फ्यू वीक्स, बचा है पाइनस, सो इट इज 300+ years. Correct combination is the fourth one. We have done it right. Study the following list again. Banana, carrot, royal fern, banyan. Okay, so carrot, it's a biennial plant again. That is how you should remember it. Okay, so 2-3 concepts get clear in one go. Biennial मतलब 2 years तो लगेगा, ठीक है? And again, banyan takes a lot of time, 300+ years definitely. Now we have banana and the royal fern. Royal fern takes around, I think, 1 year to develop, and banana. Oh, sorry, royal fern takes up 2 weeks. Sorry, and banana is again an annual plant that will take 1 year to develop. Okay, there is Wolfia also. Okay, in that case, then I'm not sure now. So it is Wolfia takes very less time. So yes, it is 4-3. Okay, yes, we were right. Study the following list again. Offset pistia, gemme birophyllum, leaf buds, liverworts, bulb, dysphoria. We have discussed everything about this in detail. I want this that you should try it on your own and match the answer with this. All right. And you'll get to know the correct answer, but I want you all to try it first. Again, match the following try: rhizome, colocasia, corm, zingiber officinalis, stem tuber, offsets, ecornia. All right. So stem tuber refers to Solanum tuberosum, and yes, offset is I think it is ecornia. Okay, and let us see. Now, I'm not very sure about this, and I've forgotten a few. So A is 2, B is 1, C is 4, and D is 3. So A, 2, yes. Rhizome, correct. Zingiber officinalis, yes. We were going right. Offset is ecornia, stem tuber is correct. All right. Moving forward. Study the following list again. Monoecious algae, papaya, dioecious birophyte, papaya, maize, Markentia, Cara, monoecious angiosperm. See, now papaya and maize are angiosperms. Okay, these two it cannot be. Okay, so papaya is dioecious, we have seen. Definitely monoecious angiosperm, maize. Okay, monoecious algae and dioecious birophyte. Okay. So Markantia here is a biophyte and it is an algae. So I'll directly match it like this. Okay, so the right answer is A4, B3, C2, D1. Let us see. Yes. A4, yes, Algae Chara and Dioecious Birophytus Markantia. I think I told it in the reverse. Okay, so please remember that Markantia is a type of birophyte. Bamboo flowers, again, this is, we have discussed this throughout the lecture. I've told this 3 to 4 times. I want you all to try it. Yes, Nikita, you're right. You have to choose the most appropriate one. I think you're asking for assertion and reason. Stem cuttings are employed in propagation of banana, mango, sugarcane, cotton. Stem cutting, matlab you have cut a stem, planted it, and it will grow again. These are the previously asked questions. It is true in the case of sugarcane. Okay, so clone is a group of individuals that got through self-pollination, cross-pollination, vegetative propagation, hybridization. So the answer here is vegetative propagation because clones only happen in asexual reproduction, and self-pollination is also asexual. Sorry, yes, it is a form of asexual reproduction, but a clone is a group that the most appropriate answer here is the vegetative propagation. Because in self-pollination, what happens is that, see, it is basically referring to the angiosperm plant. That is why it will produce a similar looking flower, but that is not termed as clone. All right. One of the following is not a method of asexual reproduction. Cutting, grafting, budding, conjugation. Conjugation is not. Cutting, grafting, budding are a form of asexual reproduction. Which is not the method of vegetative propagation? Again, a similar question. Sowing, budding, micropropagation, layering. Sowing. Sowing refers to, just planting the seed. It has nothing to do with vegetative propagation. Vegetative propagation by leaf taking place in ginger, birophyllum, rose. The most very important question and very discussed type of vegetative propagation, it is birophyllum, which takes place by leaf. Yes, Mr. KZ, you are right. Vegetative propagation in mint occurs by another very important type to remember, example to remember, and it is a type of sucker. We had seen sucker somewhat like this. There is a plant, okay, it has adventitious roots, tap roots, then it will form a sucker like thing. It is from chrysanthemum, pineapples, and these sucker will give rise to a new plant. All right. Vegetative propagation in pistia occurs in stolon, offset, runner. The correct answer is offset. Pistia is the most common example for offset. These are all examples are very important. Those are the at least one question you can expect. Identify the correct pair of combination. Cara monoecious, it contains chlorophyll A and B. Salmonella, homosporous, free-floating hydrophyte. Ectocarpus filamentous forms chlorophyll A and D. Laminera, biflagellate, haplodiplontic life cycle. So the most appropriate here is one, definitely Cara is monoecious and Cara is said to have chlorophyll A and D. This part, whatever you see in the third part, we have discussed it in 11th standard. Okay. And 4, laminaria. Laminaria is a very common example of a biflagellate gamete. All right. Identifying the wrong statement. Plants produced vegetatively or asexually are called clones. Organisms exhibiting external fertilization release a large number of gametes. Yes. Development of embryo from fertilized female gamete is called parthenogenesis. This is wrong. Fertilized female gamete, no. See, in what happens in parthenogenesis is it will give rise to a sterile or a haploid male. Okay, and it can never be that male or a female. It can give rise to anything, but it can never be that it will give rise to embryo, because embryo is the fusion of both the gametes. So that is it. Thank you very much for joining. So till yesterday we had three classes. Okay, two there was one yesterday and one day before. In that we have completed the first chapter of the NCERT. So this is all we are talking about Unit 1 Reproduction. So we have four chapters in there. So we are starting with the second now, that is sexual reproduction in flowering plants. So in this video, first we will discuss in detail about the structure of the flower. Okay, we have learned it in morphology also in class 11, but to get the basic clear, I will discuss the entire thing again, followed by today we will only focus on how the structure of the anther is formed, and we will see the TS of the anther and also how the male gametophyte is developed from the anther. So let's start. I'm Janani Saptharishi and I'm associated with Unacademy. I'm currently pursuing my BTech Biotechnology. So Unacademy is India's largest learning platform. What you'll get in Unacademy is, just wait a minute, I'll put it in slideshow. Okay. So let me tell you, in Unacademy, you will get daily live classes, okay? And along with that, unlimited study material with live test, quizzes. You'll have structured courses. So if you're using my code and subscribing up, you, it is not that you can only see my videos, but your entire course. Okay, you will have physics, chemistry, biology if you're preparing for NEET or any other competitive exam you wish to, and its subjects. So you'll have the entire access to all the contents. You'll have unlimited access, and once subscription will get you to entire live recorded test, quiz, and all the other things. So, in such a pandemic situation where we are all at home, this is the best option, and you will not regret it. So, we have top educators on board. So, it is not that you only, when you subscribe, you only have a set of educators. No, you can choose with whose lecture you want to watch, whom you are comfortable with, the timing, with your comfort and ease. So it has a very comprehensive syllabus for NEET. These courses are available, and all you have to do is go to the Play Store and download the Unacademy learning application. And once you install it and get the subscription, go to the Telegram app and type the following URL. All this is given in the description box below. Okay, so one exciting thing is this is a gift from my side. Whenever you use my code Janani, that is my name, you can avail an extra 10% discount on your courses. So when you start subscribing, these are the fee models that you will receive. What I would recommend the most is the 12-month course for those who are in their class 11, because for an examination like need to at least need 12 months, and for those who are in 12th right now, you can enroll for any of the crash courses or revision or however uh, you find yourself in the position, and it is very economical. The 12-month package is also the most economical. For 12 months the fee is only 15,000 rupees, and you can avail an extra 10% discount by using my name Janani, that is the code. So let's start with the introduction of see, the flowering plants always show sexual reproduction. Okay. Yes, in the previous one we studied that they do show asexual reproduction, but that is the fruiting part which we study. That is through pollination. Okay. Hello, Akhil. Hello, Nikita. Yes, sorry, the lecture started a bit late. Okay, Akhil, thank you. Fine. So, coming back, the structure of the inflorescence, flower, and the floral part show an amazing range of adaptation to ensure that the formation of the end products of the sexual reproduction, the fruit and the seeds. So let us see what this exactly means. Okay, so every plant will first flower and then it will produce, then it will, the pollen grains will develop, and then these pollen grains will undergo the sexual reproduction and they will start fruiting. So this is how, and this is what is meant. Okay, so this is what an embryo looks like. See, there is embryo, seed coat, cotyledon. This is how the seed looks like. Okay, so what is meant by embryology? The branch of botany that deals with the nature and the development of the structure and the process associated with its sexual reproduction in angiosperms. Angiosperms, I mean all the plants. Okay. So whatever is dealing with the nature's development and of its structure and the process associated with it, it will all come under the term embryology. Moving forward. So a flower is a very fascinating organs of an angiosperm. So basically, it is termed fascinating because it is very colorful, very appealing to our eyes, and we use flowers for literally everything. For any emotion of joy, happiness, even sorrow, for anything, flower is used. So flower are the objects of aesthetic, social, religious, and cultural value. So these are some examples. We even use it for many cultural festivals. It is a very prominent thing. So to a biologist, a flower is a modified condensed shoot. So when we have learned previously that a flower is a modified stem. Okay. Now why it is called as a modified stem? Let us see. Okay, so this is just animation. So what happens is, see, if this is my shoot, at this tip we have meristematic tissue. Okay, so what is meristematic tissue? Is that meristematic cells or tissues, that thing which can give rise to more structures. Okay, so basically what happens that this is the meristematic cells present here, and there will be many internodes, and from this internodes there will be development of anther. Okay, then we'll have carpels and followed by sepals. We'll see what are these parts. So all these flowering parts will arise like this. And just imagine now that this meristematic tissue, the anther, carpel and the sepals are compressed into one. That is the modified shoot. Okay, here they are one below the another, but when they are compressed into one, so this will be here the meristematic tissue. From here it will arise the carpel. Okay, this will be the sepal here. So this is how a flower, this is why a flower is a modified part of a stem. A typical angiosperm flower consists of four whorls. Okay, let us see what they are. And the floral appendages are attached on the receptacle. Receptacle is nothing but the thalamus. So thalamus is basically a base. Okay, and from this base, it will give rise to many all the other structures. Hello, Ayushi. How are you? Okay, so let us see. See, so this is the base. Okay, this base will give rise to all the structures. Okay, so whatever you see in simple terms, I'll tell you. See, you can see all the petals here. These are all attached to the base, and this base is known as receptacle or the thalamus. All right. Now, moving forward, we have covered what is thalamus, the base. Now to this, what you are seeing the structures, green color, small structures arising from the thalamus. These are the sepals. Okay. Now, uh, here you have this somewhat a round structure with a attached to a long tube. Okay. Now this here is the ovary, which is shown in yellow. Okay. Wait. So this part is the ovary. Okay. Now coming from the ovary, this long part which we can observe. Okay. This entire region here is the style. All right. And from this style, this top part is the stigma. So you remember the definition of pollination which we saw, the transfer of pollen grains from the anther. We'll come to what is anther to the stigma. So this is the female part that receives. Okay. Now we'll move to the male part. So the male part of the flower consists of let me start from here. Yes. So there's the filament. Okay. This long part. So this entire part is the male one. So this is the filament, the long part. And attached to this is a lobed. By lobed, I mean that it looks something like this when enlarged. Okay. So this is the anther that is here. Done. Now what is left is the petal. So petal is very similar to sepal, but what it is that these petals are these long structures, and inside this, actually, see, if you will go to see a flower, it will look something like this. So what will happen is, see, you'll have the petals enclosed like this, and inside this will be the anther and the stigma here. Okay, this will be the anther. It will all be inside this. Okay, so this is not a very good drawing, but just understand. Okay, so this entire part, okay, that is helping that is the female and the male parts. It is covered by the petals. So these petals are very colorful, and the flower itself is known by the petals. So petals, the use is nothing but they are so colored that they attract all the insects for pollination, and that is the only that's their use. All right. So now what we need to look is that, see, all the petals together, like a flower, many flower have 5 petals, 6, or whatever. So all these petals together form the corolla. Corolla is the colored part. By color, you can remember the word corolla. Okay, so that is how you, in total, all the petals are termed as corolla. Similarly, all these sepals below here, okay, all this together will be called as calyx. Fine. Now, moving forward, whatever the male ones, whatever this I have marked in green, that is the anther and the filament. These together make up the androecium. I'll write it here. Okay, this green thing, whatever I marked, that means this long filament and the anther together comprises of the androecium. And now the stigma, style, and the ovary. Stigma, style, and ovary together will form the gynoecium. Okay, so in gynoecium, you'll have stigma, style, and ovary. All right, I hope this is clear. Let's move forward now. So in flower, we can basically all the organs can be divided into two. One is the non-essential or the accessory ones. That is the petals and all the volts we saw, and even the petals, sepals, and everything. That is non-essential. Basically, it is termed non-essential because it will not contribute in the reproductive part. These are just for the protection, the covering, and these petals are colored so they attract all the insects for pollination. Okay, Abdul, I am teaching for class 12 biology and this is chapter 2. Hello, Milind Thakkar, hi. And yes, now coming to the essential organ. Essential are literally that are basically will help in the reproduction. All right. So these are the sterile parts. Okay, so this includes calyx and sepals, as I told, and all the essential. Since it is helping reproduction, it has to be fertile parts. So the fertile parts include androecium, stamens, gynoecium, or carpels. Moving forward. Pre-fertilization structure and events. Now let us see what all, first we'll discuss how the pre-fertilization steps are taking place and all the events which will eventually lead to pollination and development. Okay. So starting with the stamen. So the stamen or the stamen is also called the microsporophyll. They are the male sex organ for the flowers. So it consists of two parts. As we discussed, a filament and an anther. So this long part here is the filament, and here what you see as the orange color thing is the anther. So an anther is a broad knob-like part, and it is a fertile part, whereas the filament is a non-fertile part. You need to remember that. Okay, so a typical angiosperm. So what is it that these anthers are lobed? By that I mean that they will have something. Yes, see, this is the anther. You can see one lobe here and one lobe behind. So this is the first lobe which we can see clearly, this part, and behind this is another lobe here. So it is basically bilobed. That is, it has two lobes. So in these two lobes, what happens is that each lobe will have two such microsporangia, or which later develops into the pollen sacs. So see, it looks something like this. So each lobe will have two. So there will be four such structures in total. All right. And line of dehiscence and how pollen grains we are going to study in detail in the later slides. All you need to know is see. Yes, that is what I told you. These see, this is one lobe and this is the other lobe. And another very important thing that we have to remember is that what is connecting these two lobes? So these two lobes are connected with the help of a tissue. Okay, so this tissue is basically it is a sterile tissue. All right, and it is known as the connective tissue because it is connecting the two lobes and it is sterile. Please remember that. So each lobe has two microsporangium. See, one, two, three, and four. Okay, so you can see four. And inside these, they contain the microspores. So these microspores are the structures that will give rise to pollen grains. All right, and this is the filament. This is again the sterile part. See, I don't know if you can see this, but if you can't see that, just relate it with this thing. This is the filament. All right, fine. A diathecous plant. That means Dithecus, and so you have two terms, dithecus and monothecus. So a dithecus simply means an anther that has two lobes. So there are two lobes, okay, because it is dithecus, and inside the two lobes, now each lobe will have two microsporangia. So in total you will have four. This is the most common type, something like this. And the example for this is datura. Yes, see, this is how a dithecus anther looks like. You have two lobes inside, so each lobe will have two microsporangium. So basically, four microsporangium connected with a sterile connective tissue. And yes, inside these will be the microspores that will give rise to the pollen grains, and the microsporangium will give rise to the pollen sac. Now, what is monothecus? As the name itself suggests that it will have only one lobe. See, it will have one lobe, but as mentioned that in one lobe there can be two microsporangia. So in dithecus there is four microsporangia, and in monothecus there is two microsporangia. The best example is hibiscus. See, here we can clearly see that there is only one lobe. Alright, hence it is monothecus. Coming to filament, as I mentioned, filament is sterile and it is a long, slender stalk. Okay, it is very thin and long, and the anther is attached to it. Now, another important point. See, this is the filament. All right. Okay. So what happens is, see, this filament is see, this is the thalamus, okay, and the filament generally it will rise from the thalamus itself. And what happens is that this long structure, when it is so this is the filament. So what we have to remember is that this end here is the proximal end, okay, and this here where it forms the anther, okay, this is the distal end. What is the difference? So the proximal end basically is the point from where it will, the proximal end is always very close to the origin. So as I said that this filament is originating from the thalamus, so this is the proximal end, and the anther is, and all the petals and the other structures are towards the distal end of the filament. This can be asked as a question, and hence you need to know what is the difference between proximal as and the distal end. If any doubts, please feel free to put it up in the chat section. I'll make sure to answer all your doubts. Let's solve a few questions based on the structure of flower. It will be very easy. I'm sure you can do all if you have listened to the previous part. Male sex organ in a flower is stamen, carpel, petal, sepal. Okay, so here carpel, petal, sepal. Basically, they are not at all related. They are non-essential parts, not related to the sex organ. So the only option remaining here is the stamen. A broad knob-like fertile part of the stamen is called filament, carpel, petal, anther. Broad knob-like structure, that is the anther. Filament is long, slender-like structure. Anther is broad, knob-like structure. Clear? Now, monothecous anther. I explained to you what is monothecous. Monothecous means it will have only one lobe, and in one lobe there will be two microsporangia. So what is the examples? Examples are very important, and usually they are asked in the MCQ type or the NEET based questions. Datura, hibiscus, solanum, brassica. So the best example of monothecous anther is hibiscus. We saw the picture also. Moving forward to the structure of microsporangium. So now we have seen that how many microsporangium are present. We have seen where it is present in the anther, and we also studied somewhat that it gives rise to pollen grains. Now, how does it give, and what is its exact structure? Let's begin. So, this first let us start with the transverse section of the anther. So, in transverse section, what has happened is that, see, if this is the anther, okay, uh, so for the transverse section, it is simply cut from here. Okay, so what happens is when it is cut from here, you can see something like this. All right, and this will be its bilobe thing. So an anther will somewhat look like this when one end is cut. All right. So a young anther consists of a homogeneous mass of a meristematic cells. Homogeneous, we all know what it means, similar mass, and meristematic cells means any cells that can give rise to new cells or tissue or any new structure. All right. Called primary sporogenous cells surrounded by anther wall. Anther wall is something which we are going to discuss in detail from the next slide onwards. So the primary sporangious cells, what they mean is the cells from the microspore mother cell that is diploid in nature inside the microsporangium. So whenever we saw the structure of microsporangium, it has many such things around this. So these are termed as microspore mother cell or the MMC. So this is a diagram from NCERT. It again shows the same thing. We can see all the layers even of the anther wall, which we will discuss each layer in detail. So yes, we can even see the mature dehiscent anther. Dehiscence also, I will be discussing the process in detail. Fine. Anther wall consists of the following layers. As I said, anther wall, it basically has four important layers. Out of them, first one is the epidermis. As the even in the human body, the outermost layer is known as the epidermis. So similarly for the anther, the outermost layer is the epidermis. So basically, what you need to remember is that it contains flat cells. Okay. Yes. So see so this is basically the wall, okay, and there will be some flat cells here like this, somewhat like this, as we can see in this part. So this is known as the epidermis or the outer thick layer, and it is thin walled cell. So the cell wall here is very thin, and it is the okay. So the thin wall cell. By that I mean that, see, we know that microsporangium. See, we have four, okay, and the shape is somewhat like this. So whatever the thin walled cells present in between two microsporangium, all right, or two pollen sacs. So all the cells present here, these are very thin walled. Okay, here you have a thick anther wall, approximately this much. All right, but compared to this is very thin. So these are known as stomium. These thin cells between two pollen sac or microsporangium. So the main function of it is dehiscence. Let us discuss in detail what is dehiscence. So basically what happens is now these microsporangia, they basically mature and they give rise to pollen grains. We have seen that. All right. So now these pollen grains need to get out of, they need to break open. All right. So what happens is that Only if they break open, they can move to another plant for cross pollination, or from the stigma to the anther to start pollinating. So it is very important for the pollen grains to come out. So what happens is, see, you have the anther wall here. It looks somewhat like this. And then you will have 4 microsporangia. All right. So what happens is that this part, what we see, it is somewhat like this. It is more very thin. So this part consists of the stomium cells. Now what happens is that, see, they have the epidermis followed by the endothecium, which we'll study. Okay. Then they will have the middle layer. This I'm telling about the anther wall, that is this region. Just a minute. So I'm talking about this region. Okay, it will have all these layers. All right, middle layer and followed by the tapetum. All right, so what happens is, now for the pollen grains to come out, they need to break open these layers. So what happens is, as soon as the anther matures, it will start thickening, or it will form a fibrous, these all will form very fibrous. That means it will get very rigid. So all these layers will get rigid. All right. So the only part here, the stomium, or this where we see the curve, right? This part. Okay. Now this part remains, it does not undergo thickening. So this is the part from which these pollen grains can come and burst open outside. So this will basically get ruptured. Okay, this is going to get ruptured, and it is also called as the point of dehiscence. So this process is dehiscence, where the pollen grains tries to come out of the mature anther. And what will lead to it is that all these 4 parts of the, or basically the anther wall, will thicken, and the only part left is this curved section, that is the point of dehiscence, which will get ruptured, and the pollen grains can burst out open from here. I hope this is clear. Okay. So coming to endothecium. So endothecium is the second layer. What happens here is that cells of this layer have a cellulosic fibrous thickening. So these, we saw those were flat cells. These are basically somewhat round in shape. It is somewhat like this. Okay. And the another important point is that it is hygroscopic in nature. By that I mean that it can retain moisture, or in simple terms, water. So these cells basically retain water. It is the second layer. Okay, so here, see, all this thing in yellow is the epidermis. Okay, what this is the first, that is the outermost. Now what you see second is the endothecium, that is after the epidermis, that is these green cells. You can see cells in such shape, green in color. All right, so this forms the endothecium, or the second layer. Now followed the endothecium are the middle layers. Now what happens is, these middle layers they have 1 to 2 3 layers. Okay, so this part is the epidermis. All right, the yellow one, followed by those round cells of endo. Now what are these, the entire thing here, all right, refers to the middle layer. Now what happens is, these are ephemeral cells. By that I mean that as soon as the anther matures and as soon as this happens, these middle layer cells will rupture or die. And this will degenerate at maturity. That is why it is called as ephemeral. You need to remember this. These are very important from the NEET point of view. Hello Arijit, how are you? Tapetum. This is the innermost layer of the anther wall. Now we have seen the three layers. Now coming to the fourth and the innermost layer and one of the most important layers, that is the tapetum. Now basically this is what is the what surrounds the sporangious tissue. By that I mean that, see, there is so this is the microsporangium, and inside that there are the pollen grains or the microspores. Now, now such shaped cells are present outside these. This is the tapetum. All right, and this tapetum is the one. See here in the microsporangium, it contains basically undeveloped pollen grains, that is the microspores. So these microspores need to nourish themselves and convert themselves into pollen grains. And who will nourish themselves? Those nourishment is provided by the tapetum. So the tapetum nourishes the development of the pollen grains. Cells of the tapetum possess dense cytoplasm and generally have more than one nucleus. Generally, we see two nucleus, two binucleated. So a single tapetum will have two nucleus. So if this is the tapetum, it will generally have like this, two nucleus. All right. Fine. So see, here we can see the tapetum layer, that is, see, the yellow layer here. As I've drawn here, it is somewhat triangular in shape like this. This is the tapetum layer. It comes after the middle layer and outside the microsporangium or the sporogenous tissue. Now, next, the sporogenous tissue. Each cell of the sporogenous tissue will give rise to a microspore tetrad. Therefore, each one is the potential pollen mother cell. By sporogenous tissue, I mean that, so this is my microsporangium, and inside this, now what happens is that each sporogenous tissue will give rise to a microspore mother cell, and this is tetrad. That means, see, whenever microspore mother cell is formed, it is somewhat like this. Okay, so tetrad, since these four are attached and eventually they break open into individual four cells. Now that is why it is known as the microspore tetrad. Now let us see what is microsporogenesis, what we exactly mean by it. The process of formation of formation of microspores from a pollen mother cell or the microspore mother cell. So microspore mother cell or the MMC and the pollen mother cell is same. And this happens through the process of meiosis. You need to remember this. And the entire process is called as microsporogenesis. Clear? Just a moment. Fine. So the microspores are arranged in a cluster of 4 cells. That is why it is called the microspore tetra. I drew that for you. It will look somewhat like this. Okay. Alright. So we even draw it somewhat like this. So basically, we assume that the fourth one is behind this region. Alright. This is called the microspore tetra. Yes. See. Like this. So the pollen mother cell will undergo meiosis, that is divide into two. Now this will form meiosis 2. Meiosis 2 is nothing but mitosis, and then they will form tetrad or the 4 haploid pollen grains. And then after some time there will be the secretion of each cell wall, and they will get separated into 4. So these are 4 separate pollen grains. Now, coming to the pollen grain. So, pollen grain, all know the shape of it. It is spherical in shape and it is very small. It is 25 to 50 micrometer in diameter. The cell wall of pollen grain is called the sporoderm. So, this is the sporoderm. See, this is a pollen grain. Outside it will be a very thin layer, which is the cell wall or the sporoderm. All right. Yes. The hard outer layer is called the exine, and the inner thin layer is called the intine. So now what happens is, see, now as I told you, this is the pollen grain. All right, let me change the color. Okay. So outside this is its plasma membrane or the cell wall. Okay. Now this cell wall is basically, it will turn into the intine. Okay. And now these tapetal cells, tapetum cells, what we saw, okay, will give rise to somewhat a structure like this. Now this, okay, this is called the outer wall exine, and the yellow part which we see here is the intine. Now this exine has sporolinin. Sporolinin is very resistant and it is one of the most resistant component form. Hello Vaishnavi Rajput, welcome. Yes, so this is the pollen grain. Okay, the outer layer, see the spikes what we see here, this is the exine. All right, and the inside, that is what I've shown here, is the yellow part is the intine. Let us see in exine. So as I told you, exine is made up of sporolinin. So this sporolinin is a fatty substance and it is one of the most resistant organic materials known to us. Very important for objective as well as subjective. So this is the reason why a pollen is very much resistant to heat, to temperature, to any acid, and everything. All right, this makes causes the resistance. So this is the transverse section of a pollen grain. All right, so basically what happens is, see, the sporopollenin is not present in the entire. There are small, see, you can see a small groove here. Now here the sporopollenin is absent. You can see 1 here, 2 and 3, these grooves. Okay, so now here what is it, that the sporopollenin, okay, sorry, is absent here. Okay. Yes. So the sporopollen is absent here. Now what happens is that then it forms the germ pore. Very important. And the germ pore is the one from where the pollen tube will arise. It will give rise to the pollen tube. Exine is not affected by high temperature. That and all we have seen. Now, because of the presence of the sporopollenin, pollen grains for the past plants, that means the plants which have died, but the pollen can be preserved as fossils. So since it is so resistant, we can preserve the pollen grains for many, many years. And yes, some very important point, the second point. So here you need to remember the term fossils. Now, pollen grain exine has a prominent aperture known as the germ pore, where the sporopollenin is absent. Okay, see here you can see this thing. Here 1, 2, 3. These are the germ pores where the sporopollenin is absent. Now coming to the intine. Exine is the outer structure containing the most resistant substance, sporopollenin. Okay, there are some apertures which are called the germ pores from where pollen tube will arise. Now coming to the intine. Intine, the inner part, it is made up of, again very important point, it is made up of cellulose and pectin. Now, let us see how the male gametophyte is developed. So, in the microspore, the first cell of the male gametocytes, that is the germination of the microspore, will start in situ. By in situ, I mean that it will start in the mother's place. It's okay, Vaishnavi. You can go through the previous parts, what we discussed. You can see it later, or even it should be clear because we have studied those in 11th also. So, microspore may be best defined as partially developed male gametophyte. Very important term, partially developed male gametophyte. Microspores divide mitotically into two large vegetative and a generative cell. Yes, we'll see that point later in detail. The generative cell is spindle shaped with dense cytoplasm and a nucleus. So see, what happens here is, just look carefully. See, this is the germ pore here. We can see this is the exine outer layer. Now this is the intine. What you see here is the intine. All right. Now inside this, what happens that, see, this is the complete cytoplasm here. So what happens is that the nucleus basically, see, if this is the cytoplasm, what first happens is there is a nucleus and it will undergo mitosis. And by mitosis, two cells are formed. So now what happens is it will divide. So divide itself, it will distribute the cytoplasm among itself. So what happens is that, see, now this will form in a vegetative cell. Vegetative cell or the tube cell. Vegetative cell is also called the tube cell. And this will be the generative cell. Okay, this part below is the generative cell. We can see here, see, this is the tube cell and this is from the generative cell. Now, what happens is that this tube nucleus, okay, this basically the tube cell is infertile. All right, it's basically tube cell is the one which will give rise to the pollen tube. It has nothing to do with the reproduction or the reproduction of the later phases of the divisions. So what happens is that the generative cell is the one that is dense in cytoplasm. All right, and what happens here is that it will form a callose covering, which is not present in the tube cell. Okay, it will have a callose covering. And now what happens is that another thing important in this diagram, which is not clear, but generally the vegetative cell or the tube cell is larger, or it has more cytoplasm than the vegetative cell has more cytoplasm than the generative cells. So yes, these are the generative nucleus here, and this, see, and this is the two-celled, so this is the two-celled structure here. See, one is the generative cell, one is the one is the vegetative cell. So here, this is the two-celled structure. and 60% of the angiosperm divides in the two cell structure itself. And what happens is that if the generative cell, if the generative cells undergoes mitosis and divides into two cells, that is two male cells, it will give rise to, that is done with the generative cell. Now, if that happens, then it is the three-cell state. Clear? So three-celled how? Two male gametes along with one vegetative cell. Don't forget the vegetative cell. Alright? Vegetative cell is non-fertile, so it will not undergo any division. Pollination takes place in a two-stage cell, as I mentioned, in 60% of the angiosperms. You need to remember the name. Okay, and in remaining, that is in 30% of the angiosperms, it will undergo pollination in the three-cell state. All right, so the two-cell state is more preferred, or 60 more angiosperms pollination occurs in the two-cell state, that is when there is a generative cell and a vegetative cell. The further development of the male gametophyte takes place in the stigma. All right. So the pollen grains expands. See, we saw that by absorbing the liquid from the moist surface of the stigma. So what happens is that these pollen grains uh, take all the moisture from the surface of the stigma, and this stigma will provide them from boron, sugar, amino acid, etc. So to summarize it, first we saw, see what all is the main structure of the flowers, what are the non-essential and the essential part. We saw what is the anther, we saw where the ovule and the ovary are. Then we saw what is a microsporocyte. Okay, that means in the anther we studied a structure like this. Okay, inside it there were micro microsporangium was present. Inside that microsporocytes were present, and they undergo meiosis and formed tetrad. Now these tetrads will mature into pollen grains, and those will undergo, and these pollen grains will undergo dehiscence. All right. Now this tetrad will form pollen grains, and they will undergo the process of dehiscence. See, these breaking up of the pollen grains causes the dehiscence. All right. Now, yes, moving forward. Now, these microspore, they are haploid in nature, and the pollen grain is also haploid. Please remember, pollen grain is haploid in nature. Yes, so now the structure of the pollen grain, we saw the generative cell, which is small. See here, the dark green part is the generative, and the tube cell comparatively bigger. Now moving forward, then we saw the microgametophyte, this large, this is basically the microgametophyte. By that it has the pollen tube, it has the ovule, and yes, this is the three-celled state. I missed this. Okay, so here we have the germinating pollen grains, tube nucleus. Okay, then there are two male gametophytes along with a vegetative cell. So what happens is that the intine comes out in the form of pollen tube from germ pores. This also we have discussed. The pollen grains are either monosiphonous, that is with one pollen tube. If more than one pollen tube is present, then it is polysiphonous. So the example of monosiphonous is cucurbitaceae, and example of polysiphonous is Malvaceae. Thank you so much, Vaishnavi Rajput. Tetrad are matured in pollen grain. So basically, what happens is those microspores undergo meiosis, and after the meiosis, for some time, these four cells are attached to each other. Okay, that structure is called tetrad, and And later, when it will split into, it will form pollen grains. Alright, so see, this is how there is a pollen tube, we can see pollen tube. Okay, in that there are two male sperm cells or the male gametophyte, sorry, male. And then we have the vegetative nucleus, which is non-fertile. All right. Then we have the exine, which is very much resistant to all the substances or heat, acids, everything. This entire structure is the pollen grain, and this aperture is from where the pollen tube will generate. And this aperture is called the germ pore. So this is a diagram taken from the NCERT itself. I don't know if it is visible, but this again, all these structures are explained in detail and it is an important diagram. Moving forward, the generative cell divides mitotically to form two male gametes. We saw these are called as sperms. So these gametes are non-motile, that means they cannot move and they are amoeboid. Okay, so they are slightly unequal in size. At this cell stage, so two male gametes along with one vegetative cell. So at this three cell stage, pollen is called the mature male gametophyte. So at the three cell stage, pollen is called the mature male gametophyte. All right, see, this is how. We have the generative cells here. See, two male gametophyte along with one vegetative cell. This will come from the tube nucleus. This will form the tube nucleus from where the pollen tube will arise. All right. The function of the pollen tube. What is the function? So basically what happens is, I told you that the sperm is non-motile. So this pollen tube will help the sperm to move and move towards the female part and undergo reproduction. Vegetative nucleus enters first in the pollen tube. All right, and then its vestigial structure soon disintegrates. So as soon as the vegetative nucleus will enter the pollen tube, its vestigial structure will disintegrate or break off or get ruptured. So growth of the pollen tube is chemotropic. That means it will moves towards the chemical substances. Okay, so just a moment. All right. So the growth of the pollen tube, as I said, is chemotropic. That is, move towards the chemical substance. So the apical and the confined to the tip of the pollen tube. Moving forward. Now this is again how a microsporocyte is formed. Okay, then it will undergo meiosis, form a tetrad, whatever we have discussed. Then this is the structure of the microspore, exile and intine. From that one, it will form two. One, this is the vegetative cell and this is the germ cell. Vegetative and the germ cell. Now this will again undergo, the generative cells will divide into two. Okay, and then the pollen tube is formed. The entire process is summarized through this diagram. Now, what are the disadvantages of this? So, what happens is pollen grains are many. By disadvantages, I mean those are the pollen grains. So, pollen grains causes severe allergies to some people. So, it causes bronchial infection. Okay, so it causes uneasiness and bronchial afflictions means they can't breathe or they'll start coughing and all. This is the allergic reaction to the pollen grains often observed. So weed, that is Parthenium hysterophis or the carrot grass, Again, very important point. So what happened is that this weed carrot grass, when it came to India, it as a contaminant with improved wheat. Okay, so basically, see, this is a carrot grass, and this weed came to India as a contaminant, but with improved wheat. All right. So what happens is that this would cause contamination of all the wheat. So pollen grains, the advantage is that they are rich in nutrients. All right, they are taken as tablets or syrups to improve health. They are used by many athletes, and they improve health. They are pollen. Yes, see, the pollen grain consumption has been seen to enhance the performance of athletes and horse racers. So this is just an animation so that you can fit it in your mind and you don't forget these terms. So both the disadvantage and the advantage, these are very important from the objective point of view. Now coming to the viability. So the period for which the pollen grain will retain their ability to germinate. Okay, for how long they will retain the ability to germinate is called the pollen viability. In cereals like rice, wheat, etc., pollen viability, that means the period for or the ability for germination can be up to 30 minutes only. Okay, see, in 30 minutes, all these processes are taking place. Now, for what it is for rice, wheat, and cereals. Okay, cereals like rice and wheat. While in rosaceae, leguminous, that means rose, legumes such as pea, solanase, it is up to several months. Okay, this has a lot of time and it has more viability than the cereals. So these are the examples of viability which have 30 minutes, and this is the example of those having for several months. Now, what is cryopreservation by liquid nitrogen? So, you remember that we said that pollen are preserved as fossils. Now, this happens through the method of cryopreservation. Again, very important question that is again asked is related to in what the cryopreservation liquid is the nitrogen and the temperature minus 196 degrees Celsius. Very important, it is asked many times the temperature at which the pollen grains are stored or the temperature at which cryopreservation takes place. It is minus 196 and it is used in pollen banks. So the places where these pollen grains are cryopreserved are the banks. So cryopreservation is done with liquid nitrogen at minus 196 degree Celsius. So this is how cryopreservation is carried out. Again, a few questions to end the lecture with. A typical angiospermic anther is bilobed and tetragonal, consisting of 2 microsporangia, 3 microsporangia, 4 or 1. The correct answer is 4. Since bilobed is given, so 2 lobes, 2 in each lobe, that is 4. What is the ploidy of the cells in the microspore tetrad? So we have seen that the pollen grains and the microspore tetrad have a same ploidy, that is haploid. Which of the following wheat has become a major cause of pollen allergy in India? So for this, the answer is Parthenium or the carrot grass. So this was brought into India to improve the quality of wheat, but in turn it caused pollen allergy, commonly known as carrot grass. Intine is made up of sporopollenin, pectin and cellulose, silica and cellulose, only cellulose. The intine is made up of two materials, that is pectin and cellulose. And sporopollenin is what that is the it is present in the exine or the outer layer, which is very resistant. Pollen viability for rice and wheat plants is a very important. Previously, many times it has been asked. It is 30 hours, several months, 30 minutes, 30 seconds. The answer is 30 minutes. Thank you so much for joining. Please do like, share, and please share the link with all your friends. And I promise to bring forward more videos. Don't forget to like and comment and subscribe the channel. Hello everyone, welcome back. Today morning we are done some discussion about the structure of flower, and we also saw how the male part, that is the anther, and we saw the transverse section of it, and also we had seen how the gametophyte in it develops. So this is the second part, and in this video we will be covering some very easy, interesting and utmost important topics which you can definitely expect some objective questions for your NEET, and also some important concepts from the board exam point of view. So in this video you will be studying pollination, cross pollination, what is the difference between it, how a flower can adapt to it, or how it can prevent it in some cases, followed by two very important concepts, that is pollen pistil interaction and double fertilization. I hope everything is audible and clear. So let's start. I'm Janani Saptharishi and I'm going to be teaching class 12 biology, and I'm associated with Unacademy. So what will Unacademy give you? So these are the benefits for subscribing into Unacademy. Okay, you will have your live classes daily. You'll have n number of live classes. You can join in any time you wish. All right, you'll have get access to live tests, quizzes, and question banks, all set by the top educators. You will have structured courses. All right, so by that I mean, like, if you subscribe through my code, that doesn't mean that you will study only under me and you will study only biology. You can prepare for any competitive exam. All right, you will have unlimited access to all the content. Like, if you're preparing for NEET, you'll have unlimited access to physics, chemistry, biology, and all the subjects you want. Everyday live classes with the top educators on board. So even so, if you enroll, it is not that you have to study only under me. With your ease, your comfort, your choice, you can choose your educator with whom you are comfortable and keep your learning on the go. We also offer you a very comprehensive syllabus, and along with that, the Unacademy Learning app, what you all you have to do is go to the Play Store, download this app, and get the subscription. So this is the app you need to download, and please get the subscription of the same. Then you'll go to the Telegram and copy the following link. This link is given in the description box below. So another interesting thing I want to tell you, that if you use the code Janani, that is my name, you can avail and 10% off on the course, that is for NEET biology. So you will get a 10% off on all this. Okay, so these are the different fee structures for the month. The most economical one is the one of the 12 month. All right, it is just 15,000 rupees for entire 12 months, plus you will get an additional 10% discount. So for an examination like NEET, I highly recommend you to take this one because you need time, especially if you're in class 11. You can prepare and very thoroughly, and it will be really helpful. If you're in 12, you can choose any of the crash courses. So let's begin. So today's topic, what we'll begin with is pollination. So we have learned pollination definitely in lower classes. We know what it is. And now we need to know how it happens. Why is it so important? What are the different types? How it is carried out? What is the difference? All right. So these all we will be covering. Hello, Mr. Utkarsh. How are you? So, pollination basically happens in all flowers, okay, in all fruiting plants. Pollination is necessary for the flowers to go into produce fruits, and you plant any plant, or these flowers, they either self pollinate or cross pollinate, and they form and give you the desired fruits. Moving forward, in flowering plants, male and the female gameta produced in the pollen sac and the embryo sac respectively. So pollen grain produced in the pollen sac, this is the male gamete. Alright. And in the embryo sac, you will find the female gamete. Hi Revati, how are you? Okay, so this is a structure. This we had discussed in the last class also. So this is the pollen grain. All right. This is the exine. This exine is made up of sporopollenin. This sporopollenin is one of the most resistant components, and it is resistant to heat, temperature, acids, and everything. This makes the pollen grain, it is like a support, or a rigid outer covering for the pollen grain, which provides its resistance to almost everything, and it is also one of the most rigid components in nature. This forms the exine. Okay, now what you see, the aperture here is actually from where the pollen tube will generate. All right, see. So this you see an aperture here, and from this a pollen tube has arisen. Okay, so the pollen tube have two male gametophyte. Here you have one and two, and one a sterile or a vegetative nucleus. So this is what a pollen grain and along with the pollen tube looks like. So this is a female gametophyte. In female gametophyte, this is the chelazal end and this is the micropolar end. So here you have three antipodal cells. All right, you'll have two polar nuclei. You have a central cell. This is the egg, the female part, along with the synergids. Fine. Now these gametes are, see, what happens in case of animals is that generally the male gametophyte is motile. That means the male travels to the female gametophyte. But here what happens is both the male and the female are non-motile. By that I mean that they both are, they cannot be moved from one place to another. Therefore, there has to be a medium like wind or insect that has to take the pollen grain from one flower and deposit into the another. All right. So that is why pollination, the process is important, because both the gametes are non-motile. So again, this is the entire structure. You can see the stigma here. This is the pollen tube shown in red. All right, so these are the antipodal cells which we observe. You have the egg, that is the female. Then you have the synergid cells. So basically, yes. So the pollination basically is a mechanism to achieve this objective, that from which they can start reproducing. So the transfer of the pollen grains from the anther to the stigma is pollination. Alright, so now when this pollination happens between two different flowers, like from this anther, the male goes and pollinates this flower. This is the female part here, this is the male. So when the anther, from here, the pollen grains will move and pollinate this flower. This is cross pollination. And maybe from here, the male gametes will go and pollinate here in the female part. So this is what is cross pollination. It can be done in a single flower also, or in the same plant also. We will study about this in detail. So yes, moving forward, this is the complete slide is based on the NCERT and is very important. Most of the years, some objective questions are based from this. So what you have to remember is some plants such as viola, that is called as pansy, oxalis, and commelina. You have to remember all these three names: viola, oxalis, commelina. So what happens is they produce two types of flowers. Out of that, the first is chasmogamous flowers. So what happens here is these flowers are open. All right. So the petals are broad and they are open. So all the parts inside, that is the style, pistil, ovary, anther, everything is exposed to the environment. All right. So these flowers are open and are similar to most flowers of the other species with exposed anthers and stigma. So this is an example. See, here the petals are so broad and they are open. All right. So the entire part, this is exposed to the environment. Similarly here, these also are protruding outwards, making it to open, and this part is exposed to the environment. So this is an example of chasmogamous flower, and this is how it looks like. Now, what is the clistogamous flowers? Just the opposite. Clistogamous means the flowers in which the petals close themselves. Alright, so these flowers do not open at all. The best example for this is the green pea. So, the garden pea or the green pea, you will always find closed flowers in this. Hello, Bharat. Alright. So what happens is that in these flowers, the anther and the stigma lie close to each other. Yes, this is very obvious. See, what happens is since now these petals are closed, okay, it will look somewhat like this. Imagine these are the petals and they are closing itself. All right. So what happens is that, yes, so this is the anther and this is the stigma. They are pushed inside and they are forced to come close to each other. So when these anthers dehesize, by dehesize I mean that from the anther the pollen grains will burst open. Okay, when the pollen grain burst opens, these come in contact with the stigma. Since the male and the female, that is the anther and the stigma, is in very close contact, So as soon as the pollen grain ruptures the membrane of the anther, dehiscence is caused, and immediately it doesn't have to travel so far. It will immediately come in contact with the stigma and pollination will take place. So thus, clistogamous flowers are invariably autogamous. By autogamous, I mean they will always self-pollinate. Alright, so what do I mean exactly by self-pollinate? So, when the pollen grains are transferred from the anther through the to the stigma in the same flower. Alright, so this is self-pollination or autogamous. So, since these see, now these are closed. So this will never open. These flowers, the petals will never open. So it is never exposed to the outside world. So what happens is the mechanism of cross pollination is completely ruled out because the only place where it can travel is its own anther to stigma. So always there will in clistogamous flowers there will be asexual, autogamy or self pollination. So what happens is these clistogamous flowers produce a short seed set even in the absence of pollinators. So see, what happens is that since they are closed and not they cannot cross pollinate, the seed set, that means always the pollination will occur. Okay, there is 100% chance of pollination. Because what happens in during cross pollination, we need to depend on insects, we need to depend on water or air or whatever. There is a requirement of medium from one flower to the another. Here both are in the same flower, so no medium is required, so there is 100% chance of pollination. Depending upon the source of pollination. So pollination is of three types. All right. Autogamy, as I told you, when the pollen grains are transferred from the anther to the stigma of the same flower, it causes autogamy. The process of self-pollination or autogamy. See here. Now, this is an example of pea. See, you can see all the pea here. All right. So what happens is this anther, okay, this here, from here, it will move here. So the in the same flower, the anther to the stigma. All right. I hope this is clear. Moving to the next type. This is also geitonogamy. This is also an example of asexual as well as self-pollination. Fine. So what happens is, just a moment, yes. So what happens is that the pollination taking place here are between two flowers, but these two flowers are located in the same plant. So for this, obviously the plant has to be dioecious. All right. So what is the requirement? That a single plant should have a male as well as a female gamete. Then only they can assure pollination from two flowers, but from the same plant. So one plant only has to have both the type, that is the male and the female. So the best example of this is maize. It is not visible there. I'll write it down here. So the best example is maize. All right. So see, this is how. So this is one plant. All right. So in this figure, you can see all three types of pollination. So let us first look at a plant. What is happening here is that, see, from this flower, it is moving to this one, and both are of the same plant. So it is an example of geitonogamy since two flowers are involved. So I assume it is going from here to here. So this is contributing the male, that is the pollen will be transferred from here. All right, the pollen grains will be transferred from here to this is the female. All right, clear? So this is an example of geitonogamy. Now, here it is shown that, just a moment. All right, so here it is shown that it is coming to the, let me change the color so that it is more clear. So here in self-pollination, see, it is in the same flower again. All right, one single flower, when it happens from anther to stigma, is self-pollination. Now these are two different plants. Okay, now what happens is pollinators will go from here to the other plant with the help of any of the insect or air or any medium. Now when two different plants are involved, then it is cross-pollination. I hope all three points are clear. Hello Akhil, hello Bharat. Thank you for responding. Moving forward, this is an example of maize. All right, maize is an best example for self pollination. Now coming to xenogamy. Xenogamy is nothing but it simply means, hello Nikita. It is completely okay if you address me as Janani. No need for ma'am. Okay, so xenogamy is basically cross pollination. All right. So what happens here is that when the pollen grains are transferred from the anther to the stigma of another plant of the same species. All right, so it cannot be that one is say a tomato plant and another is a chili. Now, this tomato plant cannot pollinate a chili plant. It needs to be of the same species. Then only cross pollination can occur. So, cross pollination, what it is that it will lead to variation since two different plants are involved. Okay, so the genetic content will change and it will lead to recombination. All right, so this is an advantage of xenogamy. Agents for cross pollination. So what happens is, as I told you, that cross pollination cannot take place by itself, since both the female and the male gametes are non-motile. So we require a medium. All right. So these pollinating agents may be biotic elements, that means any animal or like insects, like honeybees or even snakes and such birds carry out pollination. All right. So abiotic factors can also be involved and are mostly involved. Those are wind and water are the most common abiotic factors. So majority of the plants use biotic agents, that to be precise, generally insects and birds are preferred. Okay, so this is an example of pollination by a bird and this is by a honeybee. Hello Nikita, hello Aditya. Agents of cross pollination. All right, so as I told you, abiotic and biotic factors are involved. Biotic factors involve bird, insect, and bat. And and abiotic factors will mainly involve wind and water. Now, coming to the first abiotic agent, that is the anemophily flowers. So, basically, by the word anemophily, I mean pollination by wind. So terrestrial flowers are mainly pollinated by wind. All right. So, pollen grains are light and are non-sticky. When the pollination has to occur through wind, the pollen grains have to be light so that they can easily travel from in the air from one flower to the another. And they also have to be non-sticky. All right. They need to have a feathery stigma so that these light pollen grains come easily in contact with them. So what happens is a numerous flowers are packed into inflorescence. By inflorescence, I mean every flower blooms in its own fashion, or in simpler words, I can say it as it forms clusters. All right. So when these clusters are formed, they are termed as inflorescence. Okay, so when they are in clusters, it is very easy that these many pollen grains are deposited. Okay, it basically gives you higher chance ratio. All right. So if not this, and there are many flowers, so even the pollen grain does not have to constrict itself to the to one flower itself. Okay, how efficient is wind pollination? I've already mentioned that it is mostly carried out by biotic factors. It prefers more because insects and that is insects and the birds. All right. So coming to this, see, wind pollination you cannot always rely on because it will also depend on the direction of the wind. All right. So what happens is that if we have two plants here which needs to be pollinated by wind, all right. But if the direction of the wind is somewhat like this and not in which is not in either direction of the plants, so they will fail. And just imagine that there is a seashore or somewhat like this, and in this towards this side there is no similar species of the plant. So in such cases, wind pollination fails. So, and also it will again boils down to the pollen pistil interaction. So it is upon again, even if it is pollinated by the wind, it has to go to an identification procedure and it has to get accepted or uh, rejected. All right. So what happens in a single ovule in each ovary? This is very much important in wind pollination. They generally have single ovule in each ovary. So hydrophily. So hydrophily, pollination by water. Uh, just clearing one more thing. When we constrict ourselves to these abiotic factors, water and wind, between these two, by that I mean between water and wind is the most preferred. That means more than water, wind has a more chance that it will cause pollination. All right. Now what? See, first of all, water pollination by water is very rare. All right, it is only constricted to about 30 genera or species, and these are mostly found in monocotyledons. Now let's see why. Because what happens is, even in the majority of aquatic plant, when they mature and when it's the time for fertilization, what it will do is it will come to the surface of the water. So once it comes to the surface of the water, it is the wind that will transfer the pollen grains and not the water. Hi, Cooking with Sumi. Thank you so much. Okay, all of you here need not address me as ma'am. You all can call me Janani. Moving forward, in majority of the aquatic plants, okay, as I told you, especially water hyacinth and water lily. What happens is that it will emerge above the level of the water and hence it will be pollinated by wind as discussed. Water hyacinth, see, it comes to the surface and when it comes to the surface, it is the wind that will cause the pollination. And this is an example of water lily. Now coming to the types of hydrophily. Hydrophily is again divided into two types. There is some differences between the two. Okay, Bharat. So what happens is that epihydrophily, the first type, what happens is when the pollination that occurs on the surface is called as epihydrophily. The best example is Vallisneria. So what happens is that the female part will reach the surface of the water. Okay, so a female, it will develop a long stalk. Okay, see, this female will develop a long stalk like this. Okay, and this will reach the surface of the water. So this is the water, and this female part is above the surface of the water. So now what happens is that now the male parts, okay, the anthers are somewhat here. Now these, they, when this burst opens, the pollen grains are somewhat here, and they, with the help of water itself, okay, now like just imagine that there are either some small ripples or waves, and this water will cause them to come in contact with the female part. Yes, so it is carried passively by water currents. All right, so some of them eventually reach the female flowers and the stigma. So see, it is a chance process. Okay, here in cross pollination, be it any type, we cannot guarantee, or there is a very less chance that it will undergo pollination and it will be successful. But in case of self pollination, especially the autogamy one, it is 100% seed formation is assured. This is how epihydrophily happens. So this male has released its pollen grains, and these pollen grains come to the surface of the water. And these flowers, that is the seed. This female part has arisen up. All right. So this is the female, and from here These will travel and reach the female part through water currents. Now, hypohydrophily. Let us see how it is different from the previous one. What happens is that you need to remember the examples. I stress on it again. Sea grasses such as Zoostera. Alright. What happens is that the female flowers remain submerged in water. Previously, what we saw was the female flowers rises above the water level. Here, they are submerged under the water. And what happens is that these pollen grains are released inside the water. This case, released inside the water is similar in the previous case also. Pollen grains in many such species are long, ribbon-like structure. Alright? And they are carried passively inside the water. Same. That means by the water currents, and some of these manage to reach the stigma. Okay? And they achieve pollination. And this type is called as hypohydrophily in Zoostera. See, now this, I don't know, it is quite faint, but these are the pollen grains. You see your long ribbon-like structures. Okay, now here the stigma is submerged under water itself, and these pollen manage to reach to the stigma. So what happens is that in most of the water pollinated species, you see it is what to prevent it from water, pollen needs to have a covering so that it will prevent it from wetting. That is caused by this mucilaginous covering that will prevent it from wetting. All right, and another thing we need to remember is that in the previous class, I told you that one of the characteristics of the petals is that they are very colorful and they add to the beauty of the flower also, and also they attract insects. Even their smell, okay, the nectar, the smell, they attract insects. See, now when the flowers are submerged in the water, there is no chance of any insect or bird pollinating it. It is the water that, or in some cases, the wind that will play the role. For both these cases, they need not produce nectar, color, or any smell. So these flowers are generally not colorful and they do not produce nectar. Now, what are the characteristics of entophilous flowers? What happens is that when it is pollinated by animals, that is zoophily, it is called entomophilous flower. All right. So here we saw an example of an insect pollinating it. Okay. Now what happens is, since now here an insect is involved, what happens is that these are large, colorful, fragrant. Now they need to have nectar because that is what is the attracting agent. Fine. So if the flowers are small, a number of flowers are clustered into an inflorescence. Inflorescence basically is the fashion in which or how the manner of these flowers are clustered into. So zoophilus is one of the following types based on the type of the animal involved in pollination. So basically in zoophilus, it basically refers to any animal. It can be an insect, it can be a bird, it can be a bat, snake, anything. So bees are the dominating biotic agent. So bees are the most common agents for pollination. Again, a very important objective question. Okay. Yes. So the first type of entomophily is that pollination by insects. See, as I said, bees are the most common one. Here is a snapshot of bees pollinating or taking up the nectar and causing pollination. Orthenophily. Orthenophily simply refers to ortheno. The term refers to birds. So any of the birds pollinating the flowers. So birds also will take up the nectar and the smell and also will get attracted to the colors. Then comes the chiropterophily. Alright, what happens here? It is pollinated by bats. Recently, this is one of the most talked animal, bats. We all are very fed up of this animal, but it does help in pollination. Then coming to malacophily. Malacophily refers to the pollination by snails. So many animals are involved in pollination and they all help in some or the other way. So this is an example of pollination happening through a snail. Moving forward, therophily. Therophily means pollination by squirrels. Alright. Now, ophiophyly means pollination by snakes. This is an example of ophiophyly. So you need to remember all these terms, the names, followed by what are the agents. The examples of the plants is not important in these cases. Only you need to remember is what type of pollination is associated with what type of zoophila or what type of animal. And the most common one is the honeybee. Let us see a few questions related to this. Pollination in between two flowers present on the same plant is called geitonogamy, xenogamy, autogamy, dichogamy. Okay. So see, xenogamy refers to cross pollination. Alright. So same plant is referred. So this cannot be the option. So geitonogamy now let me tell you why not autogamy, because it is mentioned two flowers and autogamy takes place in one flower itself. Alright, so the only valid option here is geitonogamy, and dichogamy we have not discussed any such thing related, so it is again eliminated. In water hyacinth, pollination takes place by water, snail, insect, birds. Though the water hyacinth is basically a plant, water plant, what happens is that it comes to the surface. So as soon as it comes to the surface, the wind or the insect pollination, the chances are higher. The type of inflorescence most commonly found in anemophilous plants is compound spikes, head, umbel or corium. This basically is a question from the 11th standard syllabus from the morphology part. I am sure everyone must be remembering this. This is caused by the compound spikes. Hi Amay, welcome. Thank you so much. Moving forward, pollination by squirrels is called. So, ophiophyly, therophily, malacophily, or entomophily. Alright, so the answer is therophily. Ophiophyly is related to snakes. Let me write it down for you so that you can remember. Snakes. Sorry. Ophiophyly is related to squirrels. Alright. Malacophily is related to snakes and entomophily is related to insects. So the correct answer is thyrophile. Outbreeding devices. Again, a very important term. What happens is that majority of the flowering plants produce hermaphrodite, that is a bisexual flower. That means in the same flowers there is an anther and an stigma. That means a male and a female gamete. So what happens is most of the plants try that they go under the process of sexual reproduction and they themselves try to prevent themselves from getting into the process of asexual one, though they are bisexual. Why so? Because what happens is inbreeding depression. All right. So what happens in inbreeding depression is that it is the nature's trait or the nature's way. What happens is that if there is continuous asexual reproduction, the nature always selects the recessive traits. All right, so the recessive traits are promoted. And because the recessive traits are promoted, there is a high chance of inbreeding depression, and there is no variation. Okay, no mutation. They cannot develop themselves, they cannot adapt themselves. The genetic content simply flows, and all the damage of the DNA gets transferred from generation after generation. That is why the flowers try to prevent the autogamy or the asexual type. So continued self-pollination results in inbreeding depression. Now coming to dichogamy. What is it? Flowering plants have developed the adaptations. Okay, what I mean by adaptations is that what happens in adaptation is that, see, uh, once these plants try to prevent asexual reproduction, they need to have a method. So there are many methods by which they will discourage themselves from self-pollination and encourage cross-pollination. So this is dichogamy. So what happens is that in dichogamy, the pollen grain and the stigma, they do not mature in the same time. So when the pollen is ready, the stigma is not ready, so it cannot occur pollination. When the stigma is ready, the pollen is not ready. So again, pollination cannot happen. So this is this process in which both have both of the maturation time is not synchronized is dichogamy. Thank you, Utkarsh. Now moving forward, either the pollen is released before the stigma and becomes receptive, that is protandry. If the pollen is released before, it is protandry. The best example is sunflower. And if the stigma becomes receptive much before, okay, the release of the pollen, then it is protogyny. Again, that the example is datura or solanum. See, here you can observe protogandry. The first day flower, what happens here is anther is shedding pollen and but the stigma is closed. Okay, now the stigma is open, but the pollen has already shed. Now there is no more pollen to be shed. All right. Protogyny, see, what happens is the first day of flowering, the stigma is receptive, but the anther is not ready. And in the second day of flowering, the anther is dehiscing. That means the pollen grains are released, but the stigma is not accepting. So this will now lead a chance for cross pollination, which will cause variation. Coming to the next adaptation to prevent self pollination is when the anther and the stigma are placed at different position. Just imagine if the anther and the stigma are in the opposite direction. There is a no chance, because both are non-motile, there is no chance that they will come in contact. So that is in simple, that is in the term for that is hercogamy. So what this is mainly the best examples are hibiscus and gloriosa. All right. This is an example of hibiscus and this is for the gloriosa. Both prevent autogamy. Autogamy means self-pollination. Now coming to heterostyly. What happens here is the third method or the third device to prevent the inbreeding is at different heights. See, I'm repeating it again and again. Male and female are not non-motile. Okay, they cannot move from their places. Okay, so now in styly, what happens is that the stigma and the anther is in different heights. So once there is difference in heights, it is very difficult for them to move from one height to the another. So what happens is, example, Olidaneria primula oxalis. All right. See here, you can see clearly the difference in heights. These are the anthers and this is the stigma. Because of the difference in height, it cannot move. All right. Now, self-incompatibility. What happens here is that this is the fourth method. It will make itself insterile. Okay, it loses the fertility concept, and it will completely become incompatible. Okay, to prevent the uh, asexual or the self-pollination. The best example is abutylon. All right. Now, in dicliny, what happens is that this is a genetic mechanism which will prevent self-pollination from fertilizing the ovules, but it will inhibit the pollen germination or the pollen growth in the pistil. So what happens is that here it will make its female matured and developed and ready for reproduction. But the male part is not developed, so the concept of self pollination is ruled out. So what happens is it has for this female some it generally prefers cross pollination. So from some other mature anther from some different flowers, it will come here and help this mature female to get pollinated. This is what causes diclining. Another device to prevent self-pollination is the production of unisexual flowers. So, if in a flower only contains male gametes or only contains female gametes, again the concept of self-pollination is ruled out. And if both the male and the female are present in the same plant, such as castor and maize, because they are monoecious in nature, that is bisexual, it prevents autogamy but not geitonogamy. So, geitonogamy is the pollination of pollen grains from anther to the stigma for different flowers but of the same plant. If there is any doubt, please let me know in the chat section. In several species, such as papaya, the male and the female flowers are present on the different plant. Okay, these are dioecious in nature. So the male is in a different plant, the female is in a different plant. So now what happens is this condition, dioecious condition, prevents both autogamy and geitonogamy. All right. Now moving to a very important concept of pollen pistil interaction. Please don't forget to like the video. It really motivates me, and if you learned a new concept or if you like any part of the teaching, please do drop a like without fail. All right. So moving to the pollen pistil interaction. See, this is basically a type of identification. So what happens here is the filiform apparatus. Filiform apparatus is basically present the micropylar part of the synergids. That is, what is the micropylar? See, you remember the structure of the female gametophyte, the below, there are three synergid cells. Yes, that below that is the micropylar region. All right. So what happens is that this will promote the entry of the pollen tube. So generally in animals what happens is that the female and the male, they will identify and they will accept, they will cause the exception or the rejection of the ovule and the sperm. But in case of flower, what happens is that male is present. Male, that means I mean the pollen grain. All right. But the female gametophyte does not decide whether it has to accept or it has to reject. Instead, it is the pistil. It is the pistil that will decide whether it will first identify. And after identifying, it will decide if it matches. That means if it accepts or it rejects. All right. Moving forward, it is a dynamic process followed by promotion or inhibition, that is, acceptance or rejection of the pollen grain. Now, I want to tell you the okay. First, let me see. Yes, this is the stigma. You can see the pollen grains here. All right. The pollen tube also is visible, I'm sure. All right. So, yes, another thing is ovary should be visible. That is, and micropylar region, ovule funicle. These are all the secondary part. All right. So, the first step is the identification. That is done. Okay. Now, if this step is approved, okay, only it has to first approve. If it is rejected, the following steps will not take place. All right. So, when this is approved, it can move to the step 2. So, what happens in step 2 is that this stigma will secrete a sugar plus water, like an enzyme, or let me call it a secretion. All right. Now, what happens is that this sugar plus water secretion will enter into the pollen grain. Okay. Now, this will enter into the pollen grain, and once this enter is or absorbed by the pollen grain, now this pollen grain will try to increase in size. So, see, as I told that pollen grain is surrounded with sporopollen, which is very resistant. So, it is not the sporopollen that will, try to expand, but it is the inner part or the intine that will try to expand itself. All right. And this enzyme will prevent it. Okay, so enzyme prevents it. All right, I hope till the second step it is clear. So this change the color. So okay, fine. So the second step is the secretion from the stigma to the pollen grain. All right, these steps have to be very clear. Okay, now what happens is that the third step, what will happen is the germination of the pollen tube. Now, see, now as this sugary substance, it secretes, it is absorbed. Now what happens is that now this pollen will, just try to expand, and now the germ pores. You remember the germ pores? Germ pores are the region where the sporopollen is absent. So now the germ pores is the one that comes into action. So what happens is that from here, this will give rise to or help the pollen tube to germinate. All right. Now the fourth step is penetration. Now pollen tube has developed. Now what the pollen tube has to go? It has to go and penetrate inside the stigma. Okay, so the penetration is like the pollen tube will go to the stigma, to the style, to the embryo sac. All right, this is the short process of the penetration. Now what happens is, we remember that we had two types of cells in the pollen tube. One, let me change the color again. Okay, so the two types of cell present in the pollen tube, one was the tube cell, which gives rise to the pollen grain, and the other is the generative cell. Fine. What happens is that these tube cell and these generative cell will try and come to the embryo sac. And once it starts entering the embryo sac, what happens is that it will undergo, this is the fifth process, it will undergo mitotic division. So once it tries to enter the embryo sac, what happens is that the germ cell which we saw will mitotically divide into two male gametophyte. Clear? I hope this process should be clear. So the first it will identify, then stigma secretes a sugar water secretion. It causes the pollen to expand. Then the pollen will start the germination of the pollen tube. This germination will happen through the germ pore. All right. Now this will start penetrating. Once the penetration starts, what happens? It will undergo mitotic division. Fine. Now coming to the fertilization. Fusion of the male and the female gamete. Entry of the pollen tube into the ovule. This we have seen. It is three ways in which the pollen tube can enter into the ovule. Alright. So the first one is the porogamy. Porogamy is basically the enter of the pollen tube through the micropolar region. Clear? When the pollen tube enters this through the micropolar region, that is from here. Alright? This is termed as porogamy. Now moving to the second part, it is a chalazogamy. From the name itself, it will enter from the chalazal end. Alright? Now the third type, mesogamy. Okay? In mesogamy, it will enter through the integuments. All right, this is the fashion how it will enter from the integuments. This structure is the integuments. Okay, so these are the three ways from which the pollen tube will enter. Very important. You need to remember the names and from the region where it is entering. I hope this is clear. All right. So the example for porogamy is Otilia, then comes Casuaria and Cucurbita or coconut. Alright, moving forward. Entry of the pollen tube into the embryo sac. Irrespective of any fashion, be it porogamy, be it chalazogamy or mesogamy, it has to enter the embryo sac at the micropolar end. See, in the porogamy, it is entering to the micropolar end itself from the start. In chalazogamy, it starts from the chalazal side, but eventually it will come towards the micropolar end only. And here also it will pass through the intubements, but finally it will enter through the micropolar end itself. All right. So the entry of the pollen tube in the embryo sac is under chemotropic guidance. By chemotropic guidance, I mean that the synergids have the filiform apparatus and they secrete some chemicals. These chemicals are termed as chemotropic guidance. All right. So see, this is how. This is the pollen grain. This is the pollen tube. This is the female gametophyte. All right. This is the micropolar region which we can see here. These are the intubements. This is the egg. Okay, this is the diagram taken from NCERT itself. Entry of the pollen tube into the embryo sac. Again, the same thing which we have discussed. See, now what happens is, you can see there is a degenerating synergid cell here. There is an egg cell here. You see these are the filiform apparatus here. Alright, the male gametophyte present here and the female, that is the infertile one present. So what happens is that this degenerative nucleus first will degenerate and see this it will fuse with the synergid nucleus that the pollen tube discharge will occur. Alright. So this is basically the process how the pollen tube will enter into the embryo sac. Artificial hybridization. What I mean that artificial hybridization, it is mainly some processes that is performed to improve the program or the conditions of the crops. What happens here is that during the like in an agricultural field, what they make sure is that the plant is only the desired or the pollen grains having a very good genetic composition is or a very good quality of pollen grain causes the pollination and helps the reproduction. Okay, so this is why they have developed some artificial methods, like we force the better or the better quality pollen to cause pollination, and we ourselves have invented some way to uh, prevent the other ones or the low quality ones. So the stigma, it is protected from the contamination of unwanted pollen. How it is done? See, this is the first process. So what is achieved by emasculation technique is that the female parent bears the bisexual flower. All right. So what happens is that the anther is removed from the female flower, but before the anther dehisces, matlab, before the pollen grains burst open, the anther itself is removed. All right, using a pair of forceps. So this step is known as emasculation, the removal of anther itself. See, this is an example of emasculation. Using a forceps, the anther itself is removed. So that, see, this is a case of if it has bisexual flowers. So that now the one chance of autogamy is completely ruled out. Emasculate flowers have to be now covered with a bag of the suitable size. Generally, the bag is made up of butter paper. Alright, why is this done? So that contamination is prevented. So this step of covering the desired flower with the bag, this process is termed as bagging. See, this is how, see, this with the help of a butter paper, this process of bagging takes place. You can see a flower here. This is completely covered with the bag so that contamination is prevented. When the stigma of the bagged flower attain receptivity, mature pollen grains collected from anther of the male parent is dusted on the stigma and the flowers are rebagged. See, now we have the good quality pollen. So now whichever pollen we want, we dust them into the anther ourselves through artificial. Like just imagine like you take a paintbrush, dip it in the desired pollen and just brush it. Alright. And now rebag it. Again cover it with a bag so that we can prevent uh, further contamination, or it can even happen that if you leave it open now, some other pollen grain might come, the undesired ones, and start its process. So what happens is that the fruit is allowed to develop, and if the female parent produces unisexual flower, then there is no need of emasculation. Then unisexual means there is now only the female present, so there is no need for removal of the anther. So this is this shows the rebagging. Okay. Now coming to the last and the very important topic from the CBSE board exam point of view as well as the NEET point of view. Double fertilization. What happens in double fertilization is that now there are two male gametophytes which we saw. Okay, now one of them, one after entering the synergids, what happens is that these pollen tube will burst and release its two male gametophytes into the cytoplasm. So what happens is that one male gametophyte will move towards the egg cell and it will fuse with its, okay, and it will complete the syngamy, or the simple words, it is a fertilization. So there are two male gametes out of which one go and it will cause the syngamy with the egg cell, and it will form the diploid, that is the 2N, that is the zygote. So male gamete and egg will cause syngamy and zygote is formed, 2N. Now this important step, this is different and this occurs only in flowering plants. What happens is that now see, I told you there are two male gametophytes. One has gone and fused with the egg. Now what happens is that the other male will go and fuse with the secondary nucleus. All right, and this secondary nucleus will give rise to PEN. This is P, sorry, PEN. This is primary endosperm nucleus, and it is triploid in nature. Very important point this is. It is triploid in nature and 3N ploidy it has, and it is primary endosperm nucleus. Now this fusion is called as triple fusion because three nucleus takes place in this fusion. So male gametophyte, two nucleus are already present, secondary nucleus 2N plus the N from the male gametophyte. Triple fusion results in a triploid condition. So the difference between syngamy and the PEN is that there the product is diploid, here the product is triploid. All right. See, just observe this very carefully. Here you can see two male gametophytes. All right. These are the two male gametophytes present here. Just follow the arrow. One will go and fertilize the egg cell here, and one will go and fertilize the secondary nucleus here and form a 3N. See, this is the 3N endosperm structure, and one will form the zygote, that is fertilization or syngamy. So see, one is 3N, one is 2N. So in total, 5N structures, or 5N is the contribution in total for double fertilization. Okay. Male gamete plus the secondary nucleus causes the PEN structure, all right, which is triploid. Since these two type of fusion, the syngamy and the triple fusion, takes place in the embryo sac, the phenomena is termed as double fertilization. Along with this, you have to remember that it occurs in flowering plants only. Both these terms are very important. 5 nuclei are involved. As I said, 3N from the PEN and 2N from the syngamy. Okay, that's it. That is the end of the topic. Now we'll just solve a few MCQs from various topics which are also the previous year asked questions. By previous year, not I mean the just previous year, it is previously or frequently asked questions in the NEET. Progamy is entered of the pollen tube into the ovule through dash. We have studied three types: progamy, mesogamy, and chalazogamy. So progamy is the type of entry through the micropolar region or the micropyle. Entry of the pollen tube into the embryo sac is under the guidance of chemotrophic, chemotactic, phototrophic, thigmotrophic. The correct answer is under the chemicals. The word chemicals is related to chemotropic. All right. The precautionary measures in artificial hybridization is or are emasculation only, bagging only, both emasculation and bagging, rebagging only. So the precautionary measure include both the emasculation and the bagging. Actually, rebagging is also a point, but the most relevant one here is both emasculation and bagging, since the next option states rebagging only, and that is not right. Double fertilization was discovered by Navashin in Lilium and Allium, Lilium and Fritillaria, Zemays and Magnifera, Nigella and Fritillaria. I did not discuss this point. The answer to this is very important. It is Lilium and Fritillaria. You need to remember this point. All right. Thank you, Nikita and Akhil and all the others. I hope you liked the session. Please do not forget to like the video. And yes, do join tomorrow at 11:30. We will be solving more than 100 questions from this topic, that is sexual reproduction in flowering plants, and it will include the frequently asked and the most important questions from the NEET point of view. Do not miss tomorrow's objective session. Thank you so much. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope I'm clearly audible and visible. So, yesterday night, even in at 11:30 a.m., these two classes I had taken at 11:30 and 8:45 p.m. So we discussed a very important chapter of NCERT chapter, that is the second chapter, sexual reproduction in flowering plants. So what we saw there is we started with how the structure of the flower looks, followed by the complete structure of the anther and the stigma, and then we yesterday night we discussed what is pollination, cross pollination, and we discussed two important concepts, that is double fertilization along with pollen pistil interactions, and we discussed its steps. So basically this video is like a quiz. Y'all try answering the questions before I give the explanations, and also it has 100 plus questions, so anyone there who's just looking out for a revision, these questions will make you revise the entire unit. I'll try to cover it in one class itself. So in one class we'll solve more than 100 questions and the revision. So let's start. I'm myself Janani Saptharishi. I will be teaching hello Vedansha. I'm Janani Saptharishi and I'll be teaching class 12 biology for Unacademy. I'm associated with India's largest learning platform. Now, what are the benefits of Unacademy? You can avail all the live daily classes, and not only that, you will get access to all queries, live quizzes, and all the study materials. So, Unacademy has structured courses with full syllabus coverage. So, if you're preparing for any exam, all right, any entrance exam, it is not that if you have used my code and enrolled, you cannot only study my subject, but you will be able to access all the subjects and all the materials required for the examination you have chosen. Like for example, if you're applying for NEET, you will get access to physics, chemistry, biology, unlimited access to all the contents. All right. Now, you will have live classes of all the top educators on board. So you can study at your preferred timings, your comfort, your ease. And we have a very comprehensive syllabus. And all you have to do is go to the Play Store, download the Unacademy Learning app, and get the subscription. Once you do that, please go to the Telegram app and type the following URL and click on join. Now, if you use my code Janani, so I will be teaching biology for class 12. So when you use my name as a code, you will avail an extra 10% discount on the following fee structure. So as soon as you choose, you'll get take the subscription, you will have an option to choose the duration and the fee. So the most preferred is the 12 months one. I highly prefer it for the students who are in 11th standard, because for an examination like NEET, you do need at least a year to prepare thoroughly. And for those who are in 12th, you may go for a crash course of any of these mentioned months. And I also recommend 12 months because it is very economical. You get you'll get all the free materials, courses, lectures, quizzes in just 15,000 rupees for 1 year. So if you have any doubts, hello Aryan. If you have any doubts regarding anything, you may post it in the chat box and I'll make sure to respond to it. So let us start. First, we'll start with the objectives related to stamen, microsporangium, and the pollen grain. chemical substance present in the exine of the pollen grains is. So we you all must be knowing that pollen grains basically has two layers or two parts, that is the intine and the exine. All right. Out of this exine is, we have seen that it is very resistant, that is its speciality. Now you have to answer that what substance causes the resistance. Hemicellulose, cellulose, spectrocellulose, sporulin. So it is sporopollenin that causes the resistance, and sporopollenin is one of the most resistant substance in the environment. You need to remember this. It is a very important question and a concept also. And cellulose and pectin is actually present in the intine. All right, moving forward. In the region of the germ pore, the exine of the pollen grain is thick, thin, perforated, or absent. So what happens? We have seen that, see, if this is my pollen grain, this is the intine, okay? And wait, let me draw the exine with another color. So this is my exine. All right, this exine is a rigid and a very thick layer. So what happens is, uh, this exine is what happens is that they form in some this they are absent, or let's say it is perforated. I won't give the direct answer, I'm just giving you an explanation. So what happens is, where these make some furrows, from there the pollen tube is germinated. All right, so therefore it is thin. All right, so the right answer is thin. See, it is not absent, because if we term it as absent, then whatever, like any acid or anything, the substance which we want to get resistance to can easily penetrate. Okay, same thing for perforated also. It is not a complete hole, it is thin. Okay, so thin, the pollen tube will disrupt it and it will easily come out. Now, dithegus anther. We study two types of anther. One is monothegus and one is dithegus. So, by the name itself, dithegus means simply having two theca. All right. By that I mean it looks somewhat like this. All right. Dithegus anther looks somewhat like this, and to in the addition, what it has two microsporangium in each lobe. Two microsporangium in each lobe. So in total, it forms a tetrasporangiate. Clear? Moving forward. Pollen tube protrudes out of. We just discussed this in the previous question. It should be easy for you all. Micropyle, carpopyle, germ pore, or the gynophore. It is through the germ pore because the sporopollenin layer is thick. Hello Ayushi, how are you? In anther, microspore mother cells are formed, commonly known as the MMC, or uh, are formed through only by meiosis, only by mitosis, both by mitosis and meiosis, either by mitosis or meiosis. So the answer is only by mitosis. The explanation for this is because the MMC will be haploid in nature. All right. Yes, Shantanu, Santanu, Giri, you are right. the pollen tube is made up of? So, the pollen tube is made up of sporopollenin, pectocellulose, lignin, lignosuberin. The pollen tube is made up of pectocellulose. Okay, so pollen tube is that will generate out of the sporopollen thick layer, and that contains pectin and cellulose substance called as pectocellulose. The pollen tube emerges out through the germ pore from, again the same question. This is a very important concept, and see the amount of variation the question can have in from one single concept itself. So it emerges out through the germ pore from exine of the vegetative cell, intine of the vegetative cell, exine of the generative cell, intine of the generative cell. So the pollen tube basically, all right. So just I'll give you a hint. The vegetative cell is also known as the tube cell. All right, because it gives rise to the germ pore. So it has to be vegetative cell. Now let us see. So let us see from where it comes out through the intine of the vegetative cell. So see, intine means the inner layer. So it begin from the inner layer, break the exine, and move forward. All right. Decomposition of pollen grains is prevented by, again the same concept, the pectin, cellulose, sporopollenin, chitin. The answer is sporopollenin, the most resistant substance. Number of layers in the anther wall is very important again. The answer is 4. So we begin with the epidermis. This is the first or the outermost layer. Okay. Then we have the endothecium, followed by the middle layers, and the end and the very important layer is the tapetum. Alright, this is the innermost and this is the outermost. Alright, so these are the 4 layers. Fine. Which layer of the anther wall helps in dehiscence? Dehiscence means when these pollen grains will break the anther wall. All right. When the pollen grains break the anther wall, and it will come out for the process pollination. So this happens only when it is mature. All right. So it is the epidermis or the endothecium, the tapetum or the middle wall layers. The answer to this is endothecium, because this is the wall that will, this causes basically the furrowing of the anther, and it produces somewhat like a structure like this, and this is the point of dehiscence. All right. So here the pollen grains easily break through the endothecium layer and come out. Fine. Uh, Hello, AB Tech Point. Hello. Nutritive tissue in the anther is. So we saw that one layer, what it was, that it was providing nourishment to the pollen grains. So this layer that provides nourishment or termed as nutritive tissue is the tapetum. So tapetum is just located outside the microsporangium, and so its job is to nourish the microspores or the pollens forming inside. Clear? Let's move. Larger cell in pollen grain is vegetative cell, sperm cell, generative cell, stalk cell. Alright, so there is nothing like stalk cell, so it is eliminated. We have seen that the generative cell will divide and produce the sperm cell. So this is also not valid. Alright, and generative cell is basically takes up less of the cytoplasmic content, and the genetic cell will take up more of the cytoplasmic content. So more the cytoplasm, the larger it is, hence it is the vegetative cell. In 60% angiosperm, pollen grain is released at. So we saw two states. One was the 2-cell stage and second is the 3-cell stage. 4-cell and 1-cell can be eliminated because there is no such stage of cells. That is important. So what we saw is most of the pollen grains is released when there is a vegetative and a germinative or a germ cell. All right, so it has two cells, so it is the 2-cell stage. 60% angiosperms are released at this point. What happens is that the other 30% release their pollen when this germ cell will divide into two, forming two male gametes. All right. So when these germ cells form two male gametes, at that time the other 30% of the angiosperms release their pollen grains. In the angiosperm, male gametes are produced from vegetative cell, tube cell, generative cell, stalk cell. Vegetative and tube cell simply means the same. Stalk cell, there is nothing like it, and it is the generative cell that has the property to divide. The vegetative and the tube cell is sterile in nature. All right? It is sterile. So it is only the generative cell that has the property to divide. It is possible to store pollen grains of a large number of species for years in liquid detergent, liquid nitrogen, liquid sulfur, liquid calcium. The right answer is liquid nitrogen. This process is called as cryopreservation. So cryopreservation is a technique where liquid nitrogen is used and it is stored as minus 196 degrees Celsius. Clear? At what temperature the pollen grain is stored for a long time? I just said minus 196 degrees Celsius. Pollen allergy is caused by, very important question and an example to remember. The answer is carrot grass. So carrot grass was brought to India to improve the quality of wheat. All right, so it was brought to India to improve the quality of wheat, but in turn it caused an allergy, and that is why it was termed as the major source of pollen allergy caused in India. In cereals like rice, wheat, pollen grains lose their viability within 30 minutes, 60 minutes, 30 hours, 30 seconds. So, by viability, I mean that the process in which the pollen can mature and move from, can break open the anther wall and move to the stigma. So, in such wheat like rice, in such cereals like rice and wheat, it only lasts up to 30 minutes. Thank you, Cooking with Sumi. The first cell of the male gametophyte is pollen grain, megaspore, germ spore, or the meiocyte. The first male gametophyte is always the pollen grain. Megaspore, germ spore. Megaspore is not male. Germ spore and meiocyte is not at all related. All right, it is the pollen grain that performs the function of the male gametophyte and helps in pollination. Now, moving to the second very important concept of the pistil, megasporangium, and the embryo sac, that is the female parts. So, ovules are unitegmic and anatrophous in the membranes of Malvaceae, Asteraceae, Lilac, or Fabaceae. The correct answer to this, Asteraceae. These are our examples that is very important to remember. Which of the following ovule is commonly called as inverted ovule? Orthotrophous, anatrophous, hemianatrophous, or amphitrophous? So, inverted one, that is completely turned around a 180 degree, is the anatrophous one. All right. The most common type of nutritive tissue for the development of embryos in the angiosperm is nucellus, perisperm, endosperm, placenta. The answer is endosperm. Placenta is basically the nutritive tissue for the animals or mammals. All right. So perisperm and nucellus are not the nutritive tissue. So endosperm is very similar to that of the tapetum. The tapetum nourishes the pollen grains. Here the endosperm will nourish the development of the embryo. All right. Mature female gametophyte or the embryo sac of angiospermic plant is 3-celled, 5-celled, 8-celled, 7-celled. So this is the answer is 7-celled. 3 antipodal cells down and synergid cells along with the nucleus. All right, it makes it 7 in total. Thank you, AB Tech Point. Ratio of the cells present in fully developed male and female gametophyte respectively in angiosperms is 3:8, 2:8, 3:7, 1:2. We just saw that the female has a 7-cell state and for the male it is 3. Since there will be one generative cell, there will be one vegetative cell, there will be one vegetative cell and there will be two generative cells. That is, generative cells basically divides into two male gametes. So in total there is 3. So therefore it is 3:7. Nucellus is synonymous with integument of the megasporangium, megasporophyll, megasporangium, or the female gametophyte. It is synonymous, means it is closely related or similar to. Nucellus is very similar to megasporangium. The cells in the egg apparatus are egg cell plus one synergid plus two egg cell, one egg cell plus two synergids, two egg cells plus two synergids. The answer is one egg cell. All right. So this is how it looks. Here we have 3 antipodal cells. All right. Here we have one of the egg cell and down we have two synergids. All right. So this is the synergid. This is the egg cell. All right. And this is the antipodal cells. Here, if any doubts, please put it up in the chat box. If egg cell of an angiospermic plant has 20 chromosomes, all right, the chromosome present in the products of syngamy simply means the normal fertilization, that is N plus N. So in syngamy, the contents will double, or it is the ploidy is 2N. So 20 will become 40. In triple fusion, as the name itself suggests, what happens is the ploidy is 3n. So it becomes 60. And in the nucellus, again, it is a 2n ploidy, and therefore it is 40. All right. So the correct answer as we found 40, 60, and 40. So 40, 60, and 40. Fine. Filiform apparatus are found in synergids, egg cell, antipodal cell, central cells. This filiform apparatus are those arising from the below, and synergid cell is very close to it. So as I'll draw it again, see. These three will be the antipodal cells. Here will be the egg cell. These will be the synergid cell. And somewhat from here, there will be something like this. That is the filiform apparatus. All right. Binucleated cell in the embryo sac is. Binucleated means having two nucleus. It is the synergid, central, antipodal, or the egg cell. It is the central cell that is binucleated. So, see, if these are the synergid cells, all right, the central cell is placed somewhat like this on top of it, and it is binucleated. So, this part is the central cell. Which one represents junction between ovule and funicle? Very important and a very easy question. Directly it is referred from the structure itself. Junction means where it is meeting or the common point. That is the hilum. Alright. Basal part of the ovule. Alright. What forms the base of the ovule? Micropyle, chalaza, funicle, tigellum. The answer is chalaza. In which of the following plant ovary style are fused but stigma are free? So this is the type of adaptation that we discussed. All right. So what we have to see is style are fused but stigmas are free. The answer is hibiscus. All right. So basically, in hibiscus, what happens is that stigma is it is also has only one lobe of anther. That means it is also monothecous in nature. All right. Another point to remember. Fine. Moving forward, ovary with many ovules present in it. That means more than one. It is present in papaya. These examples are again and again, I repeat, very important to remember. Pollination. So pollination in closed flowers is called. So basically there are two types of flowers, chasmogamous and clistogamous. Alright. So these are the two types of flowers that are found. Chasmogamous are the flowers in which the petals are open and all the structures, all the essential structures are exposed to the environment. All right. So this is a type of open flower, and clistogamous is the closed flower. Now, why is it closed? All right. So it is closed so that the anther and the stigma are placed very near or close to each other so that it can perform self-pollination. All right. Since it is there will be only chance of the transfer of the pollen grains from the anther to the stigma of the same plant, hence a single plant, okay, will have a male flower as well as the female flower. All right. So from the same plant, the pollen grains from the male, that is from the anther, moves to the female flower. So this process is called as geitonogamy. Best methods for self-pollination is chasmogamy, clistogamy, self-sterility, or pollen prepotency. So what happens in pollen prepotency is that the pollen and the the male and the female mature at different times. So self sterility basically means getting sterile. Chasmogamy and cleistogamy we have discussed. So in all the other three except cleistogamy, it performs cross pollination. All right, since it is sterile, we it is ruled out. Pollen prepotency means that it is maturing before or after the female one. All right, pre generally means it is before. So since the time differs for maturation, this is also ruled out and it will cause only cross pollination. Chasmogamy is open flower, open for cross pollination. So the only option is cleistogamy. Uh, Carica and Vallisneria are very important. Monoecious, dioecious, polygamous, or gymnomonoecious. So the answer is dioecious. That means since what happens in Vallisneria, it is a flower that is inside water. But during the maturation time or during the time of pollination, these flowers come up. All right, so it comes to the surface of the water and from there cross pollination takes place. Therefore, it is dioecious. Genetically, self pollination is Geitonogamy, xenogamy, polygamy, or dichogamy. So genetically, the self-pollination is geitonogamy because even though it happens in the same plant, so the same plant will have the same genetic content, all right, and hence it is geitonogamy. The type of pollination in dioecious plants is hercogamy, autogamy, geitonogamy, or xenogamy. Alright, so since dioecious plants is mentioned, it has to be xenogamy. Dioecious means unisexual, that means either having the male part or the female. So it will have to undergo cross pollination, and cross pollination is xenogamy. Pollination and monoecious, that means bisexual plant is dichogamy, geitonogamy, autogamy, or geitonogamy or autogamy. Okay, very important. See, when I say a monoecious plant, that means in a single flower, all right, there will be male as well as female, all right, and the answer is geitonogamy because the plant is monoecious, not the flower, all right. So now this is the case of the flower, so I'll say that the flower is monoecious, but when the plant is monoecious, that means the plant will have one male flower and one female flower. That makes the complete plant termed as monoecious. That is why from here the pollen grains will pass here and the genetic content remains the same. So it is self-pollination, that is geitonogamy. Clear? Fine. In yucca, the flowers are pollinated by Tegeticula, Blastophaga, hummingbirds, bats. So the yucca flowers are the best example of the Tegeticula. Alright, we need to remember this example. Pollination in grasses is commonly zoophily, entomophily, anemophily, or orthenophily. The correct answer is anemophily. All right. Anemophily is basically wind pollination. Well-exposed stamens and feathery stigmas are common in well-exposed stamens. So these two are very important for the air to take the pollen grains, the light pollen grains across and deposit to the feathery stigma so that the feathery stigmas easily stick to the pollen grains. Therefore, anemophily, that is the wind pollination. All right. This is the characteristics of wind pollination. Anemophilous flowers are with protogynous, bisexual, uniovulate, or attractive. So anemophilous are basically uniovulate. All right, it need not be attractive because it need not produce nectar or colorful petals because it does not have to attract insects. All right, and it need not be bisexual. Bisexual will then lead to self pollination. This is a type of cross pollination. Long silky hair-like styles, feathery stigmas of a cork trap pollen during zoophily, anemophily, hydrophily, or orthenophily. See, corn cob trap is specified. That is especially for anemophily or again wind pollination. The type of inflorescence or the fashion of how the flowers are clustered in anemophilous flower. Compound spike, head, umbel, corymb. So it is a fashion of compound spike. All right. Long ribbon-like pollen grains. Very important again. Long ribbon-like pollen grains are found in Hydrophilus, Orthinophilus, or Chiropterophily. The answer is Hydrophilus. Okay, what happens is the female part is submerged in water and the long ribbon-like pollen grains come and help in pollination. Fine. In Zoostera, pollination takes place by hypohydrophily, epihydrophily, orthinophily, or ophiophily. The right answer is hypohydrophily. So first of all, Zoostera is a plant that lives in water. So it has the most probability of carrying out hydrophily. So we have two types of hydrophily. So what happens in epihydrophily is that the female gamete, okay, the female gamete is on the surface of the water. All right. Whereas in hypohydrophily, the female gamete is submerged. So this is very important. So again, in Zoostera, what happens is the female gamete is submerged, and it is those long ribbon-like pollen grains that will come and fertilize or cause pollination. Epihydrophily is best demonstrated. Epihydrophily means when the females are on the surface and the anther will produce or leave its pollen grains on the surface of the water, and the water currents will help them to cause pollination. Okay, so the correct answer for this is the best example we need to remember is Vallisneria. All right, fine. Pollination by animals is called anemophily, zoophily, hydrophily, entomophily. So see, anemophily is wind. All right, hydrophily is water. And entomophily is a type of zoophily itself. All right, so it is as it is given in a broad spectrum animals, it is zoophily. All right, entomophily basically refers to those of insects. The pollination takes place by bats. You can expect this question this year. All right. So the pollination that takes place by bats is orthophily, malicophily, ophiophily, or chiropterophily. The answer is chiropterophily. That is that which happens through bat. If pollen directly deposited on ovules, all right, it does need not go into the or deposit into the stigma, then the pistil, etc. So this is called as direct pollination. Okay, the word itself will represent. Fine. Examples of hercogamy is datura, Hibiscus, Oxalis, Solanum. So the best example for hercogamy is hibiscus. Let me drink some water. Fine. Pollination by squirrels is called. In yesterday's lecture, we learned many types of pollination done by zoophily. So it had insects, birds, squirrels, snakes, and everything had a term. So therophily is the term that is the pollination done with the help of squirrels. All right. Let me know if there is any doubt. Fine. If pollen is released before stigma, it will become receptive and it is called protogyny, heterostyly, hercogamy, or protandry. The answer is protandry because the pollen is released before, okay, the stigma. And what happens is it is basically an adaptation and it gets mature in two different times. Only xenogamy occurs in monoecious plants, dioecious, bisexual, or hermaphrodite flower. Xenogamy means a plant that has a separate, that is unisexual. By that I mean one one is male plant and the other is the female plant. So only cross pollination can take place. That is dioecious plants. In water hyacinth, pollination takes place by water, wind or insects or the birds. What happens in water hyacinth? That it comes to the surface of the water. Alright, so the entire flower is exposed in the surface of the water, and then the water does not play a role in it. It is the wind that will help the cross pollination, wind or even the insects. Pollen pistil interaction. All right, very important topic, and it will also include the post fertilization events. So, the number of genomes involved in double fertilization of the angiosperm is 7, 8, 10, or 5. So, it is 5, basically 2 from the syngamy, 2 from syngamy, and 3 from the PEN. Fine. Triple fusion represents the fusion between egg and the first male gamete, second male gamete and secondary nucleus of two polar nuclei, egg and the polar nucleus, egg and the synergid. So basically the two male gametophytes, one goes and fuses with the egg and the second one goes and fuses with the secondary polar nucleotide. So triple fusion is basically when it forms triploid condition, that is the male gamete along with the two nucleus, in total 3. Fine. The ploidy of the endosperm in plants showing direct pollination is triploid, diploid, haploid, or tetraploid. See, when direct pollination happens, there is no need for this process of syngamy and fertilization. Therefore, it is haploid. Entry of pollen tube through the basal portion of the nucleus. So we had seen 3 types. One was the porogamy, where it enters through the micropyle region. Mesogamy refers to the entry through the intubements, and chalazogamy through the chalaza Apogamy has to do nothing here, eliminated. So this is through the chalaza, alright. Mesogamy occur to the intubements, and porogamy refers to the entry to the micropylar region. Sorry, yes. The answer is chalazogamy because chalaza is basically the base portion. All right. So when it will enter through the chalaza, it is termed as the chalazogamy. Endosperm of the flowering plants develop from haploid nucleus, diploid nucleus, triploid nucleus, tetraploid nucleus. We just saw that the endosperm, that means we are referring to the PEN. It will develop from the triploid nucleus. The second male gamete will go and fuse to the secondary nucleus or the two nuclei present in the endosperm. The developed seeds attach to the pericarp, that means the outer covering, by raphe, helium, tigellum, or carunicle. Answer is helium. The ploidy of allurinone layer is N, 2N, 3N, or 4N. This is again related to triple fusion. All right. Allurinone layer is a part of endosperm, so it has to undergo 3N. The mother cell of endosperm is fertilized egg, fertilized central egg, synergids, or ephemeral cells. So, as mother cell is mentioned, it is the fertilized central cells which will have two nucleus. All right. So therefore, it is referred to the triple fusion. So this two nucleus fuses with the second male gamete. Number of genomes involved in triple fusion: 1, 2, 3, 4. The number of genomes that is involved is 3. Removal of the anther from the bisexual flower. This is actually an artificial process. So the process of removing the anther from the forceps are used. It is a way of called emasculation. All right. So what is done is, from a flower, forceps are used and the anthers are pulled out. Emasculation prevents. Emasculation will prevent the undesired pollination or self-pollination. All right. So basically, if it is a bisexual flower, we need to make sure that the anther is removed so that self-pollination is not caused. Bagging prevents. So after emasculation, the second step is bagging. What happens when bagging is done is that it will prevent all the unwanted or the less quality or the undesired pollen grains through the method of cross pollination. Since, see, in artificial hybridization, we want to expose the flower through the desired pollen of the high quality pollen we have chosen. So we need to eliminate these factors. Which of the following is the basis of our agriculture? Seed, fruit, stem, leaf. It is the seed. If the seed is good quality, definitely the stem, fruit, leaf, and all the parts will be of good quality itself. All right. The largest seed is seen in tiger claw palm, double coconut, coconut, common pansy. The answer is double coconut. The largest seed is seen in double coconut. The oldest viable seed is seen in Lupinus atritus, Lodocia malvaceae, Phoenix dactylifera, or Cocos nucifera. So the oldest viable seed is the Lupinus articus. Another important example to remember. 2000-year-old viable seed is recorded in, again, it is a very important example. It is Phoenix dactylifera. Seed viability of Lupinus atritus is 2000 years, 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 1,000 years. We have seen that in Lupinus articus, it is 10,000 years. All right, the viability lasts so long. The part of the pollen grain which is thick and rigid with various ornamentis is chiefly made up of? Again, the same question. It is the sporopollenin. The line of dehiscence between the pollen sac represents endothecium, theca, stomium, or the connective. So, let me draw the structure. Alright, it is somewhat like the anther looks somewhat like this. Alright, so what happens is the connective is basically what joins these two lobes of the anther. Alright, so connective is not. The dehiscence happens as this point. This is the point of dehiscence. Alright, so the stomium is these thin cells that are present here. So it is the stomium that when, see, this will be the pollen grains. When it will burst out, it will break open the stomium and called dehiscence. Because stomium is present there and it is thin and it will help in dehiscence, this point is called point of dehiscence. So the right answer is stomium. The method of outbreeding device which avoid autogamy and geitonogamy is, that means to avoid self-pollination, what is the device we use? It is dicliny with dioecious condition. Alright. That simply means that we help the flower to be dioecious, that is unisexual, so that there is the chance of self-pollination is eliminated. Male gametes in angiosperm are formed by the division of the following: microspore, vegetative cell, generative cell, or the pollen mother cell. Male gametes of the angiosperm, that means it is formed through the generative cell. So a generative cell is the one that will go into meiosis and it will form two male gametophytes. The vegetative cell is fertile. Sorry, non-fertile. Select the cell showing initially binucleate haploid, later uninucleate, then the diploid condition and the uninucleate triploid condition after fertilization. Egg cell, synergids, antipodal cell, or the synergid. So it is the, sorry, or the central cell. It is the central cell. Initially it is binucleate. Alright, then it is uninucleate but in a diploid condition. That means it will have 2n condition. And then later again it will undergo the triple fusion and it will be in a triploid condition. So it is the central cell. Each cell of the pollen tetrad. Okay, so the each cell of the pollen tetrad, fine, consists of 12 chromosomes. What number of chromosomes is present in the nucellus of the ovule? You can definitely expect such question. So nucellus, as I told you, the ploidy is 2n for the nucellus. Alright, and since the pollen, which is in n state always, the pollen is always haploid, so it has 12 chromosomes. So in 2n it is 12 plus 12, that is 24. Each microsporangium of a dithecous stamen consists of 10 pollen mother cells. What would be the total pollen produced if it consists of 5 stamens? Alright, so since dithecous is mentioned, that means 2 thecas, alright, and 2 thecas will have 4 microsporangium and it is said that it consists of 10 pollen mother cells. So what is the total pollen produced if the produce the flower if it consists of 5 stamens? Alright, the question is clear. So it is basically just what you have to do is see. So as I told you, there is 4 microsporangia here. Alright, sorry. So what happens is that in each there are 40. Fine. In a dithecous there are 40. So what will be the total pollen if it is consist of 5 stamens. So such you have to do just into 5. So there will be 5 dithegus anthers and each will have 4 megaspores. So it is 40 into 5, that is 800. Clear? Identify the plant from flowering pair in which the former is having a single ovule, ovaries, and later with many ovuled ovaries. I want you to answer this question on your own, okay, because it's a very important and a discussed question. So I'll give you the answer also. It is wheat and orchid, but attempt it and let me know if any doubt. Botanical name of carrot grass. Carrot grass is the one that caused pollen allergies. So the botanical name is Parthenium. So you need to remember both the names because in objective any one can be asked. The pattern of cell division involved in functional megaspore, initially an angiosperm for the development of embryo sac. That happens by the process. First, there will be mitosis, it will divide into two, and it will not undergo cytokinesis. Alright, very important point again. Pick out the correct pair of structures from the following in which the former cell acts as a precursor cell of the microspores, whereas the later cell is the last of the male gametophytic phase in angiosperm. Pollen mother cell and male gametes, pollen cell, pollen grain and megaspore. The answer has to be pollen mother cell and male gametes. Alright? See, the former cell will act as a precursor of the microspores. That is the pollen mother cell. It is the precursor of the microspores or the pollen grains formed. All right. So from the first option itself we can conclude that it is the first option. But moving forward, in the later, the last gametophyte. All right. The last of the male gametophyte phase in the angiosperm. That means, see, we have seen that the generative cell splits into two male gametes. That is what is mentioned here. Ovule with 180-degree body curvature. We discussed this 180-degree means completely inverted or anatropous ovule. Ratio of minimum number of meiotic division required order to produce 80 synergids and 60 antipodals in polygonium type of embryo sac respectively. So see it if it has so you need the minimum number of the meiotic division, all right, that is the reductional division, to produce 80 synergids and 60 antipodals. So this will be 2:1 because the synergids are 2 in nature. All right. And just calculate it. It is a very simple question. Just go through the concept and see how many mitotic divisions will synergy need. And it will be double that of the antipodals. Alright, starting with the microspore mother cell. What is the last number of meiotic and the mitotic division required respectively that could occur during the formation of 400 male gametes in angiosperm? So what is the number of meiotic and mitotic division? Produce 400 male gametes. So basically, to see, since you need at least 400 mitotic divisions to produce 400 male gametes, all right, and meiotic, see, what happens is that from the microspore mother cell, what happens is first it will undergo meiotic division, all right. So in the meiotic, you will have two, all right. So after that, it has to again undergo mitosis. Fine. And this will give rise to 400 male gametes in the end. So the only correct option here is 50 along with 400. Mother cell of female gametophyte in angiosperm. Megaspore mother cell, female gametes, functional microspore, functional megaspore. Megaspore refers to the female gamete. Multicarpillary apocarpus pistil is present in. Multicarpillary means more than one carpel. Hibiscus, Meschilla, Papaver, or Helianthus. The answer is Mitchellia. Gametophytes of angiosperms are dioecious, completely dependent, highly reduced, or all of the above. So gametophytes of angiosperms have to be dioecious, all right, for cross pollination. They are completely dependent on cross pollination and they are highly reduced, all right. So all of the above. Pick out the correct statement. Among the animals, insects are the dominating pollination agents. In seagrass like Zoostera involved in hydrophily, pollen grains are smooth walled, covered, and mucilaginous. Okay. Pollination through water is rare in flowering but restricted to only 30 species. Yes, this is the correct answer. Oh, okay, wait. It's rare in flowering plants. No, no. In hydrophytes like water, hyacinth and flower carried out in the surface of the water. So the correct statement here is that among the animals, insects are the most dominating pollinating agents. Actually, this statement is also correct. So pollination in water is rare and it happens through flowering. It is rare in flowering plants, very rare, and it is only restricted to 30 species. This number is also correct. The only thing missing here is it happens only in monocots. But overall, the third statement is also correct. So, today we will be starting with the third chapter of the NCERT under the unit Reproduction. So, the third segment consists of human reproduction, which we will be discussing some part of it today in detail. Human reproduction is a vast topic and its weightage according to the need will be at least 4 to 5 questions from the topic human reproduction itself. So let's begin. This is some information about me. I am Janani Saptharishi and I'm associated with Unacademy to teach class 12 biology. Alright, so what Unacademy will give you is ample of live classes. Also, for every subject and every unit, you can take live test quizzes. You can go and take as many tests and quizzes you want. It provides you structured courses with complete coverage of syllabus. With Unacademy, you can prepare for any entrance exam you wish to crack. So, by complete syllabus coverage, I mean that you get unlimited access to all the contents of all the subjects required for the examination. So, if I take the examination, for the example of the NEET examination, you will get all the subjects like physics, chemistry, bio, and its complete syllabus. You'll have live classes with the top educators on board. You can choose whichever time you are comfortable with and the educator you are comfortable with, and you can start your preparation. So it offers you a comprehensive syllabus. All you have to do is go to the Play Store, download the Unacademy Learning app. You have to download this app and you have to get its subscription. And once you get the subscription, please go to the Telegram app and you can talk to us by mentioning this URL. This is given in the description box below. So as soon as you start subscribing, you will see the following fee structures. So I recommend most the 12-month course because for an examination like NEET, you at least need 12 months to prepare, and moreover, it is only of 15,000 rupees for 12 months, which is very much economical. But if you're in your class 12, you can take any of the following crash courses of 1, 3, or 6 months. I'm giving you an additional gift from my side. If you use my code Janani, that is my name, you can avail an extra 10% discount on your course. So let's begin. As I told you, it is Unit 5, Human Reproductive System. Hello, Aryan Verma. Hello, Mr. KZ. Thank you for joining. And please do like the video, comment your views, comment your doubts. I will make sure to answer and clear everything. And also subscribe the channel and hit the bell icon. Let's begin. So let's start with the introduction of the human reproductive system. So, in this unit, we will be covering both the male and the female reproductive system and how the gametes are formed and everything. So, starting with the characteristics of sexual reproduction. I'm why we are starting with sexual reproduction is because humans always and always undergo sexual reproduction. All right. So first, let us see what are the. We are looking now at sexual reproduction in a broader perspective. Let us first understand what is sexual reproduction and what are its advantages, and then move towards the human part. So, what happens in sexual reproduction is that the maternal and the paternal gametes fuse together. All right, and there is recombination and variation. We have seen that sexual reproduction causes recombination and variation. We have studied this in chapter 1 also. So, variation is genetically termed as genetic advantage. All right. So, what happens is variations lead to evolution, and that is why it is termed as a genetic advantage. All right. So, just a moment. So what happens is stronger ones survive and the weaker ones perish. This is a law of the environment. All right. So to adapt, the weaker one perish and the stronger will survive. So for adapting towards this, any organism has to go through evolution, which can only happen if variation is present. So, what are the characteristics? It is a complex process. Yes, we have discussed that. It is a slow process since it has to undergo many steps more than the asexual one. And it is also, see, the here an example of an elephant is given. All right, so an elephant complete its reproductive phase, that is from the fertilization till the birth, it is 22 months, which is the highest. All right. So what happens? It takes place only in favorable conditions. There are several factors that will affect the sexual reproduction characteristics. So in sexual reproduction, only a small number of offsprings are produced, unlike the asexual method. A few questions related to this. Variations lead to evolution, reproduction, locomotion, or respiration. The correct answer is evolution, and it is the genetic advantage. Now let us see the reproductive system. So basically, a human reproductive system and also the entire syllabus of this unit consists of male reproductive system, female reproductive system, gametogenesis, menstrual cycle, fertilization, followed by gastrulation, the organogenesis of how the organs are found of the fetus, the placenta formation and how it nourishes the fetus, followed by parturition and lactation. So today in this video, we will be discussing about in complete detail about the male reproductive system, what all organs, parts are involved, and also how it favors the production of male gametes. So, we will discuss all these terms in detail moving forward. So, human reproduction is a form of sexual reproduction resulting in the conception of the child of a child. So, this is the definition. So what happens is, it typically involves a sexual intercourse between a man and woman. So, human reproduction, the events are gametogenesis, that is the formation of gametes. So, gametogenesis is a common term for both the female and the male. So, when it forms the gametes, the formation of gametes takes place. The term is the gametogenesis, followed by insemination. By that, I mean that when the sperm start entering the female genital tract, followed by the fusion of both the male and the female gamete, which will lead to the formation of zygote, followed by implantation. By implantation, I mean that how the zygote will develop in the uterus, and the development of the blastocyst, that is the developed zygote, and how it goes and attaches itself to the uterine wall or the wall of the uterus. Now, moving forward, gestation is a process where the embryonic development takes place, that is, the child starts developing, and parturition means the process of giving birth to the fetus or the child. Starting with the male reproductive system. So, the parts of the male reproduction are scrotum, testes, epididymis, vas deferens, urinary bladder, prostate gland, seminal vesicles, anus, and the penis. So, we'll discuss each part in detail. See, first we need to remember that all these sex organs are located in the pelvic region. Fine. And these include a pair of testes along with accessory ducts, glands, and external genitalia. Alright. So, what we need to remember is that, see, basically, uh, it is divided into primary sex organ. The primary sex organ is the testes. Alright. Now, the secondary sex organs, just a moment. I'm sorry. So the secondary sex organs, all right, the secondary sex organs are all the accessory ducts and all the glands like bulbourethral glands, Cowper's glands, and everything. So what basically the difference is that the primary sex organs will help in the formation of gametes, all right, and it will also control the hormonal regulation. Alright, whereas the secondary sex organ will not contribute towards the process gametogenesis. That is, no gametes are formed in the secondary sex organs. And the examples of secondary sex organs are the prostate, bulbourethral, the Cowper's gland, that is same as the bulbourethral, and also the vas deferens and vas efferens. All right. So this is the basic example between the primary sex organs and the secondary sex organs. So let's begin with the first slide, that is the testes. So testes is a pair of pair, that means it is two testes are present, and it is an oval tissue, all right, and it is the primary sex organ which we have seen. So basically this is extra abdominal. So the first thing which we need to remember is that during the fetal development, the testes starts developing in the abdomen itself. All right, it starts its development in the abdomen, but during the 7th month, all right, it will descend and become extra abdominal. All right, so Now let us see what is the scrotum. So as I said that testes are extra-abdominal. Now these testes are located in an pouch-like structure called the scrotum. Fine. This we can see the pouch-like structure here highlighted in blue. What are the functions of the scrotum? Uh, Before that, let me tell you the functions of the testes. So what happens is that these testes will help in gametogenesis and it will produce gametes, that is the sperms. We'll discuss it in detail. Since we are discussing the function of the scrotum, we need to be familiar with the one of the testes before. So the functions of the scrotum. So basically it is an outer covering, so it prevents it from mechanical injuries, and the very important point is that it will maintain the low temperature. So at least 2 to 2.5 degree low temperature is present in the scrotal sac. So what happens is that it will help in the growth, development, and the maturation of the sperms. All right. So it is important that the temperature is low because all these processes need to be carried out. And it is 34 to 35 degrees Celsius, that is 2 to 2.5 degree lower than the normal internal body temperature. The cavity of the scrotal sac is connected through the abdominal cavity through the inguinal canal. This is again very important. So it is what happens is that, just a moment. Yes, this inguinal canal consists of various tubes and various veins and nerves that pass through it. So basically, it consists of the inguinal canal. Yes, the inguinal canal consists of nerves, connecting tubes, followed by yes, and the blood vessels. So the inguinal canal comprises of all three, and in addition we need to remember that it is the one that will connect it to the abdominal cavity. Now comes the spermatic cord. So the contents in the spermatic cord include arteries, veins, nerves, vas deferens, and the other tissue. So what happens is that it is the spermatic cord that will run from down the abdominal through the inguinal canal in each testis. So this portion here refers to the spermatic cord. All right. Now let us come back again and discuss that how the testis is positioning itself. So a scrotal, see, apart from the scrotal sac, gubernaculum helps the positioning of the testes and the spermatic cord. And also the other two muscle names that you have to remember is that cremaster muscles along with the dartos. These two muscles will also help in keeping the in positioning of the testes, cremaster and dartos. Now, what is the gubernaculum? So basically, gubernaculum is a fibrous cord that will connect the testes with the bottom part of the scrotal sac. So an objective can be asked in such a way that what is the fibrous cord that connects the testis with the bottom of the scrotum or the scrotal sac? That is vas deferens, epididymis, gubernaculum, or the seminal duct. The correct answer is gubernaculum. Now, what are the functions of the testes? So first for knowing the functions, we need to see that how the testis looks internally. Now we have just discussed that where it is located, and externally it is covered by a scrotal sac, and where it is placed and when it is formed. Now we need to look at the internal structure, and that is possible when we observe a transverse section of it. So basically, the basic functions will include spermatogenesis and production of testosterone. So this is the transverse section of the testis. And now moving forward to the histology. So the histology of the testis is that the testis, first we need to know, see the green part here is the outermost covering of the testes. And this is known as tunica vaginalis. Alright, so it includes the epithelium plus the connective tissue. Epithelium plus the connective tissue. Hi Bharat. Hi Akul. How are you? Hi Mantesh Mahajan. Fine. Moving forward to the internal layer. So the internal layer includes the second layer. Just a moment. Yes. Tunica albuginea. This is basically this orange part which we can see here. This is the tunica albuginea. All right, and is this is a type of fibrous connective tissue. See, tunica vaginalis is epithelium plus the connective tissue, but tunica albuginea is simply fibrous connective tissue. This is the outer layer and this is the internal layer. All right. So what? This is basically the outermost layer, that is the tunica vaginalis. It covers the testes and it is a pouch of a serous membrane. By serous membrane, I mean that it is a peritoneal layer or the outermost layer. So this, see here we can see clearly what happens is that this tunica albuginea is the yellow part. So basically a testis will is made up of many compartments. All right. It has up to 250 compartments of what? It is 250 compartments of the uh, it has 250 components of the seminiferous tubules. I'm sorry, yes, this had of the seminiferous tubules. All right, and this tunica albuginea basically forms more compartments and forms further compartments of these seminiferous tubules. So in between the tube-like structure you observe in this part is basically the seminiferous tubules. All right. Let me just clear this. Yes. So this is the tunica albuginea. Each testis is enclosed in a fibrous envelope of tunica albuginea, and it extends to inward from the septa that partitions the testi into lobules. So each section here, so this one part is termed as lobule. All right. I hope this is clear. Hi Advika, how are you? Further, the histology of testes. So what happens is, as I told you, that there are at least 250 testicular lobules in each testis, and each lobule contains of 1 to 3 highly coiled seminiferous tubule. By each lobule, I mean that, see, this is one lobule, and this incomplete will contain 1 to 3 highly coiled seminiferous tubules. Fine. Moving forward. Seminiferous tubules. What are they? What do they basically do? So basically this is the structure of the seminiferous tubule. This we will be discussing during the process of gametogenesis, but let me name all the layers. This outermost layer, this part, all right, is the germinal epithelium. Germinal epithelium is the one which will give rise to the which has the unmatured sperm cells and which will further give rise to the matured sperm cells. So The first covering is with the Sertoli cells, followed by the spermatids, secondary spermatocyte, and followed by the primary spermatocytes, spermatogonium, very important, and the Leydig cells and the basement membrane. This is a diagram taken from NCERT itself, and it is very important. All these naming is very important. It will be clear as we discuss about it further. Fine. So each seminiferal is lined by the germinal epithelium. We have seen that. So basically, what does germinal epithelium cells? As I said, it contains of the unmature or the undifferentiated male cells known as the spermatogonial mother cells. So the cells which are undifferentiated are termed as spermatogonial mother cell. Fine. Now, it also bears something known as the Sertoli cells. So, these Sertoli cells are also called as the nurse cells. Okay. Why is that called so? Because it will nourish the male gametes. Alright. So, what happens is that these Sertoli cells also secrete something called as AMF. Alright. By that, I refer to the okay. Yes. Yes. By AMF, I mean that the anti-Mullerian factor. So this basically prevents the AMF will prevent the formation of the oviducts. It will take care that the oviducts are not formed in the male. All right, and it in addition to this, it will also release. Just let me change the color also. In addition to AMF, it will also release ABP, that is the androgen binding protein. So I hope the applications or the uses of the Sertoli cells is clear. First, it is the main important point that it is for the nourishment of the cells. That is why it is called as the nurse cell. Followed by it will secrete the AMF, that is the anti-Mullerian factor, followed by the secretion of the androgen binding protein. Now coming to the spermatogonia. The thing here, so you can see the red part here. This refers to the spermatogonium, this part. Alright. We are now talking about this red region here. Alright. So what is that? The spermatogonia produce the primary spermatocytes. That is the first stage. Alright. And that is produced when the process of meiosis is undergone. And finally, it will lead to the formation of the spermatozoa or the sperms. So this process of the formation of sperms from the primary sporocytes which undergo meiosis and form the spermatozoa is termed as spermatogenesis. Alright, again very important from the NEET and the board point of view. Hi, Arijit Bede, how are you? Now, let us see some more points about the Sertoli cells. As I said that they provide nutrition. Yes, and one more thing is they produce something called as the inhibin. So basically, as I said that testes also control the hormonal factors. So basically the hormonal factor that is produced by the androgen. And from where this is secreted, all the hormones are secreted from the anterior lobe of the pituitary. Alright, so basically it's the FSH and the LH. I hope it is visible here. Just remember, I'll write it down here again. It is the FSH and the LH. Alright, and this is secreted from the anterior lobe of the pituitary. So, it keeps a check by inhibin that there is not, it should not be that the FSH is over secreted. So, even over secretion can lead to problem. Therefore, the hormone inhibin is basically an inhibitory hormone that will control the production of FSH, that is follicular stimulating hormone. Now coming to a very interesting point about the interstitial spaces. So what are these interstitial spaces? We saw what is seminiferous tubules, all right? So these tubules are basically placed like compartments. So between these there are empty spaces. Now that is known as interstitial spaces, but these interstitial spaces are filled or contain something known as the Leydig cells. All right. So what you see here is the Leydig cells. It is not visible here, I think. Let me write it down here. So it contains the Leydig cells. All right. So what these Leydig cells do is basically they will secrete the hormone known as androgen. Now coming to testosterone. Testosterone basically will control the development of the secondary sexual characters and will form the gamete formation, that is the spermatogenesis. So other immunological component are also present. We'll see in detail now. See, this diagram again very important. This is basically a transverse section, TS, of the testis. A very similar diagram is present in the NCERT almost. Please practice and learn this diagram. So let us start. What all we have seen till now is that we have seen tunica vaginalis, that is the outermost covering, what is shown here in pink. Then we have seen the tunica albuginea, the fibrous connective tissue layer that forms the compartments. All right. Now this compartment is called as the septum. Clear? Now we have seen some tubules, and what tubules are those termed as? It is seminiferous tubule that will help in the maturation or the formation of sperms. It will undergo a process known as spermatogenesis. All right. These are the things we have discussed till now. Now, we'll learn about a new part, that is the rete testis. This is a very easy but an important part. So basically rete testes, by the term itself, it means that the back or the behind side of the testes. So see here, it is a connective mass of connective tissue as the back of the testis. All right, and the seminiferous tubules and the vas deferentia open through the rete testis. All right, so see, this part is the rete testis. Wait, change the color. This part is the rete testis, what we see here. And these seminiferous tubules arise from this part, that is the rete testis. Alright, I hope this is clear. And not only the seminiferous tubules, from here, see, you can see even the vas efferentia. We will see what it is in detail. This also arises from the rete testis. Alright. So this gives arise to two parts, the vas efferentia and the seminiferous tubules. Now, let us see about a unique condition called as cryptorchidism. What it means that, as I told you, testes are extra abdominal. So, if in any case the testes fail to descend outside the abdominal, this condition is termed as cryptorchidism or the undescended testes. Alright, so testes do not descend from the abdomen to the scrotum. Testes does not produce sperm, so the male will become sterile. Clear? Yes. In each testis, the number of testicular lobules are 350, 420, 250, 500. The correct answer is 250. All right. Moving forward about the vas efferentia. So vas efferentia is basically this is the vas efferentia, this tube here, all right, that is arising from the rete testis, all right. These are the vas efferentia. So basically, it is 10 to 12 centimeters, all right, and vas efferentia eventually connects to an important part of the testis called as the epididymis. Let us see. It will open into the seminiferous tubule, open into the vas differentia through the rete testis. So rete testis is basically in between the seminiferous tubules and the vas efferents. All right. So a network of tubules. So see, as you can see, it is basically tube-like structure. These are tube-like structures. So it is termed as the network of tubules carrying the spermatozoa from the seminiferous tubules to the vas efferentia. All right. So here is the vas efferentia, the main part, and this part is basically the tube that will carry the sperms from the seminiferous tubules to the vas efferents. All right. And this is done through the rete testis. So rete testis gives arise to this tube-like structure which later forms the vas efferentia, and it helps in the transportation or the carrying of the sperm. So now coming to a very important part, epididymis. So epididymis is basically linked to the storage of the sperms. So here is where the sperms are stored, but it is stored temporarily. All right, it is temporary in nature. And why it is temporary is that because it will only be there until the sperms mature. All right, until the sperms will mature. Right. So the vas efferentia leave the testis and open into a narrow, tightly coiled tube on the and epididymis is located along the posterior surface of each testis. All right. See, this part here is the epididymis. It is highly coiled in nature. All right, and it is present in the posterior end. So basically the testis has two sides, the anterior and the posterior sides. Most of these structures like the scrotal, the testicle. So what is the testicle? Scrotum, the testis plus the epididymis in total is called the testicle. All right, and the spermatic cord all are present in the posterior side. Now, what happens is this epididymis, as I told, they store the sperms temporarily, and and uh, and basically they give them time to mature. All right. So the epididymis is differentiated into three layers. The first one is the head of the epididymis, this front part, or also known as the caput, because it forms a cap-like structure. All right. The second layer, that is this marked with the red. All right. This is the body or the corpus of the epididymis. The second part in red marked here. This is the body or the corpus. All right. This is I've written body here. All right. Now the last part in black is basically the tail or the caudal region. Okay, so this is the tail of the epididymis. So three parts. First is the head or the caput, followed by the body or the corpus, followed by the cord. Now coming to the vas difference. So what happens is that the caput of it is the caput that will, or the cap part, this part, all right, what will what will receive the spermatozoa via the vas efferentia of the mediastinum testis, all right, and it is basically the mass of the connective tissue that is present as the back of the testis that encloses the rete testis. This is written about the epididymis. All right. So epididymis, mass of connective tissue present in the posterior side we saw, and it will enclose the rete testis. Now coming to the vas difference. See, here we saw where the vas difference is. It is basically this part. See, this entire part is the vas difference. So what happens is that vas difference is a long, narrow and a muscular tube, and it is lined by pseudostratified columnar epithelium, or generally known as the lamina propria, and it is a type of alveolar connective tissue. All right. And the epididymis will, the vas difference starts from the bottom or the tail part of the epididymis, that is the chorda, and it will pass through the inguinal canal or into the abdominal. So basically, this will create a loop. Okay, this will basically create a loop. What you see here, from to a it loops over the urinary bladder. All right. So it will start from the cauda, that is the tail of the epididymis. It will move and loop over the urinary bladder. And finally, it will enter into the abdominal cavity, or the inguinal canal. All right. Yes. I hope this is clear. Now, what happens is it receives a duct from the seminal vesicle that is known as the ejaculatory duct. All right. So, see, this in yellow is the vas difference here. All right. The yellow part. Now, see, it is receiving a duct here which are marked in blue. So, this duct, what it receives is called the ejaculatory duct. What the ejaculatory duct basically. So what is basically the ejaculatory duct is that there are two ducts, and they converge from the center of the prostate and open into the urethra. So urethra is basically a common passage from where both the sperms as well as the urine flows. But at a time, only one fluid can flow. See, you can see your ejaculatory duct, and this is the prostate gland. And this is the part where it will converge, and these two will form a common duct and will open into the urethra. All right, I hope this part is clear. So what the ejaculatory duct carries is the sperms. All right, and from where it is coming? It is from the vas differentia, and it will carry the fluid from the seminal vesicles into the urethra, and it will transport the sperms outside the male body. Passage of spermatozoa. So it starts with seminiferous tubules. All right, then seminiferous tubule is basically which will cause the process of spermatogenesis. All right, then the spermatozoa is formed, and then they move towards the rete testis, that is the posterior part, and then from the rete testis it will take it to the vas efferentia, and this vas efferentia will take it in a place where the sperms mature. All right, that is the epididymis. This epididymis has three parts: caput, corpus, and the caput, corpus, and the chorda. All right, and then it will move towards the vas deferens. All right, which will then later uh, connect or merge with the ejaculatory duct and will form a common passage called as urethra. And this urethra will help for the passage of the sperms through the vagina of the female. So, the epididymis is located on anterior surface, posterior surface, vertical, ventral to the testis, dorsal to the testis. Ventral and dorsal cannot be, we have studied only two parts of the surface. The transverse section will always contain, okay, so the transverse section consists of the anterior and the posterior section. And epididymis and everything, the vas deferens, rete testis, everything is in the posterior surface of the testis. Now, moving forward, and moving forward to the urethra. So, urethra is basically 20 centimeter in length, and it basically has three parts. All right. So, the first part of urethra is covered by the prostate gland. All right. This is the first part. Now, what happens to the second part? The second part is situated behind the pubic symphysis. All right. And the third part is basically the longest part, termed as the penile urethra. All right. So these are the three parts that you have to remember. The first part covered with the prostate gland, second part behind the pubic symphysis, and the third and the longest part, that is penile urethra. So this is how the portion marked in black is the part of the urethra. So urethra is basically shared by two systems, that is the reproductive and the urinary system. So it originates from the urinary bladder and it will pass through the external part, that is the external part of the reproductive system, that is the penis, and it will open outside in an external opening called the urethral meatus. All right, all these 3 points is very important. Now, what forms the external male genitalia? So external male genitalia is made up of penis along with the scrotum or the scrotal sac. So what is the penis? So basically penis is the copulatory organ synonymous to that of synonymous to vagina of the female. So it is extra abdominal, that is why it is termed as the external genitalia part, and it is the penis that serves as the common part between the urinary duct and also an intraminent organ that will transfer the spermatozoa into the female reproductive organ. Hi Vaishnavi Rajput, how are you? So basically, as we discussed, the penis is made up of three columns of tissue. All right. So the first two columns that we'll discuss is marked in black, and it is called the corpora cavernosa. So this basically the entire structure of the penis is covered with tunica albuginea. All right. And now we will be discussing about corpus cavernosum. All right. Now this is paired. Basically, see, you can see two part 1 and 2 here. Yes. See, it basically has two parts, 1 and 2. All right. And it is the upper part of the transverse section of the penis, and it is also the dorsal region. So the second region, which is marked in blue here, All right. This is known as the corpus spongiosum. All right. So this is a single structure. It is ventral or present in the lower side, and it will possess urethra. You see this yellow part? This refers from where the urethra will open into. All right. So the corpus cavernosa basically consists of a special tissue. All right. So this special tissue is basically filled with blood. And why so? Because when it is filled in blood, it will help the penis to get erect, and yes, it will help in the erection, and it will facilitate the process called as insemination. Clear? So basically, this is the septum, all right, this part that will basically form a division between the corpus cavernosa and the corpus spongium. So this is the septum, all right. And since we have seen that it is filled with blood, it needs to have arteries, all right, and these arteries are called cavernosal arteries, and the spaces between these arteries are termed as cavernosal spaces. And what you see, these structures like the coiled structures here are known as the trabeculae. All right, so we have seen corpus cavernosum and its structures, then septum, then the corpus spongiosum, from where the urethra will come out. All right. Yes. Again, all the structures is given. We have seen what is the seminal vesicle. We'll discuss now about all the glands. We know what is the urinary bladder that stores the urine. Now coming to the external genitalia, we have seen what is corpus cavernosum, corpus spongiosum, glans penis. We need to study this ahead. We have seen what is the testicle. In that, we have studied about the epididymis, where the sperm is stored, the rete testis, the vas efferents, and we have also studied the vas deferens that will connect from the testis to the over the urinary bladder to the abdomen. All right, and we have also studied the common passage, that is the urethra. Now, the glans penis. So, glans penis is basically the tip of the penis or the corpus spongiosum that is enlarged, and it forms a bulb-like structure. Alright, it is nothing very difficult. It is basically the tip. So, it is basically the tip, and it will form a bulb-like structure. So, the glans penis is covered with the foreskin. All right. So, basically, the male accessory glands will consist of seminal vesicle, prostate gland will have these three glands: seminal vesicle, prostate gland, and the Cowper's gland. This is what that will form the accessory glands. Fine. Now coming to the first accessory gland, that is the seminal vesicle. Now, why do we call it as accessory glands? Because they have no role in gametogenesis, or they will not produce gametes. They will only help in the process of the transfer of the sperms, or they will help in the development. All right. So basically, seminal vesicle is paired. All right. And yes, see, there are two in. There are two. That is why it is known as a spare. It is a tubular gland, and it is highly coiled in nature, as you can see here. Fine. Now, another thing to remember is that they are the posterior inferior, or they are basically present behind the urinary bladder. All right. Now, what we need to remember is that these seminal vesicle will help in the secretion of alkaline fluid that will form 60% of the content of the semen. So, what all does the fluid contain? It contains fructose, proteins, citric acid, and inorganic phosphorus along with potassium and something known as prostaglandins. So it will contribute to all these factors that leads to the alkaline nature. All right, and it basically forms 60% of the content. Fructose will act as an energy source. All right, so as we have discussed that in whatever organism that will undergo sexual reproduction, it will basically need to have a lot of energy to have the motility. So these fructose act as a main energy source. All right, and prostaglandins basically will cause the mucus lining on the cervix. Cervix is the part of the vagina. All right, so what happens is that the vagina is highly acidic. So this prostaglandin will cause a mucus lining so that these are not destroyed by it, and as well as it will aid the movement of the sperms. So the sperms are the one which are motile, and it will move towards the ovum with something known as peristaltic contractions. All right, which will be done with the help of the uterus and the fallopian tubes. Hi Ayushi, how are you? Now, coming to the prostate gland. All right, now we saw about the seminal vesicle. Now, let us discuss about the prostate gland. So, it is singular, unlike the seminal vesicle. Seminal vesicle is paired in nature. All right, so the prostate gland is basically located below the urinary bladder. All right, at the base of it, and it is basically 30 to 40 tubular compartments. Fine. The prostate contributes to 15 to 30% of the semen. Now, what happens is that the fluid from the prostate is so clear and it is slightly acidic. All right. So, what happens is that this basically helps in the activation of the spermatozoa, and also it will produce or give nutrition to it so that it can easily move and fertilize the egg. All right, so all right, we have discussed, I think, almost all the points that will make it active. And yes, another important point is that it will also help them to counteract the effect caused by the urine. All right, it is the prostaglandin that will help it. Okay, so in a day, millions of sperms are made. We will come to that point later in detail. All right. So, what happens is that below the prostate gland and in the beginning of the portion comes the bulbourethral, commonly known as the Cowper's gland. So, basically, it is a pea sized gland. All right. And what is the function is that it will secrete an alkaline fluid. The secretion will lubricate the urethra and it will act as a lubricating or a flushing agent. So this is basically a lubricating agent. All right. And what it will do is it will wash away the acidic urinary residues present in the urethra before the ejaculation. So, the lubrication of the penis is also due to the secretion of bulbourethral, Sertoli, Leydig, and the interstitial. So, all these here are from the part of testis, that is the primary sex organ. Okay, and the lubrication is with the help of the secondary sex organ, that is the bulbourethral gland, also called as the also known as the accessory gland. All right. So another important point we have to discuss is that uh, in a day, almost 20 million sperms are produced, but out of that, only 60% of it is normal. All right. So, and out of that 60%, only 40% will have motility or can move. All right. Now, out of this 60%, only 40% has motility. All right. And out of that, okay, if and out of that, only some can make through the egg or of the female or the female gamete. Okay, why so? Because there are some lose its motility, some fail to reach the egg, and some are destroyed because of the acidity of the female reproductive tract. And if a male produces less than 20 million sperm per day, then the male is termed as sterile. All right, that's it for today. I hope it cleared some concept. It is a very important chapter from the NEET point of view. So, uh, yesterday we started a new unit. All right. Uh, it was chapter 3 of the NCERT according to it, and it is human reproduction. So, in human reproduction, first we need to discuss both the reproductive system of how it looks and functions, and what all parts are involved in it of both the male and the female. So, in the yesterday's lecture, we completed the entire male reproductive system. We saw what are the primary sex organs involved, what are the secondary sex organs involved, and the accessory glands which help in various functions. So similarly, in today's video, we will be discussing about how the female reproductive system functions and how each organ has a role to play. Hello Aryan, how are you? So today's topic under the human reproductive system is the female reproductive system. First, let me tell you about myself. I'm Janani Saptharishi, and I'm going to be teaching you all class 12 biology, and I'm associated with Unacademy, India's largest online learning platforms. So, with the help of Unacademy, what you'll achieve is you will achieve daily live classes. All right, you will get access to all the content you need to clear any entrance exam. All right, so it will include live tests and quizzes, n number of tests, n number of quizzes. You will have structured courses with unlimited access and complete syllabus coverage. By that I mean that in one subscription you will get access to all the live courses, live videos, recording, and you can watch at your comfort. So in such a situation, I really feel that this is the best option you all can go. You can make the most out of it, and you have live classes scheduled every day with the top educators on board, and you can choose with what educator you are comfortable with at your ease and your comfort. So we have a very comprehensive syllabus. All right, all you need to do is go to the Play Store and download the Unacademy Learning application and get its subscription. And once you get its subscription, you have to go to the Telegram link for more information. So basically, this link is given in the chat box. All right. So when you get your subscription, these are the fee structures that are available for different durations. So I recommend you most the 12-month one, because if you're preparing for an examination like NEET, you will at least need 12 months to prepare thoroughly. If you're in 11th, it is highly recommended. If you're in 12th right now, you can avail any of the crash courses or the courses with the shorter duration. 12 months is also very economical. So, and see, uh, initially 12 months was 15,000 rupees, but you can make it 13,500. You can avail it here if you use the code Janani, that is my name. Use it as your referral code and you will get an additional 10% discount. All right. And you can avail this discount on all the courses. Hello, John Singh. Hi, Vedancha. Yes. Hi, Vatsalanti. Fine. Uh, Female reproductive system. Now, from the frontal view, the important parts we need to study is about the ovary. Moving forward, we'll study about the uterus, then the fallopian tube. This is where the fertilization takes place. And then we'll see what is the importance of the cervix followed by the vagina. This is an just a second. See, this is a lateral view, and what we see here is that you can see the three layers of the uterus, that is the endometrium, myometrium, perimetrium, along with the cervical canal. All right, and this is how the ovary looks, and this diagram also shows the different phases of the ovary, and all this we will be discussing in detail in following. Hi, Johnson. Quiz will be tonight at 8:45 p.m. You can join, but the quiz will only be on male and female reproductive system. Let's start. See, this is again a lateral view. So you have urinary bladder, urethra, the uterus, cervix, ovary, fallopian tube, vagina, and the rectum. So basically, a female reproductive system consists of a pair of ovaries. That means you have two, they are two in number. A pair of oviducts, again two in number. You have one uterus, vagina, and the external genitalia located in the pelvic region. Both the parts of the male and the female reproductive system are located in the pelvic region. So, yes, these are the different parts. Again, as I mentioned, all right. Now, moving forward, the parts we will be studying is the uterus, cervix, vagina, ovaries, fallopian tubes. Let us start. The female reproductive system basically consists of a pair of ovaries, fallopian tube, uterus, vagina, and the external genitalia located in the pelvic region. So what happens is these parts, all right, pair with something known as the mammary gland. So this is not a part of a female reproductive system, not exactly a part, but it is integrated into it and has a vital role to play. No, the quiz will not be now. The quiz will be tonight at 8:45 p.m. All right, and it is integrated structurally and functionally to support these processes. The processes which include in the female reproductive system or which are carried out is ovulation, fertilization, pregnancy, birth, and the child care. All right. Starting with the ovaries. As I said, ovaries exist in pair, so they are two in number, and ovaries are basically the primary sex organs. So the primary sex organs are those that form the gametes, and also secretes hormones. As we saw in the male, in case of male, they cause spermatogenesis and they secreted their testosterone and androgens. Similarly, here in the females, what happens is they form the gametes that are the ovaries, and they will secrete steroid hormones. By that, I mean that the ovarian hormones. Fine. What is marked in blue is the two ovaries. It is basically one on each side of the lower abdomen. So this is how this is a good diagram for looking at the anatomy of the ovary. So basically it is a double layered fold. Alright, it consists of a peritoneum, a meso-ovarium. Basically meso-ovarium is the connect that will connect the ovary with all the walls of the abdominal cavity. तो ये meso-ovarium क्या करता है? ओवरी को abdomen से connect करता है. Clear? Now let us see the other parts. The ovaries are covered on the outside layer by simple cuboidal epithelium called as the germinal epithelium. So basically, ovary has just a moment. Yes. So basically, the ovary is covered by a epithelium. All right. And ये जो epithelium है, ये enclose करता है. Like epithelium तो covering हुआ, ठीक है? तो ये epithelium है, and it encloses something. And इसके अंदर मतलब जो भी है, that is known as ovarian stroma. Clear? Now, let us discuss about the germinal epithelium, that is the covering. So basically it is nothing but it is a visceral peritoneum that will envelop or cover the ovaries. Fine. So what happens is under this germinal epithelium there is a dense connective tissue. Alright, and this is called the tunica albuginea. So the outermost covering क्या था? Germinal epithelium था. अभी उसके next region में, okay, if this is my epithelium, now in the next region I have something called as dense connective tissue. Alright, it will be something like this, and इसको कहते हैं हम tunica albuginea. Fine. Now basically, yes, the ovary is divided into two parts, and वो दो parts कौन से? It is the outer cortex, that is the outer layer, and the inner medulla. Alright, so basically जो covering है उसे cortex कहते हैं, and जो भी अंदर है उसे inner medulla कहते हैं. Alright. Now what we see is ये जो कॉर्टेक्स है उसमें प्रेजेंट होते हैं ओवल सैक्स, also known as the ovarian follicles. Alright, so what happens is that this outer cortex and inner medulla basically consist of something known as the ovarian follicles. Now see, what all structures you see here, basically these are the ovarian follicles. Alright, so what happens is that basically they have an internally large placed ovum. Alright, and that ovum is centrally placed. So this is how an oocyte will develop or mature. So this part where the ovum is released, alright, this when the ovum is released, this is called as oogenesis. Alright, when the ovum is released out is called as oogenesis. So basically what happens is that this what I said was the ovarian follicle. It will keep developing into different stages, and then it will form a stage called corpus luteum. This is the mature state. So, if if the ovary is fertilized, then it will carry out other processes, and it will start growing. If fertilized, it will start growing. But if it is not fertilized, then it is released out simply during the menstrual phase. We'll come to the part of the uterus, and that time I'll discuss you what are the three parts, and it is one of mesoovarium is one of the part of the uterus itself. All right. So it is basically a very elastic muscle that will help in the contraction, and ovulation is completely different, as I told you. Wait. See, ovulation is when this entire process is oogenesis, and when this ovary is released out, if it is not fertilized, this process is called as ovulation. All right. And this entire process here, what is taking place, that is the development of the ovary into the primary oocyte, secondary oocyte, followed by the corpus luteum. This entire process, the diagram what shows here is the uh, is the oogenesis. Is it clear? Fine. So here we have several granular cells, and what happens is that in between them there is also a cavity that is called a antrum. We can see the antrum clearly here. This is basically a cavity. All this we will be discussing in the next part, that is spermatogenesis and the oogenesis. That will be, I guess, tomorrow. All right, but I want to give you an overview. So this is how it matures. So basically, it is a primary oocyte which will then develop into a secondary one. Okay, and then it will form a mature state, that is the corpus luteum. And all I want you to be clear is that if this corpus luteum, or if in this stage the if the fertilization takes place, then this corpus luteum will start developing into the zygote or the fetus. Else, this will release the ovule. That this process is called as ovulation. All right. And then this corpus luteum will form something known as corpus albicans and will degenerate. All right. Now the cortex will appear more dense and granular due to the presence of ovarian follicles. All right. So this part, the outer part here, uh, this part entirely is the cortex region. And what all the nerves and the blood vessels you see here is basically the medulla. So the corpus is dense due to the presence of ovarian follicles. All right. And medulla is basically the loose connective tissue with abundant blood vessels, lymphatic vessels, and nerve fibers. So what are the blue-green blood vessels and the nerve fibers you see is basically the inner medulla, and the outer region is the outer cortex. Fine. So now the follicles are formed by, the follicles, I mean these oval things, they are formed by the infolding. ठीक है, तो ये जो भी structures है ये सब एक effect है infolding of the germinal epithelium. Germinal epithelium का था outer most covering थी. तो अब ये जब outer most covering अपने आप को अंदर fold करता है, तब वो structures बनाता है जिसे कहते हैं follicles. So just one simple question that can be asked. One pair of ovaries is located in one each side of the lower abdomen in the pelvic region, both in 1 and 2. See, here the appropriate answer is actually one on each side of the lower abdomen. Alright, but what we have seen that the entire female reproductive system is in the pelvic region itself. So basically pelvic region is in the term of the broader section, and from that specifically ovary is present in each side of the abdomen. So hence it is answer 1 and 2. Now coming to the oviducts. So what happens here is basically the fallopian tube is also known as the oviduct. So what is basically the fallopian tube? It is where the fertilization takes place. Alright, it is where the fertilization will take place. And each fallopian tube will extend from the periphery of the ovary to the uterus. So what from the periphery I mean, see एकदम ओवरी के इस टिप से ये जो फिंगर लाइक प्रोजेक्शंस है यहाँ पे इसे कहते हैं फिम्ब्रे. ठीक है, अभी यहां से लेके ये ओविडक्ट बेसिकली कनेक्ट करेगा हमें यूट्रस से. ऑलराइट, तो ओवरी एंड यूट्रस को जो एक्सटेंड या कनेक्ट कराता है वो है फैलोपियन ट्यूब or the oviduct. All right, this is the ovary, this is the oviduct, and this is the uterus. And now what I was talking about is the, yes, so basically fallopian tube has three parts. First is the infundibulum. All right, so infundibulum is this funnel shaped, and this funnel shape has some finger like projections called the fimbriae. All right, this finger-like projections basically is the fimbriae, and this funnel-shaped structure in the hole is referred to as infundibulum. Now, what happens? Yes, as I told you about the fimbriae. Now, the second part is the ampulla. So, this ampulla specifically is where the fertilization or the fusion of gametes will take place. Alright, it is the point of fertilization. So it is the middle and the wider part, and the third part is the isthmus. So basically isthmus क्या करता है, ये है last और narrow part, and isthmus is the one that will connect or open into the uterus. Alright, so ampulla के बारे में हमें ये याद रखना है कि ये साइट होता है जहाँ पे fusion of gametes होता है and the ovary will get fertilized. It is the site of fertilization. Alright, basically fimbriae क्या करता है, ovary को अपने position में hold करेगा. Fimbriae कहाँ पे होता है, infundibulum, that is funnel shaped. This is ampulla or the wider part. And then coming to the isthmus, isthmus is basically the last and the narrow part, and it is the isthmus that will open into the uterus. Fine. It is the site of fertilization, as I told you. See, this is the black one is the zygote and the red is the ovule. Alright, and it somewhere gets fertilized. If you look carefully as at this video, it's, see, it will get fertilized somewhere here. Alright, and that region is known as the ampulla. Ampulla isthmus junction. This is the exact site required for fertilization. Yes, Arun, this is the female reproductive chapter. So basically in NCERT I get सिर्फ ampulla दिया हुआ है, but in the actual term for the site of fertilization is the ampulla isthmus junction. That is basically just because see isthmus is the next part of the ampulla, and basically the junction means जहाँ पे ampulla and isthmus थोड़ा कनेक्ट होता है, एंड इसीलिए हम उसे एम्प्यूला isthmus जंक्शन कहते हैं. तो अगर आपको ऑप्शन में एम्प्यूला दिखे तो भी वो सही है, एम्प्यूला isthmus जंक्शन वो और प्रिसाइज टर्म है. Fine. It conducts the ovum or the zygote towards the uterus by peristalsis. So see, what happens is that from here, the ovum has to move here, all right? And even now, when when the zygote is formed here, all right? Now that zygote has again moved towards the uterus. So the ovum from here and the zygote both has to move towards the uterus. Alright. So this is caused by a movement called peristalsis. It is also termed as a ciliary act. Alright, so basically, even in 11th, we had discussed that the fallopian tube has a cilia-like structure that is somewhat like this. Alright, now what this cilia helps is it will basically cause a movement that will slightly push the ovary or the zygote coming towards the uterus. Alright. Now, this is a very good, again, anatomical representation, all right, of the ovarian fimbriae. So, what you see the projections here, these are the fimbriae, all right. Now, you can see the mesophalanx here. This is what connects it with the uterus, all right. So, the fallopian tube is attached to the abdominal wall. I'm sorry, not the uterus. It will connect it to the abdominal wall and it causes the peritoneal fold. Alright, so this folding will cause the fallopian tube to connect it with the abdominal wall. And इसको हम कहते हैं mesosalpinx. Alright, here. Fine. Now the uterus or the womb. So uterus is basically has two roles. Alright. Even if the zygote is fertilized, even it is not fertilized. If even if the ovary is fertilized or it is not fertilized. So if the zygote is formed, that means it is fertilized, then it will be called as the womb or where the baby will develop. All right, the development of the zygote. And if it is not fertilized, then the uterus will help to cause the menstrual cycle. Alright, so basically these are the two important functions. So basically it is a single large muscular layer and it is highly vascular. By highly vascular, I mean that it has a high supply of blood vessels. Alright, and it is in inverted pear shape. Again, important to remember. Okay, so peristalsis, basically what I said was the movement. So let me go back. Yes. So see what happens, as I told you that there are fimbriae-like structures here, somewhat like these. Alright, so it is not fimbriae, ciliary structures. Alright. Ciliary structures. So what it causes it will slightly try to push the zygote or the ovary. Basically now what the ovum has to move from here to the uterus. Alright. And how is that possible? See, it is not possible that itself it can go here because both the gametes are non-motile. Alright. So this cilia will help a bit and peristalsis basically means the contraction of the muscular walls. तो क्या होता है कि जैसे ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करेगा, ये इसको पुश करेगा यूट्रस की तरह एंड जो सीलिया होता है फैलोपियन ट्यूब में वो उसको और हेल्प करेगा यूट्रस की तरफ पुश होने में. Hi Ayush. I hope peristalsis movement is clear. Yes. Now coming, we saw that it is an inverted pear-shaped structure. Now, the uterus is present in the pelvis between the bladder and the rectum. Alright, this is the exact positioning of the uterus. Fine. So now moving forward, uterus is attached to the abdominal wall from a fold called mesometrium. Alright, so your mesometrium is something that will join the uterus to the abdominal wall. Alright, hi Akul, how are you? Okay, thank you, Arun Patil. Fine. So now the lower narrow part, alright, तो basically ये uterus हमने देखा था कि वो inverted pear shape में है. So by that I mean that the upper part जो उसका ऊपर वाला हिस्सा है वो बहुत broad होता है and नीचे वाला is basically a very narrow part. Alright, so this narrow part what is opening up here is basically the cervical canal. Alright, and this cervical canal will undergo the contractions during the time of parturition or the birth of the baby. Fine. And now the cervical canal along with the vagina. So what is the birth canal? Basically, birth canal is cervical canal plus the vagina. All right. Now, the wall of the uterus is basically formed of three layers. So see, there are many blood vessels here. The uterus is a very thick layer. So जो पहला layer है जो सबसे external है मतलब जो सबसे बाहर है वो है perimetrium. So perimetrium is basically just a thin outer protecting layer. Alright. Then moving to the myometrium. So myometrium में क्या होता है कि ये बना होता है smooth muscle से. The shape of the uterus is inverted pear. What is not connected with any ligament? So basically, you're asking what is hystera. Hystera is just another term for the uterus. It is nothing, not a part. It is basically just another word used for the uterus. So I guess it's a Greek term. It is again called known for the uterus or the womb. All right. Now moving to the third and the very important layer, endometrium. तो क्या होता है कि जब भी अगर हमारा जो ओवम है वो फर्टिलाइज हो गया है तो इट इज द एंडोमेट्रियम दैट विल प्रोवाइड इट न्यूट्रिशन एंड हेल्प इट टू डेवलप. और अगर ये ओवम हमारा फर्टिलाइज नहीं हुआ है तो ये जो एंडोमेट्रियम की जो भी थिकनिंग हुई है एंड जितने भी इसने ब्लड वेसल डेवलप किए हैं इट विल ऑल गेट द कंप्लीट लाइनिंग विल गेट रप्चर्ड एंड वो लीड करेगा मेंस्ट्रुअल साइकिल में. All right. So basically, it is highly vascular and it is made up of glandular connective tissue. Now, what happens that, as I told you, the endometrium is the one that will undergo cyclic changes during the menstrual cycle. So, what happens is that this myometrium will exhibit. So, endometrium तो basically is associated with the menstrual cycle and later for the development of the fetus. Now, what the myometrium does is that the myometrium is the one that will cause contractions. As I told you, at the time of parturition. Parturition means during the uh, time of the birth of the babies. All right. So, the wider part of the oviduct into which the infundibulum opens is the ampulla. Alright, as I told you, ampulla is the site of the fertilization. Clear? Now coming to the external genitalia, alright, that is the cervix and the vagina. So what happens is that the large median fibromuscular tube extends from the cervix to the vestibule. Alright, so that is the space between the labia minora. So structure of female reproductive में आपने कौन से हार्मोन्स पढ़े हैं जॉन सिंह? lined by so basically the vagina has a lining, all right, and very important point to remember, it is a lining of non-keratinized stratified squamous epithelium. All right, non-keratinized stratified squamous epithelium. So basically, then it will cause an opening called as vaginal orifice. So what happens is that this is highly vascular again, all right, and this will lead and open into a orifice. And now what happens is that the vaginal orifice is partly covered by a mucous membrane called the hymen. The vestibule is basically the space between the two apertures, the upper urethral, all right, and the lower vaginal orifice. So this is the vaginal orifice and this is the urethral orifice. I hope this is clear. Now, coming to the how the vestibule is bound by two pairs of fleshy tissues. So the first include the labia minora. तो labia minora ये होता है जो inner membrane में present होता है and it is very much smaller as compared to the size of the labia majora. All right. So you need to remember what is vestibule, all right? And after vestibule, it is bound or it is covered by two fleshy folds, labia minora and labia majora. All right, so here is the labia minora and here is the labia majora. Moving forward, coming to the clitoris. Clitoris is basically a sensitive and an erectile structure. It is very homologous to one that of the man in that of the male reproductive system. We saw that of the penis. So what happens is that it lies in the upper junction of the two labia minora and above the urethral orifice. So this is the exact location, all right, and it is homologous to that of the penis, as I told you, and both, that means by both I mean the clitoris and the external male genitalia, both are supported by corpora cavernosa. So this is what is common in both the external genitalia of the male and the female reproductive system. Fine. So clitora and the labia minora are demonstrated in the diagram, and then comes something called as the mons pubis. So what is mons pubis? It is basically a cushion of fatty tissue. All right. So basically क्या होता है कि ये जो बना है वो फैटी टिश्यू से बना हुआ है. फैटी टिश्यू काफी थिक होता है जो कुशनिंग प्रोवाइड करता है एंड ये कवर होता है स्किन एंड प्यूबिक हेयर से. All right, and then it is present above the labia majora. Fine. So this is basically keratinized, and what we saw, the internal structure, that is the labia minora along with the majora and the vestibule, that is non-keratinized. Fine. Now coming to the female accessory or the reproductive glands. So what happens is that as I told you, there were male accessory glands. Basically, accessory glands are those that are not involved in the formation of gametes. Clear? So what are the female accessory glands? Are the Bartholin's or the greater vestibular glands, all right, and the Skene's gland or the lesser vestibular glands, and followed by the mammary glands. All right, Bartholin's, this is the commonly called name, Bartholin's, Skene's gland, and the mammary gland. Just a moment. Yes. So what happens is that first starting with the Bartholin's gland. These are paired glands. That means they are two in number and they are located in slightly in the posterior, that is in the back side and to the left and the right side of the vaginal orifice. All right. So basically it is posterior and it is present on both the left and the right side. and they secrete mucus that will help in the lubrication. All right, so basically its function is to lubricate, and they are homologous to bulbourethral glands of that of the male reproductive system. As we have seen that what happens in the bulbourethral gland, they secrete a fluid that will help in their lubrication of the semen. So similarly here, this is very homologous or similar to that, because यहाँ पे भी ये lubrication cause करता है vagina की. All right. So you have to remember the last point, that it is homologous to the bulbourethral gland. Pudendum. अब क्या कौन से पार्ट का बोल रहे हो आयुष? And what do you want me to repeat? Write that also. Now, coming to the Skene's gland. Skene's gland is also called the lesser vestibular glands. So, what happens is they are located in the anterior, that is on the front side, all right, of the vagina. And what happens is that is around the lower end of the urethra, all right. And what happens is that they secrete again a lubricated fluid, but only when it is stimulated, all right. And they are homologous to the prostate gland in that of the male. Okay. Thank you, Vedancha. Now, coming to the last type, that is the mammary glands. All right. So, what happens in the mammary glands is that they are, first of all, what we need to see, not some part or at least 30 to 40% of the mammary glands are covered with fat droplets. All right. And then we have the mammary lobules. So all the lobes which we can see here is termed as mammary lobules. And they give rise to the mammary tubules. All right. Easy. Now, what then and after that, this mammary tubule will give rise to the mammary ducts. All right, tubes will form ducts. And then finally, the bulbous structure which you see here, से कहते हैं mammary ampulla. All right, तो पहले होता है lobule, फिर lobule से आता है tubes. All right, and then ये tubules बनाते हैं ducts, and जो ducts end में बनाते हैं mammary ampulla, and they are also called the lactiferous duct. All right, and then the external part of it is called the nipple. So what happens is that the functional mammary glands are the characteristics of the female mammals. All right. So these are paired structures, like all right. So paired, that means they are also present two in number, that contain glandular tissue and have a variable amount of fat. So what all you saw here is the glandular tissues, and the droplets which you see here is basically the fat. Okay, so here is the question of what is pudendal. So pudendal is basically the term for the vulva. All right, clear, Ayush? And now John Singh has asked me that, okay, he deleted it. I couldn't read it. I think he was asking something about the glands. See, glands. What do you want to know? We have discussed three glands here: vestibular, mammary glands, and the skin gland. So tell me which, if you want me to repeat anything. Fine. So basically, this glandular tissue of the breast is divided into 15 to 20 mammary lobes. All right. So इधर अभी क्या होता है कि ये जो हमने अंदर टिश्यू का पार्ट देखा, ये फैट को छोड़ के ये सब आता है टिश्यूज में. ठीक है, अब इससे डिवाइड करते हैं हम 15 to 20 lobes में. All right, and each lobe will contain cluster of cells. All right, sorry, again and again it's fine. Sorry for that. So what happens is that, yes, so it is divided into lobes, and then what happens is that these, yes. So what happens is that each mammary lobe consists of cluster of cells that is called the alveoli. All right. So there is lobes, and then there are clusters of cell in that are termed as alveoli. Fine. So here comes the significance of the mammary gland. That is the question asked. So what this happens is that these alveoli secrete milk. All right. So this milk will be stored in the lumens of the alveoli. All right. And then this alveoli will open into something called as mammary tubules. Fine. And from there, mammary tubules of each lobe will join and क्या बनाता है, वो बनाता है mammary duct. ठीक है, and ये duct से then several mammary ducts are then formed. तो बहुत सारे ये जो mammary ducts दिख रहे हैं, ये फॉर्म देखो यहाँ पे भी, जैसे एक mammary duct, दो, तीन, and ये in total बनाएगा mammary the wider mammary and ampulla. So basically wider because it is wide in structure, and it will form the mammary ampulla. All right. Then what happens is that this mammary ampulla is basically connected to the lactiferous duct. All right, in the nipple, and through which the milk will be obtained to the baby. Fine. So the mammary glands have mammary lobes, जहाँ से फिर वो बनाता है mammary tubules. Tubule से बनाएगा ducts. बहुत सारे ducts मिलके बनाएंगे mammary ampulla. And finally, mammary ampulla will connect to the lactiferous duct. So just one question that is a probable question, that is of the birth canal. So basically the birth canal refers to the structure of the vagina along with the cervical canal. Both together is termed as the birth canal. So that is the end of today's structure. We have just discussed the overview of the female reproductive system. So tomorrow, most probably, we will be discussing the complete process of spermatogenesis followed by oogenesis. Please like my video if you understood something and got to learn something new. Let me know in the comment section if you have any doubts. Okay, so hymen का क्या role है? Basically, hymen is okay. What happens is that whenever the female will undergo the sexual intercourse, it is the hymen that will break open. All right. So what happens is, but in several cases, we can see that the hymen has already broke open before the intercourse itself. It can be due to any strenuous activities. All right. So it is clear. And hymen is also a part of the external genitalia. Thank you, Vedansha. Thank you. And tonight I will be discussing the MCQ questions. There will approximately be 50 to 100 MCQ questions that I will be discussing tonight in the quiz section, and that will only be about the male and the female reproductive system. All right. And tomorrow we'll be discussing what is spermatogenesis and oogenesis, as I told. Thank you so much for watching. Please do like, subscribe, and click the bell icon. Thank you.